I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, oh what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Ready, set, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here now with Cloud9 for the roundtable discussion. We got Hydra, we got Skies, and we got Sid, the newest addition to this roster. Let's just start it off. How are you guys feeling going into this event after you guys got second at champs?
I would say we're feeling very demoralized, but upside, hold on. Hear me out. No fans. So
Okay.
Optic gets worse, so that's like.
That was the worst thing I've ever heard.
Actually, okay, you go.
Actually,
What you
got?
already answered. That's the answer right there.
Yeah,
Oh, but there's two
Optic,
answers.
no
You got me
fans.
one. Let me get one, Caesar. Come on.
Well,
We need to rematch.
yeah, I need to get my blood back in. Hopefully we play Optic in finals.
Yeah, but you don't get another ring, so it's just. What?
He said we don't get another ring, so there's
get a
Yeah, but you
ring.
need like a.
A shard?
yeah. Give me their shard. I want
you
their
didn't see the
shard.
trophy?
I
Okay,
want a
take it.
ring, bro.
I take the trophy.
I take the prize pool winnings.
Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Next question. All right, so when you guys started off going into this year, obviously, the core three, you guys made a roster change. From a world championship team, you brought in Dante.
From the world.
You gotta keep that in mind. You guys won the world chip. Nobody was expecting you guys to make a roster change, but you brought in Dante, and then obviously at the end of the season, we saw what he was capable of because he was taking over on certain maps. Like, you guys in the beginning of the season, you started really slow and you ended strong. What was that? What was the learning process that you guys had to go through to get to that final stage?
The learning process?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's just like understanding each other. We just had like our chemistry was already strong as a trio, and we just needed like to adapt to like a new guy on the team because we had like chemistry with Priest obviously, but we never. I mean, I never like really played with Dante before, so we just needed like just adaptation. He needed to adapt to us. We adapted to him.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Now, Dante, since you were the newest addition, how does it feel playing alongside these guys and going through that whole learning process?
It feels unreal. I definitely, I never experienced anything like this. It's my second team coming into the league as well, so I'm used to being on Seattle, which I teamed with them for 2 years, and different environment, different coaching staff. So everything was just a lot of getting used to, and I love it.
Okay, so one thing that I really enjoy about watching you guys when you guys are playing on main stage specifically is that even when you guys are down, you guys are always vibing, having a good time. Sometimes it could be a little bit frustrating, but you guys always seem to have those good vibes. Like, who's the guy leading it? It seems to be you, Caesar, but all you guys do it
I
at
think
certain
it's just
points.
everyone. There's not like a single guy that just. I think when we end matches, it's just different. Obviously, I mean,
100%.
you guys don't see practice, so it's like different. Like I think we just like all have like a turn to like make the vibes better, or like even yell at each other. But in matches, you won't see that. You won't see like this part of like us yelling at each other or like us getting down because it's just matches.
It's a match. You gotta be.
You just have to be locked in.
Just gotta be composed.
I will say Troy's the vibe man. He does bring out vibes a lot too.
Oh, yeah, I
Troy-
think that's just everyone.
Everyone. Give credit to the coaches as well. They put in a lot of work for it. So.
Okay, so like when you guys going into an event, right? You guys obviously know who you're gonna be playing first round, potentially who you play second, and probably even the grand finals. What does preparation look like for those teams? Are you guys playing for counters or like just realizing what they do? How do you guys prepare for opponents?
We play our own game. We just adapt to like what they do.
Yeah.
And like
Your tendencies, that's about it.
yeah. Like we just see like what they like to do, and from that we just do our own strat, and we go from there.
In high pressured situations, so like say for instance, you always found yourself in a lot of clutch moments. How do you handle those? Like for a player that's coming up, even from the amateur scene, or people that want to try to become a pro, playing in high pressure situations, what's the best way to take care of it?
I feel like it's in our practice, I'm usually in the same scenario. So it's like I have so many repetitions of being in the same spot. So it's like, and I've been competing for so long, so I just feel like there's not really that much pressure whenever I'm put in the same spots as well. So
You're just used to it.
yeah, I'm just used to it.
And
you
I'm
just
not
him?
kid.
I mean, I'm in the default clutches. If I'm on a heady and I'm losing a clutch, GG's.
Hey man, you were one of the clutchest players that we had all season, you know. So
Never
just
in the
gotta keep
clutch,
that one
just
up.
dying first.
No, he can clutch too. Yeah, I might have to die first. Like whenever we watch him in scrimmage clutching, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I need to teach him.
He taught me how to snipe last year too. Sheesh.
Michael, guy's different.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Indeed.
so coming into this event for the Esports World Cup, what's the preparation process for you guys? Like, what do you guys got to get better at? What do you need to improve? What do you guys feel like you're good enough at to try to host it?
We're good at everything. Yeah. We're good at everything. We just need to execute it.
9 months, end of the game, so everyone knows what to do. Every team knows what to do. Every team has their own strengths that they're good at and what they've been working on the whole year. So I think it just comes down to executing. It's not like it's the beginning of the game or the mid-year where you're just getting the rhythm of things or you're learning new things or you're picking up off of what other teams are doing. So I think it's just all about executing who makes fewer mistakes.
And execution. I feel like that's what you guys do well. Like, especially in Search and Destroy. Obviously, Championship Sunday at Champs. We don't even talk about that. You know what I'm saying? But specifically on game modes, what's the most that you put in focus to? Either Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control.
Hardpoint.
That's where we're the worst at.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Somehow,
In scrims, we were really bad at it. But like, at tournaments, we're good as fuck.
No, because you see the team, you felt like, oh yeah, those guys, they're just gonna slay. They're gonna be good at Hardpoint, pretty ass in Search.
Yeah.
But like, no, we are pretty good in Search and pretty ass at Hardpoint. So, somehow.
In tournaments, we're somehow like really good at it.
Yeah, not in tournament.
In tournament,
I'm just
we
talking
got
like in scrims, like we actually focus like Hardpoint heavy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like we just struggle in scrims only somehow.
Yeah. I mean, tournaments just comes down to who's getting hot. If we get in a hot spree, a little hot streak, then we can pull through and start going on a little hardpoint streak. But other than that, I do think it's our weakest.
Okay. So obviously, still a little more recency bias at Champs. You guys fell short all the way in the grand finals. What did you guys learn from that experience?
For me, I learned that when we face adversity, I mean, you just have to dig deep, and especially in front of a crowd like the Green Wall, I think like every play that they're making is getting astronomically better, whether if it's a good play or a bad play, if it's you killing me in the back or you're killing me in the side. I mean, everyone's rooting for you, so I think just playing against them definitely learns a lot, and I think it's just facing adversity and just adapting. I think that's what it comes down to. It's that pressure like you talked about. Playing them, we're under a lot of pressure, and it's just about how we work together, be on the same page, because, I mean, I can say for myself during the grand final, I mean, we didn't really play, we didn't execute as well as we should have, and that just comes down to, I mean, just making those calls under pressure, being on the same page within those, whether it's like within 5 seconds or within that second, and if you take a second too long, then I mean, the other team's gonna capitalize on it, and that's what it showed, so.
You think it had a little bit to do with the 7,000 Greenwall fans that were in the stadium?
Definitely. Definitely. I don't think it made us play worse, but I do think it made the play better. Because if I was them, I'd be playing better too.
They even say it.
Yeah. That's fair.
When I played in front of New York last year, Vanguard, that was different.
That was awesome.
I can't imagine.
That event was crazy. Yeah.
That was not even close to what they had, so I can't even
imagine what
There's
they
like
had.
10 times like.
Yeah. I've never had a crowd cheering for me, so I have no idea what it really feels like, but you could just hear it in the background and you're behind the white noise. I mean, at Champs, that was the first time I've ever used white noise ever in my career. Every single time I'm on LAN, I never use white noise.
What?
I turned it all the way down.
You cheating?
Nah, I just turned it all the way down. I hate.
Why are you not using white noise? That's
Because,
cheating.
what do you mean? Because I hate hearing that zzz in my ear. I can't have that shit, bro.
I mean, everyone has that.
Yeah.
I don't
see, back in the day, we had that white noise pumping.
No, because the headset, you can just
can
turn
turn
it
them,
all
you
the
can
way
turn
down.
them.
There's a knob, yeah. There's a knob
But
where
you
can
still
turn
have it. You still
Yeah,
have it. You just
it's
don't
just like-
hear it.
yeah.
You just don't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it just makes you more comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then, but the crowd was insane. I was like, I'm hearing this way too much. Let me turn this beat up right quick. Let me maximize it. I'm turning this beat all the way up, man. I'm even like on a mix amp, on the stage, like I'm like, yo, like they finna get loud. Like I'm turning the chat volume all the way up. Like my team, I'm turning that beat up super. Like they get loud. I am definitely not hearing no call outs. You know what I'm saying? So I turn it. That's the first time I've ever turned the team volume up all the way up. I'm like white noise all the way up. But I need everything max volume.
Turned up.
Yeah.
Man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, so final question. Where does Cloud9 place here at the Esports World Cup?
No
Why?
hezzy first.
Why?
No crowd.
We just feel like we're. I just feel like we're better than everybody.
Just
Yeah?
better, no
We're just
crowd.
better.
No crowd. I mean,
If we execute correctly, we are better.
yeah.
And if we don't, then
Hey, we saw what happened in Major Four.
1-5. 1-5 against 5, and if we don't execute well.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that has been the roundtable with Cloud9. Make sure you guys tune in this weekend to watch how they are going to perform because obviously they're one of them top dogs.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Kismet of Cloud9 New York, and we are playing Who Is. Kismet, are you ready?
Yes. Let's ruin relationship. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
We'll try, but your bond is strong with that squad, brother. Okay, who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Skies.
Who is most likely to choke?
Skies.
Who is the best trash talker?
Ooh. Recently, Paco's been up there. He's been getting a little loud.
He's been hitting that
He's
Z
been
key,
getting
man.
a little. He might have a little something under there. I didn't know he had it.
We saw him hit that in
But
game talk.
I will say, I still think I have the edge.
Yeah.
Like if I get loud,
It's a little deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But his is he's showing me a side.
I love that, man. Who's most likely to team kill you?
Oh, myself.
Really?
Sometimes I'm bad.
Who's most likely to pull off something crazy?
Hydra.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a little talent.
Yeah, a little something. He's
a
all right.
little something. He's
He's
all
all
right. He's all right.
Who is most dedicated to practice?
I'll give it a Hydra. Yeah, he's up there.
Wow, okay. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Caesar.
Yeah.
It's guys, yeah.
Yeah. Who is the most improved player?
I would go Sid. Coming into a new team, I think he proved himself well, and coming into a champs team, so
He had a lot to prove, and he did it. Who is the most reliable player under pressure?
I would say myself.
My guy.
You
My
know,
guy.
confidence boost. Repeat that.
Who is the best team player?
Best team player, myself again.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. We would have probably picked that as well. Who is most likely to get a surprise ace?
Surprise ace?
Out of nowhere, like, nah, he doesn't have this, and he gets it.
I feel like Sib, yeah. He
Yeah.
has like random little moments where he's just silent and he's got 3, so. And then he might as well give him the 4, so.
That's happened, you know, nearly enough. Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Oh. Just it.
Yeah.
All right, Sib. Yeah.
Sib,
He's-
yeah.
he likes the little fine line. You know, if we have to be there at 10:45, 10:44, at 45 seconds, he's just pulling up. He's really close sometimes.
Lastly, who is most likely to rage quit a match?
Oh, a match or like
That could be like
a,
the end of, you know, like stat screen, like you're out early, or like a scrim.
a scrim. Paco, he gets a little
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah.
He's got a little fire to him, a little
Yeah.
French. He starts speaking French to us. Yep, no, I'm kidding.
He's so good. I was going to swear they're in French, but that's not going to happen. This is the World Cup, and everyone speaks it. Okay, man. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate that. My guy. My guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to day 2 of the Esports World Cup. It's time for another glorious set of games in our group stage. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, Chris Tunn. He'll probably be popping in and out of the broadcast at this time. How are we doing, Tunn?
I'm okay, mate. I'm trying to remain composed as long as I possibly can. PC's deciding to have an absolute fit today of all days, but I'm very excited to get into day 2 of games. Yesterday was an absolute roar, so seeing what's going to happen today as we start to lose some teams, start to get some teams in the brackets as well, it's going to be super interesting.
It certainly is. Today, more eliminations, more qualifiers, all the teams, all the games, all to play for, as everybody remaining still has a chance to make it. And we'll be looking forward to that as well. Yesterday was certainly a good day for some of the challenger teams, though, Tan. They managed to kind of skip getting eliminated thus far.
Yeah, I mean, look, we kind of knew that it was going to be a little bit difficult now and then for some of them, but there was some players and some teams in particular who did manage to do quite well. A couple of clips online as well, maybe circulating that didn't quite confirm if they were playing very good Call of Duty or not, but getting the job done, Brycey, either way.
Well, straight to the point, unlike some people, let's talk about the last day's activities. Here's a bit of a daily recap for everything that has happened so far.
I'm the winner, the finisher, bender, the better, just go and get out of my way. I'ma keep fighting the thunder, the lightning, you frightened, it's best to stay out of my lane. Now with the talking, you better keep walking, it's about to get popping for real. Cause I be on top and not gonna drop, ain't nothing stopping the king, cause I am the king. Ha ha! Ready to fight, yo. Ready to win, ready to fight, yo. Feel it within, ready to fight, ready to win, ready to fight, ready to win, ready to fight, ready to win, ready to fight, feel it within, ready to fight, ready to win. Let's go. I was born ready, and you're done.
All right, well, as you can see, an action-packed day of Call of Duty action from everyone involved. A ton. It certainly looked exciting, and I was glad we were here to see it.
Yeah, I would have loved to have been there to see it as well. I mean, the venue looks absolutely insane. But just, I mean, the games that we got a hold of yesterday, especially, of course, everything going over on the main stage, but some of the games here over on the secondary stream, Brycey, were absolutely banging. So we've had some really good games. Hoping for a few more.
We certainly are. Well, speaking of great games, there were great moments and great plays. So let's take a look at the top 5 from yesterday.
Pressure's coming his way. Absolutely. Guesses first. Can he get the second? Oh, lovely stun check. Beautiful work. Fire. Finds 2. What a 3-piece.
Scary situation. Still 8 seconds to go. A lot of map to jump forward. Here's the comes the contest, but you got the lead, and he's able to.
It's going to be the first upset of the tournament already. Look for the pop-off, but it's not over yet. Prolin with 2. Oh, yeah. With binding time all over the place. He gets himself 3. Another for Prolu. 5 for the...
First blood. Not going to happen. He's staying very safe. Smoke comes through. Drow's going to stun it. It doesn't land. Does he know that player's actually stuck through? Oh, now he does. Runs right into him. Shakes hands with Exton. Sim following up one towards the B side of the map, and now and again, numbers good for Atlanta. 3v2 as Bob's being planted.
I love this route right here out of Drop. He's not going to be ready for this. He's going to get...
All right, well, there you go. That was just an example of excellent plays from yesterday across the groups. And we're expecting more of the same today, since we've already said goodbye to a few teams, but much more to play for. We will say goodbye to some more today, but based on the format, we will also be taking a little look at those qualifying for our bracket ton.
Yeah, and for everybody at home who isn't too sure of how things have been working in the group stage, has been GSL, so it's a case of win 2 before you lose 2. But we get it down to, of course, 8 teams who will go into the single elimination playoff bracket. Nothing in terms of where you know you can win your 2 games to get through there nice and easily, but you only have one more chance when you do get through to that playoff bracket. So yeah, super interesting. But here's all the teams who have been involved. Some of them have already went home. We've lost a few of them, and we'll send a couple more home today as the group stages will conclude.
Yeah, they certainly will. So those are the attending teams, and here's what they're playing for. Total of $1.8 million. First place will take home $600,000. Second, $320,000. Third to fourth, $160,000. Fifth to eighth, $80,000. Ninth to 12th, $40,000. And just for coming here and turning up, and even though they lose, $20,000 ton.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it really? Nice little trip out to Riyadh. $20,000 at worst between you guys. But having a look at the schedule for today. Now, this is specific for this stream. It's going to be Cloud9 taking on Surge to kick things off. Toronto against Boston straight after that. Then Vegas will be waiting on a losers game in their group, as will Law. So they're going to be super interesting games to close out the stream. But these first 2, Brycey, we got 4 CDL teams going against each other. It should be super interesting.
It really should. I mean, they've played all season long, and now they're playing here as well. And if you don't understand exactly what is happening with the group stages, it is very simple. You basically have to win 2 before you lose 2. So if you've won 1 game and lost 1 game, next game will be the decider. If you've only lost so far, then you have to get a win to kind of stay in the tournament. Obviously, that happened yesterday to some of our teams. And if you win 2, you qualify regardless. Obviously, our match of the day, Toronto Ultra versus the new look Boston Breach. Boston got a win yesterday, surprising many.
Yeah, look, I think coming out and kind of putting themselves in that position, I was really worried about Boston, to be honest with you, but the roster that they brought seems to be working well. A lot of people seem to be pointing towards Snoopy has kind of been unleashed a little bit. I'm still waiting to see it on a fully fledged sort of roster. Like, they're going to be going up against Ultra. I kind of had that down as today's big game to keep an eye on, because we'll really get to see how good Boston are. But having a look over towards the other matchup, Cloud9 taking on Surge, this should be a relatively interesting one as well. But looking towards their average margin so far over the entirety of the tournament so far at EWC, that's quite the margin for Cloud9 to be taken into this very first game.
Yeah, they certainly will be. They are the favourites walking into this one. But let's take a little look at our rosters just to give everyone a refresher. If you haven't seen them before, different colours, same beast. Hydra, Skies, Kismet and Sib playing for Cloud9 this event. Obviously looking to go the distance after a disappointing championship just a little while ago, Ton.
It's disappointing in the sense that they got to the final, right? And then, of course, when you do go on to lose a grand final, there is nothing too fun about that. But realistically, I would say a relatively successful season for the Cloud9 roster. Whether or not they can convert it into something here at EWC would be a nice little cherry on top of that. They will be disappointed, absolutely, of course, with their second place in champs, but now they have another opportunity to make up for that. And they seem pretty confident in the conversation with Jay there before. They seem really confident, which you wouldn't expect anything else out of that roster, Brycey.
Yeah, and going against them, not a bad team, but can they rise to the level? The Vancouver Surge here, Abuza, Brezzy, Hook, and 04 looking to make an upset on day number 2, Ton.
Yeah, and I was just having a look at these two teams and how they matched up over the season. I believe it's a 4-1 record in favor of Cloud9. So they do somewhat have their number. So for Vancouver Surge now, is the name change or location change, I should say, really going to help things out here? I'm curious. They looked good yesterday, but going up against G2, it seemed a relatively simple game. They found it very simple. They dealt with them quite easily. Is that going to give them the momentum heading into this series? That's kind of what I wonder. But for them, I think realistically, you've got to be looking towards those search and destroys. Those are where you have most of your strength. But typically, that's where you have actually struggled up against Cloud9. The search and destroy of Surge all season has been pretty decent. But against Cloud9, it's not been great at all. The hardpoints have always been pretty close between these two teams, though. So they're going to be massively important. And then for the side of Surge, it's about trying to steal an S&D or a control away and then go from there, basically. So it's easier said than done, though, when we are going up against a team as good as Cloud9. Let's see how the boys are going to do here.
Well, it's certainly one you don't want to take easy from either side, even though we talk about the favourites of Cloud9. Surge not a bad team. If anything, been improving recently. And this will be another step up if they can do it. You've got to bear in mind that the winner of this does qualify for bracket play. That's all you have to do. If not, you go into the elimination game next. It does give you a second chance to make it out of the group, but first time is always better than second time. You don't really want to be in that kind of pressure situation. Just getting it cleanly done. And also a lot to prove here, really, if you are Cloud9. They've said it into some interviews. We saw them just before we went live. They want the win. They are unhappy with what happened at the championship. They need to get this kind of issue resolved.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it an issue. Look, they went up against a very hot opposite team, as they kind of allude to, you know, in terms of the crowd being there behind them as well. They don't have that factor. I know it's kind of a bit of a joke, but it's also still a factor. You know, you definitely want to be going up against teams who don't have that home backing. You don't have to worry about it in this game specifically, of course, but look, it is definitely something that would have lent in Optic's favor, irrelevant if Optic fans think that or not. So Cloud9 will be looking at this tournament as a winnable one, and they've yet to lose a game, but will have their first real test here against the Vancouver Surge. Be kicking things off in just a moment, but yeah, I'm super excited to see how this one goes. I really do expect Cloud9 to continue to stride on in this tournament, but Vancouver Surge are not a team to really turn your nose about whatsoever. They will have to take this one extremely seriously. Cloud9 have faced them plenty of times before. They faced all these players plenty of times before. Let's see if they can get the job done.
Well, let's find out. Everybody into the center, everybody into business, and Hydra will open proceedings for this best of 5. But Hugh will strike right back as both teams throw bodies at the point. Right now, though, it will be a little bit for Surge just to get themselves ahead and get that first little flurry of points before we start talking about P2.
Yeah, both teams very similar colours, Brycey. We'll have to lock in here, to be honest with you. There just hasn't been a problem over the majority of the season, of course, when it has come down to Cloud9 and their former name as the Subliners. But Surge now with a decent enough start. Good pickup towards the beginning. You'll take those 17 seconds all day long. But the problem for them is they have now been spawned out. Cloud9 in the position to try and get something over towards P2. Here comes the flank from Hydra. So good at finding these moments. Can he find it there? Not quite. Going to be 0-4 to find it, but Skies will pick that one up. So rotation looking good already for the side of Cloud9. A couple of seconds remaining on P1. P2 rotation starting to lock in.
And this is where the game really begins. All about getting a good amount of time on P2. Skies cooking a grenade, but a little bit worried. A lot of bullets flying towards him, and just staying still, waiting for teammates to reinforce. Now comes a little bit of chow, trying to get the right timing, will do. Complete wipe, Cloud9, batter them back.
Keeping them a bit for now. Just waiting for Surge to really set themselves up so they can have a bit of a run at this. That kill in the mid-map from Hook is going to start to get something going down that side, but it'll fall. We'll find 2 on the outside. Sib can do nothing but try and find a couple of kills, slow them down, thin out the reinforcements. Boozer with a good angle onto Hydra. He'll cut him down before he gets anywhere near. Sib's still on a 5 spree though, so for all they lose the point, 1 more kill for Sib. We'll put him at 9-2 with a cruise missile in the back pocket.
Just really turning up and doing a very good job, but points mean prizes, and right now you can see that's what they're looking for. The rotation here for Cloud9, and just gonna lose the first few gunfights. That's not what they wanted. Only Sky's really in the position they need him to be. Trying to stay alive towards the back. They've lost the spawn, they know this. And Surge have a great opportunity here. They had to find Skies, they've done it. Now to try and take the next few gunfights. Should go their way, but Kismet with 2.
How on earth has Kismet found 2 there? How is he not dead? That's 3 from Kismet out of absolutely nothing, but nobody else in Cloud9 can pick anything up. So that's going to be still Vancouver Surge in control. How many points being scored over 3 hills so far? 30 seconds remaining on this one. 3 kills coming in over the side of Cloud9. There's the 4th. It's a lovely break. A couple coming in from Sib is the difference maker there. They can transition over towards the garage hill as well so seamlessly. 15 seconds to play for. If they can pick these up, it's a good hold, but Hook will find it. Plenty of players pushing the stairs. Hydra's going to try and slow them down, but rotation should be locked in. Hydra trying to do it on his own, as he so often does. Lets them know about it as well. 4 in a row from Hydra. Scrap time and rotation over towards Cloud9.
Oh, it's a beautiful setup here for them. They'll be looking to convert this into as many points as possible. You can see they're just waiting for all the control they can get. A little bit of a pinch coming in now. They're going to know they're coming through boxes with that spawn coming in at the same time. Skies is going to be on it, but unfortunately has a little bit of reinforcement in the form of the Bulldog, who takes down 2 and is going to go for the 3rd. Not afraid, but will fall.
Easily done. If you're all going to make it, if you're going to make it a one-dimensional push through this side, you have to have the utility. You have to be able to trying to at least find 1 kill to then break it open. Cloud9 still very much in control of this hill, though. Hook is going to be the only one who could find a kill. Ofo's going to follow him up. The duo who's worked so well together on the SMG lineup for the side of Vancouver Surge, just pretty much being pulled apart by Kismet. Rezzy's the only one who can answer anything back. He's presuming that Sib is going to find this push here under the point. Sib somehow still finds the gunfight. And it's a hell of a hold from Cloud9. And really has established them with a very good lead now. Vancouver Surge need to find something over towards Bridge. They need to stop this bleeding very, very quickly. 60 seconds remaining on this hill. Can you find some good time?
I feel like a lot of the narrative just 3 weeks ago was about Sib and Hydra. In this game, it's felt more Kismet and Skies. Skies obviously had a little bit of critique here, wasn't playing to what his standards would have normally been, and if he's turning up now, it's going to be a horrible time for Surge to try and overcome it, and that is what we are seeing. They are desperately trying to get these players out of the point again as they fall behind by 50 points.
They're going to get caught out here. The utility used well, but Cloud9 just about battering them away. And yeah, I think, you know, you're right. When it did come down to champs, it was Sib and Hydra. But, I mean, right now, it's still Sib at 19 and 7. 7 spree did die to his teammate, though. So, sadly for him, that streak's not really going to count. Irrelevant, though. Hook and Co. in the middle of the map have managed to pick up the final 10 seconds or so. And we're thinking about P1. The rotation's looking good for that. For Vancouver Surge, though, you find yourself around 55 points behind. But if you do manage to find yourself a decent hold here over towards P1 and a decent transition over towards P2, you very well could be in the lead after it. And see what they can do, but Cloud9 are posturing, and here they go.
Looking for it, jumping back into it once again, and
good hold.
Now, Surge just getting the points they need, but this could come down to them taking the lion's share of this time, and the P2 rotation could make or break Cloud9. You can see they're still going to try and split this one. Still going to hit it for 35 seconds remaining on the clock. They don't want to give anything away, and the stack is now in. Here comes the pinch from 3 different angles.
It's going to work out for them. Looking that way, Surge just about holding on to Boozer on a 5 spree. Did he manage to make it a 6? Not quite. Sib, my God, how has he found 3 there? Obscene plays coming in from Sib. 15 seconds remaining on this hill. It just feels like Cloud9 are finding those breaks, finding those moments at the right time. It's all about making sure you get these timings, making sure you can still spawn the other team out, making sure you still have the rotation. They did. They lose a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map, and all of a sudden this pressure is going to come in very, very quickly. Hydra would have done very well to find 2 here. Skies are going to be isolated too. Looking good here from the side of Surge. They have closed that gap somewhat. Could close it more if they manage to get a hold of P2.
Trying to push them back now as well. Surge certainly pushing forward very, very quickly. A lot of kills going down. The team kill won't matter for just a few seconds. Cloud9 still going to spawn here. They will try and push this tempo, push them back, and then flip spawns. An awful lot to do for them and win these gunfights. And got to look for 04, who's back alley with just 2 health, and he is going to be found and cleared up by Hydra. Can they get any time in the last 26 seconds, as already Sib has rotated?
The problem is here for Hydra. Can't really jump on too eagerly. You know, you could potentially be pushed from a couple of different angles, but he's just read that book so many times. The beamer on 04 as well. He'll back him down. Knows exactly where they're spawning. You've pointed out the heads-up play coming in from Sib and Co. They've rotated over towards New, but have lost a couple of gunfights on transition. That gap has been sort of bridged a little bit here. Bryce, Vancouver Surge not in too bad of a spot now, and they will get the rotation in. So the heads-up play was there from Cloud9, but they'll lose a couple of gunfights. All of a sudden, things turn around.
Just didn't go the way they wanted to, but now a bit of mid-map control. They're hitting from 4 different angles. Gonna try and get back into it. Now, while they are in the points, it makes a big kill. The rest of this will be playing for the back spawn. Surge are still here. They still have the better spawn to reinforce for now. Already, Kismet is gonna try and hit this back and get the kill he needs to. Massive if he can find it. He knows the player's gonna be there. He's looking for Brezzy. And still kills flooding through that main hill. At the moment, Cloud9 are winning these trades. It's a massive kill towards the back. Brezzy tries to hold on. They lose the spawn, and Cloud9 will gain that advantage one more time.
It's a very mixy P3, though. Neither team really able to establish really good control. It's really been about trading all across the board, and it's been hard for both these two teams to pick up good time. Skies will find a couple of kills, though. Kismet and will find the third. Brezzy left all alone. He's done better than good. He's done very well. Finds 2. Transition now starting to come in. Sib is here all on his own. With the way that he's been shooting, that could be a problem, but he has dealt with Vancouver Surge. It's been a brilliant second rotation of hills. They just seem to have that dog in them a little bit. They managed to find kills that you wouldn't have expected. They've been very resolute in their holds. Can they do it again here? They're over towards P4. Potential pinch has been set up here. 04 trying to get the pinch himself, though, on the players trying to flank. Hydra gets taken down. Good hold from Surge so far.
This may be a lead change, and it will be. Surge have overtaken Cloud9 on this map, and it's felt like that way for a while. Surge have been building momentum, slowly but surely narrowing that gap, and now have flipped the script. This guy's looking for it. Those trophy systems, just not what he wants at the moment, but already Sib's going to try and go in, but they win one gunfight. Will they win the second? He's dancing around. Hydra will take down Sib with a grenade. Not what they wanted. Scrap time to Surge. Rotation might be to Surge as well, but it will be Hydra to dig them out of that hole.
They've been so close between each other, these two teams. Cloud9 have a 5-4 lead in hardpoints against each other over the season. Really not a lot between these two when it does come down to this mode. It's the other modes that are a problem for Vancouver Surge when it comes down to the world champions of the previous year. This guy's trying to lock this down. Kismet is alongside of him, soaking up some time. 40 seconds remaining here. Over towards the bridge side. Need to stop this resurgence, I want to say, from Surge, because over the last few hills, they just seem to have warmed up into this game. Sib is starting to slow down, and that's saying something. He's still 30 and 19. He had a hell of a start. But if he could pick it up again, Cloud9 will be back into things. But Surge are doing really good work here. The SMGs and ARs working seamlessly. They find a break. 15 seconds to play for. This will put them back into the lead.
And everybody starting to feel just how tight this game has gotten. Kismet trying to hit the flank at the right time. Finds the first. Looks for the second, but no. He's in the side. Isn't going to be able to get there for them. As this next hill pops, it is just going to be 11 points in favor of Surge. But it will be Cloud9 that hit this first. They've managed to get in. Hydra will find too. They'll be looking to try and regain that lead and hold on.
They pick up some decent time here. Over towards P1, but Hook. He's a slippery bloke, isn't he? Doesn't find the second. Oh, Kismet was able to shut him down. 04 was there, though, as he so often is for the trade. Hydra can find one. 04 just trying to dance around if he can. Hydra with 3 again. He just comes up with the goods when you need him the most. It's a very tight game. 30 seconds to play for here at P1. Every single second counts.
Oh, they are stacking. They've got bodies where they need the bodies to be. And now they're trying to push this with 20 seconds left. They're going on the hunt. Hydra now on 4, not able to find his 5th. A little bit of trouble here for Skies. He's going to have to back off as the rest of Surge have noticed that enough kills have gone down. They can make a move back towards P1. And they're looking for that scrap time. This game still balanced on a knife edge. Kismet tries to get through. He has. Somehow he's let him get out of this one, and he might find even more kills. Everybody is everywhere, Ton.
Oh, Kismet, you would have thought that they probably wouldn't spawn at the back when he was so deep towards it, but the spawn out from Cloud9 forces Surge to be there. They're very, very close to the point. These next couple of gunfights are so influential. It's looking like they're going to go over towards Cloud9. Surge fighting from the back foot.
They are, but if you're Cloud9, you've got to be wary. There's going to be a lot of grenades, a lot of tacticals flowing into that hill from these choke points. They're going to try and use that to break into it. Hydra might hit the flank. No, not going to win that gunfight either. More kills flowing in, and it's Surge who managed to break the dam and get into it, except Cool. The Bulldog is here. He is going to lose that 1v1 to Hugo, and Presti's on the flank. He's managed to hold them off. This should be Surge's time.
Yeah, there you go. And now they can start to make inroads over towards P3 as well. First gunfight's been lost, but 0-4. He's been popping up at the right moments. Can he find something here? He just shotgun Skies with the rival 9. And now alive towards the backside. That gives Surge maybe a linchpin where they can try and find a way through. All of a sudden, Kismet is left on his own. Everybody else trying to get through. Kismet staying alive here is absolutely paramount for Cloud9. It's a very, very close game. Over towards P3 we go.
Kismet staying alive has given them the better spawn. Surge will now have to hit this, and they've gone down towards Street. Sib will get one onto Hugh, but maybe it's not enough. Skies has already seen us here as well. That hit marker will give him the information, but he loses the gunfight versus 0-4, and now they're in trouble. Too many players of the Surge are here, but fortunately the reinforcements flow like water into the hill. 20 seconds for Cloud9 to try and take this first hardpoint.
And it's a really hard push now from Surge. They need to find gunfights in the middle of the map, and then another wave as well. Cloud9 now 10 seconds away. Surge can't get anywhere near, because Skies is shutting it down in the middle of the map. It's Cloud9 all the way.
It's unbelievable how good this has been here for them. And one of the key factors is going to be Sib. Probably didn't mention him enough, as he's just been picking up 2 pieces all around the map. And that is outrageous. A close game, but a confident finish for Cloud9 to open up this best of 5.
Ridiculous from Skies to close it out, but everybody on Cloud9 had their moments. When you've got that star power to rely on, knowing that somebody can pop off and find those 3s, find those 2s, so influential. Of course it is Hydra, who does it more often than not. I think a multiple 3 and 4 coming up for the side of Cloud9 when they needed it. Sensational job from that. Very close game though, and you know, as I said when we're going into it, both these two teams have been quite competitive when it has come down to Hardpoint, but it's just about Cloud9 with the edge all year, and once again, just about with that edge again.
It certainly is. One kind of player I want to highlight a little bit here that we may not have given enough love to during the game, Sib. We didn't really get to see much of his point of view, which is probably why we didn't talk about him as much. But if you watch the kill feed, every so often you just see 2 over and over again. Kismet, yeah, he was getting spawns. He was throwing himself towards the back lines, doing very, very well. But sometimes kills matter, and Sib was finding them. And that's certainly putting Vancouver Surge on the back foot. So really great efforts all round. I kind of need to find out if he broke the 40. He was 39 last time I looked.
Yeah, I think he would have been close, but to be honest, Bryce, yeah, I was keeping an eye throughout, and I think he was 22-7 at one stage. I mean, the guy was kicking off towards at least the first rotation of hills, and well, even slowed down a little bit to then probably hit that 40. I think he might have, but irrelevant of that, you know, everybody from Cloud9 kind of had their moments. For Surge, though, I think, you know, realistically, there was a couple of occasions where they could have maybe soaked up a little bit more. There was, I think that final P2 has got to be a bit of a stinger. It just felt as if Cloud9 were finding those moments towards that latter stages, and when they were making the most of it. Whereas I felt like Surge, on their sections where they did find those kills, where they did find that control, did they soak up as much time as Cloud9 were able to? I'm not too sure, but it was one of those Rios that was just pace, 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 all the way through. Both two teams kind of just going at it entirely, and it was a very good map number 1. Hopefully we get to see a few more maps just like that. Map number 2 is going to be incoming shortly, but yeah, for the side of Surge, that would have been a winnable one. Now you're going into the Search and Destroy and Control, which notoriously has not been great up against this Cloud9 roster over the season. Backs against the wall in this series, firmly backs against the wall.
Well, we'll find out. Obviously, for the losing team here, it's definitely not the end of the road, unlike the elimination games yesterday. If they lose this, they will drop down into that lower bracket in the group. Sounds weird, but you'll get used to it and have another chance to either qualify or be eliminated. But Those games are a little bit special. We've talked about elimination games yesterday. They were our last 2 games. We spoke about qualification games. These are our first 2 games of the day. The other games in the block, the last 2, are elimination or qualification. It's do or die, literally, for these teams. But we've got a long way to go before we get there. The S&D is upon us. And Tony, you were telling me before just how confident you are in New York.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think you look at this team over the entirety of the season and how well they have just been consistently across every single game mode. But when it has come to these matchups, I'll mention it again. It's a 5-1 S&D record. It's a 4-1 control record in favor of Cloud9 in this matchup specifically. But Abusa's not too bothered about that. Still laughing away, still confident about his team's potential in this game. As mentioned, Sedge looked great yesterday. Relocation, only a slight one, Brycey, just north of the border instead of south of it. But, I mean, is it going to give them anything in this S&D? I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if anyone's got the statistical side of things. Do you change locations of your franchise? Does that help you in Search and Destroy? I doubt it.
I doubt it as
I feel
well.
like that's a
but
Brian
hey,
stat thing. I mean, if he can figure that out, that would be great.
it certainly would be. But let's take a little look at this S&D then. For Cloud9, this must feel just almost, I wouldn't say a stroll in the park, because Surge really aren't a team to be underestimated, but more a case of, can they just continue to be the team that everybody wants to beat outside of Optic? You know, like, they have looked so good recently, and coming into it, they are one of the hot favorites. I mean, a lot of people are predicting them to go all the way again and potentially face Optic in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise anybody, right? I think it's between them, FaZe, Ultra, Optic. They're the teams that everyone's going to be looking towards. But here we go. It's round 1 of Invasion. Very different to the rest of the round, of course, as we head into the Search and Destroy. No trophies available for either side, and that will either stagnate a push or make it a little bit easier if you hold your utility towards the end. Big win.
Already opening up, and somehow, some way, we've got to this situation very, very quickly. A 2 versus 1. Rezi, oh, the timing onto Skies. I think he's seen him as well, but Skies are going to stay alive and get away, and this may just cause Cloud9 to go to B.
Might as well. Move yourself over. Skies will now be setting himself up just to cover everything that he can. He's seen him on the left-hand side, so now can just back on down. Cover every single angle he needs to from this tank. Can push alley, can push down street. It does not matter. Sky's repositioning Brezzy now in a really tough spot.
And now you can see Brezzy just trying to find the first player, looking for him as well, and he's drilled Skies, but unfortunately the other player is behind him. He gets away. Hydra is a mile away with Arrival 9. He will have to push, staying alive as well. More flying about. Brezzy is waiting for him, waiting for timing, waiting to get him at the same point, and Hydra isn't moving. He might have seen the toes, but somehow has done just enough. Hydra staying alive in that scenario is ridiculous.
How on earth has he managed to pull that one off? Sometimes it is an underrated ability of players to be just able to be staying alive. It is such a massive thing, and he's so good at doing it. A bit of a shake of the head. He'll get the round, but not necessarily as clean as they would have thought, considering the position that they were in, but either way, they will take it.
And I've got to give a little bit of credit, because Brezzy absolutely drilled Skies. That could have gone disastrous for him. If he had committed to bomb, might have been able to do something, because Hydra would have had to check, but crazy in the end. 3 from Hydra in the opening round. Hugh already been stun checked. Will be worried.
Both these two teams just feeling it out so far. It's going to go in, though, and you have to back on down if you hook. Although that is not really in his DNA, so he'll be pushing forward at the earliest convenience, but he won't have all 4 alongside of him. Sib will find first blood. Brezzy will answer back with the kill on Kismet. 3 versus 3.
Making his way forward. Brezzy will find another one to Sib. They've opened up the B site. Now being careful, being cautious. Abusa takes down Hydra as well. All on Skies. That bomb is going to go down. No reinforcements for him. He's not even going to find the first kill. It's Hugh will win it. Back to 1-1 in the S&D, ton.
Look at a ludicrous gunfight. Yeah, I mean, it was almost aggressive, I want to say, from Cloud9 through the middle of the map, and just didn't win a couple of gunfights, opened up some routes, and then all of a sudden you've got to watch a couple of different directions. Surge can find a way through. Push up towards B, it's easy pickings from there. Good start to the Search and Destroy, though. Both these two teams finding, well, I don't want to say round number 1 was comfortable by any stretch, but it should have been. Round number 2, very comfortable for the side of Surge. 2 spree for Brezzy. Keep an eye on him as things will continue here into round number 3. Surge on the defensive side this time. Smokes out down the B street, and this will get interesting now as Hydra looking for the pick if he can potentially find it, and does so on 0-4. The smoke may be helping him out, but Hydra with the snapper. 4 versus 3 in favor of Cloud9.
Kismet looking for it as well, but just duos with Sib to get that kill cleanly. For Surge, panic might start to set in. Abuza in the key position, that mid tank, but will be pushed. Not going to win the gunfight either. Sib will take him down. Too many bodies, not enough bullets. Brezzy trying to stay alive now, and same scenario. Too many bodies, not enough bullets, as he will be cut down as well. Flawless from Cloud9 on that one.
Yeah, Sib, the real difference maker there. It's the second kill they find onto Hook, and that just opens things up over towards the A side, and all of a sudden then you find the gunfight onto Abuza at the tank, who really needed to find 1 or 2 kills for his team to have a hope in the round. Good job from the side of New York, though. They will continue on and back into the lead. I think if they find the Search and Destroy, it'll put them in such a good position in this series. They're not going to be too far away from it if they keep playing like this. Hydra sitting at 5-1 right now.
Bit of pressure coming in. You can see Surge moving forward, but he's taking some damage. He will have to back off. Hydra is so close. Going to find 0-4. Should go down into this next one. How is he still alive? He's got out of it, surely. He has the smoke, keeps him out of it. Hugh will dip out of it at the same time. Hydra keeps on hunting. No fear in the Frenchman. And he's now 7-1 on a 4 streak. Brezzy will get back Kismet. Sid will take down Brezzy and Abuza in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, the French phenom himself. Tiny bit of smoke cheese, irrelevant of that, still does great. Finds a couple of kills. Skies, oh, he's not going to get caught, and here come the rest of the reinforcements. Abuza knows where they're going to be coming from. DVD is where they've lost the majority of the gunfights in this round. They're going to lose another in and around Hotel, another round. Hydra is doing so well at surviving. Almost just not bothered, does he seem? Is he tired?
Doesn't even look particularly happy. But there's probably a lot of S&D to go still, and just got to relax, not get carried away. I think Sib got that last kill, because I was wondering whether or not they were going to try and bait out for Hydra for his streak, but that is a little bit dangerous.
Let's see if he can continue. He's up close in personal gunfights. I mean, it is a matchup of titans in Hook and Hydra, as far as SMG players go. Not that many finer. Hook will win this gunfight, though, up against Kismet. Like to throw himself into the conversation, but he hasn't got a kill on this map yet. Cloud9 still 3-1 to the good, though. Hydra still alive for them. But Hook finding that first kill will just stunt their growth over towards the A side. Very, very difficult now to find that without any Hotel control, but it's all about finding a pick. If you can find one down B street, typically there's only one player there, and that's what Hydra is working on now.
He's going to go for it. He's on 5. So many corners to check here, all around broken, and timing could be incredible. Brezzy has moved. Sib is going for him. It's the bait. Everybody on a streak, and Hydra will get his. Brings it down to a 2 versus 3, though. That'll be the issue. Numbers on this round.
These guys are stomping around in the middle of the map. And oh my god, how is Hydra just finding these gunfights? Hook finds Skies. Knows exactly where Hydra is, or at least has a good idea. 25 seconds to go. Hydra does have that cruise missile if he can get a hold of this bomb and make something work for him, but this is just a tough spot now. They know where he is. 15 seconds to go. Impossible round to win.
Yeah, he's going to be seen and will be cut down. Got his streak that round, but not a lot else. After that first blood where Hugh took down Kismet, New York, Cloud9 seemed to just be maybe sitting back a bit too far, waiting.
I think, you know, they'll lose that first gunfight, though. Hook finds it in and around the outside of lobby. And then after that, it's quite difficult as the attacking team when you don't have those numbers. You do have a Hydra, though, and that is what nearly paid off for them. It's just about trying to use those numbers to your advantage if you are certain you do that. Making it closer here now. I believe that's now 3-2. Luke having a good game, sitting at 6-3. But the silver lining, Hydra did manage to get a hold of the cruise missile for Cloud9. So what can he do with it, if anything?
Just been careful. Boozer tries to challenge Skies again and will be back down. Hugh with a smoke. He's going to go for it. He's looking for Skies. We're still playing around here in the smoke, and Hydra takes down one, but it's taken down by 0-4. Sib finds Hugh. A lot of close-range gunfights have erupted towards the A site, but right now it's Cloud9 with the advantage. 0-4 almost catches Sib sleeping.
Gets to it. Oh, Kismet now that gets caught out as well. It really hasn't had a good search and destroy. 0-4 going to go for the Chal. He finds it onto Sib. Now all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. 0-4's in a really, really rough spot though. He's going to back Kismet down. Bressie will find Skies, and that just opens the door up entirely over towards the A side. It has to be perfect. That might land. Trophy system. That'll help him out. Bressie will get this bomb down. 1 versus 2 now for Kismet.
Kismet and Skies just having a bit of a rough time here, and I don't think he's going to get anything either. Into the middle of the street, in between 2 players. And it will go down to Vancouver Surge. I'm going to have to get used to saying that, but still tight between them. Pretty much what we were expecting the entire way. I don't think we saw this kind of kill distribution, though, where basically 2 players of Cloud9 have all of them.
Just call them Surge. That's it's foolproof.
Yeah, I could, but, you know, got to get used to it.
Yeah. Getting old, aren't you, I suppose?
Yeah, that's bad, yeah. Anyway, into the game. The point I was making, 0-9 between Kismet and Skies. Was Hydra's 11-3. Hydra trying to get through. 14 health in the dream. Oh, the health didn't come back. There was no trophy. Hydra and Kismet eliminated by 1 swift frag grenade.
And there is, well, one of your team who's managed to find 11 kills. Yeah, I'm not too sure if this is actually on the player's end or it was on ours. I didn't want to comment, but some of the players not moving around. The referee has been alerted. So a little bit of an issue here, which maybe has come at the right time for Cloud9 with 2 kills just going over towards Abuza.
You say that, yeah, maybe they get rescued that round, but I don't know if Hydra could get away. The bigger concern will be the cruise missile. We'll have to find out what's going on as soon as we get told. I think conversations are now being had. Obviously, we did see some lag before Hydra even got near to square. So, obviously, for us, this is nothing to do with us. We don't get to pick and choose what rules will go on, and we don't have the full scope of the situation. So, while we just wait for this one to be discussed and talked about from everybody involved, we'll just wait for the admins to deal with the situation. But before we go any further, it was 3-3. That's what we know for certain. It was 3-3 before anything happened.
Yeah, just one of those things. Of course, when it does come down to the side of things, we'll hopefully get it figured out very, very quickly. But just to kind of pay a testament, I mean, I think for Cloud9, the frustration will lie in the double donut that they currently have. They're sitting in 3-3. 2 players are the only ones who've actually found any kills on their side of things. That will be frustrating. I want to say Kismet's been left on his own a couple of times as well. So maybe just playing over towards that B side hasn't been able to get involved too much. So maybe there is a slight excuse for him there. You have to turn it around, though, very, very quickly. If they do so, they should be in a comfortable position in this series, Bryce. But as it goes in this map in particular, just sitting at 3 apiece. Hopefully we get the issue sorted out very, very shortly, and we'll be getting back into it to see if they can pick it up. But for Surge, I mean, this is a massive moment for them. If they can find the search and destroy, it puts them way back into this series, then you obviously have a control coming up, but you at least have another hard point to have another stab at. I mean, the map number 1 was pretty close until the very end. If you can do something here on map number 4, when we do get there, if we get there, then that's something in the series that you can kind of count on. Your opportunities are very, very slim when it comes up against a team like Cloud9. So let's see if they can take them. If they do get them, there is one here in this map 2 S&D. When we load back in, I believe we should be going back in at 3 apiece, but we'll find out exactly what's going on. I can see already the refs are having a little bit of a look here to just see I think a presumed reset will probably come through. Just get out of that lobby, and if that was the issue, we'll get going again very shortly.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, unfortunately, we can tell people exactly what is happening right now. I believe an admin is going over to talk to Surge at the moment. That's looks like an explanation is happening both sides of the situation. I believe, and this is I'm just gonna make this up. This is basically radio. I'm gonna tell you what I think is happening, and we'll go from there. I think a decision has been made, and now it is being explained to Surge. Surge are obviously responding. With, I believe, a counterpoint is being made, but from what I understand of the way these things normally go, I think a decision has been made and it is now being explained towards Surge, who are probably unhappy after that double nade ton.
Yeah, good.
Look at this. I'm just, body language, lip reading, facial expressions. I'm just kind of giving you the broad strokes of what I think is going on.
Do you have a catalog of a boozer sort of face recognition in terms of what you feel?
I could be wrong.
Feeling?
I could be wrong. They could be talking about lunch orders, for all I know. That could genuinely be the case. But the case still stands that the ref is on Surge's side. He's not on New York's side.
I would presume that you are right in terms of how things are going. Abuza will be disappointed because you probably won't get to carry those first 2 kills over. It's hard to do when you're doing a reset. I'd imagine it'll be a reset at 3 apiece, but we'll get that communicated as quickly as we can. Not the only person who has, of course, had PC issues today. That has been the theme.
Yeah, your PC's reset about 7 times today, I think.
Yeah, I've
so
had
far.
6 or 7 blue screens, which is always what you want just before a broadcast day.
Yeah,
actually
I
sets
don't
me up
think
really
you
well.
moved your PC very well. I think that's your problem.
Honestly, it puts me in such a good mood when it happens. I actually wish it would happen more.
Oh yeah, no, pleasant. I would say wonderful to talk to via Discord when you're having issues. It's just a really rational, calm persona you managed to put on. But anyway, before we get more sidetracked talking about Tan and his woes of the last 2 days, I believe it looks like the familiar face of locking in from both sides. Lots of looking at the screen, lots of talking. But it does seem like we are reaching the conclusion of this slight interruption as all the players are sat, the headsets are on, and they are at the very least getting ready.
Well, we did get away scot-free yesterday, so I suppose, it's only fair. Only fair. I would love to just blame Brody and Seymour in terms of, all the issues when they were commentating, but I suppose today has been our problem, but either way, hopefully we'll be loading back in very, very shortly. Very close search and destroy, though. Just to recap for any of you guys who are just tuning in now, 3 apiece between these two. Believe we're going back in, and here we are, and we're back to 3-3. No problems whatsoever. We're back in and amongst it.
There we go. There we go. That was all us reading exactly what the players were doing. That's that familiar player lock-in face. But here we go. 3-3 between these two squads. So you will see some other numbers happen at some point, but we will keep you updated with the real score. I've got to say, probably that cruise missile that Hydra worked so hard to earn has fallen on the wayside, and you will find Kismet, but not the second, but it will be advantage to Surge. A 2 versus 3.
So for all that Surge lose those first 2 kills in that round, Hydra will have lost his cruise missile. I think it's probably about an even trade. Well, don't know which way you want to look at it, but a whole 4 is going to gun Hydra. This should be a round over towards Surge, a round that they probably would have had anyway had we not had the issues. So all should be right in the world. A 4-3 lead for Surge should be incoming unless Sib can find a 1 versus 3.
Well, Sib right now is going, there's 3 of them. Where on earth are they? He has moved around a significant portion of this map. Oh, he's about to hit 2 of them at the same time. That is unfortunate timing for him. Found nobody, then eventually ended up going down. And that will put Surge ahead 4-3. I just want to keep an eye on the stats as well here, because I still don't think Skies or Kismet have got a kill. I want to say they're about 0 and 11 between the two.
Yeah, impressive work. Impressive work indeed. Well, we're into the 8th round, and neither one of them has a kill. And the fact that Cloud9 are still in this game is testament to, well, what Sib and Hydra have been doing. I think Hydra had found 11 before the restart. Not my problem to try and figure out the stats at the end of it. thankfully. But here we are, 4-3 now to the side of Surge. Push over towards this B side now for them. Are they going to be able to get anything to work? A bit more of a staunch defense here for Cloud9. They have the numbers. Look at the flank coming in from Hydra as well. You've got to be aware of it. And I think Abuza is probably considering it, but Hydra might have already slipped the net. Oh my word, how on earth? That is a rival 9 against an MCW, by the way.
Booze is hunting him. They're both sides of this door. Hydra's going to run into it. What a gunfight! That's outrageous, and he lets him know. Shouldn't have won the gunfight. Brezzy left alone. 1 versus 3. We can say Sky's got off his donut. There is some benefit there.
Ugh. That was disgraceful, but also not unexpected. Symbol beat Brezzy down. It's disgusting from Paco once again. I mean, I think that will be 13 for the map, and we're sitting at 4 apiece. Incredible work from Hydra. He is just about dragging Cloud9 through this search and destroy. If they can find this map, they will have him to thank. 2 more rounds still to go, but Surge just can't deal with him. First kill was absurd. The second, insane.
They knew where he was as well. They were waiting for him, and the slide cancel under the aim. Oh, a little bit of a tap there off the start, and it's going to be Surge actually reacting to this very well. They've got players in towards Dark, but they're having to back off. Hydra's been stun checked. Right now, Surge are going to know that this pressure is mounting down B Street, and Hydra's going to go for it. No fear of the chow. Kismet will get his trade. Everybody on Cloud9 now off of the donut as it goes down to a 3 versus 3.
Oh, the time in. Does Sib get across? Yes, he does. All 4 was there, and things were getting scary. Smoke's going to create a little bit of confusion, but might just create a window now for Cloud9 to get themselves over. Abuza is going to be here to try and shut this down. Does need a little bit of help. You can see Kismet's leg. That's been blown off. Bomb carrier dead, entirely surrounded. Cloud9 will do well to find this round.
Surge, simple in the end. Just cleaning up, but still very much a very closely balanced S&D between them. Who comes out on top? Right now it will be Vancouver Surge with the map point.
One round away. Tie this series up. Will be massive for them. They will now, of course, be on the attack. Can they find anything here? The side of Cloud9, can you force the round 11? That's what we want to see, let's be honest.
That's aggressive. Straight towards the B side. Looking for it and just trying to be a little bit careful. Sib trying to hold back the flood.
Forced away.
The Surge push their way into it over and over again.
Can't tell. Has to back down. This is going to give Surge a lot of time to set themselves up. It's going to give them time to get this bomb down. It looks like Cloud9 are going to try and force their way through from the front.
Sib waiting. Hugh going to be there. Going to try and get out. Now going to go back. Everybody's everywhere at this point. There's going to be flanks coming in as well. You can see Abuza's going to be on the flank for the last few seconds, but I think he's been found. Everybody's still piling in. There are smokes in the sight. Brezzy finds one from behind, gets Kismet at the same time, but the Hydra will find Abuza. Still will get one. Just Brezzy left. It's a big gunfight. And now Hydra's hunting. Both players are going to be weak. It goes down to chaos, but Hydra manages to find the kill. He's on his 3 streak, and it goes to 5-5.
16 kills for the map. Into round 11 we go. Insane numbers from Hydra. And he's kept it up. Finds 2 kills on the flank. He's the one that creates it. Finds 3 in the round with the final one there as well. Brezzy was all but dead.
All right, well, let's find out. Because, and I don't normally like bringing this kind of thing up, but to give you an idea of how well Hydra and Sib are doing, over this S&D combined, Skies and Kismet are 2 and 16. The fact it's gone to a round 11 sits firmly on the shoulders of a couple of players. But now they are on the attack. Hydra, he's moving. And he's moving very, very fast. They're going to try and get across Dark to begin with. They already have Brezzy holding down the B site. Who blinks first? We are trying to work out who can move into the right area here as Cloud9 have stalled.
A lot of utility being thrown down towards Dark, though. First blood's going to be massive, and it's actually going to be a big movement coming in from Hook. Is he going to be able to find the gunfight? He can't. First blood over towards Cloud9.
They've stalled again. Just waiting to see if there's any mistakes here. Because Surge will be the players that have to move, have to redistribute. And Skies almost gets caught. Gets away alive, though. They still have the life advantage. Cloud9 in the driving seat, but they will have to commit as the time ticks below 32 seconds.
Hydra's making a move down B Street. He's being dealt with. Oh, 4 finds Sib. Can he spin? No, he can't. Skies will find one, but he's left in the 1v2.
Players around him, and down he falls as well, and that'll be Vancouver Surge taking the S&D. Skies, the last little flurry, a last little opportunity, but isn't going to be enough for them. And you've got to say, you know, I feel like all of Cloud9 were not firing all at the same time.
Yeah, look, I think for the fact that Surge very much deserved that one, they will walk away with it. It was only Hydra who was able to try and stop them. He nearly did, nearly all on his own. Sib was there with him, but as mentioned, a really, really poor game out of Skies and Kismet especially. You would expect more from them in the Search and Destroy. I think, what was it, maybe a combined 3 kills over the 11 rounds between them. That is
3 and 18. I think,
very, very poor by their by anyone's standards, to be honest with you, Brycey, but by their standards in particular, you would expect a lot more.
Now you have to do. You see, the thing about this, when we talk about the kind of the KDs and everything as we move forward, you have to bear in mind they probably are also baiting. They're assisting. They're moving around. You've got Skies usually sitting on island. He'll be around the street, making sure that people don't flank. So there are reasons for it. But obviously, it's just not always as fun as you would like. But for me, and it's just one of those ones where it's something to look back on and go, oh, that's a little bit disappointing for them. You can see just how well Hydra is doing.
I mean, 21-9 they have him over the entirety. That is absolutely absurd from Hydra. 3,600. I mean, it could honestly be more. Incredible performance, but an incredible performance for an L, Bryce. That is a tough one to take. And that's one you have to discuss as your Cloud9. I think you're right. You know, when it does come down to it, how much do you want to discuss into those KDs? But I honestly think you have to. You've had a full 11 rounds to do something. You ain't done a great deal. But we know we hold those players to a very, very high standard, Brycey. And that's why we expect a lot more from them. Cloud9 will be very disappointed to be heading into map number 3 without a 2-0 lead.
It certainly will. All right, well, we'll find out how that all plays out in the control. But all that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Sneaking through the back door of of my heart, what you close it for? I can tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. 'Cause you don't know how to slip in a beat as well as slipping the feels. 'Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, got me wanting to say, make me wanna say, damn, I gotta catch myself. I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me high, keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like Godlight, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. What you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought.
Ready, set, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are live with our game. It's going to be Vancouver Surge versus Cloud9. All tied up, one apiece, ton.
Yeah, being two very, very close maps, but in the end it would, of course, be Surge who take away around 11 in the Search and Destroy. If you missed it, Hydra dropped 21 and they lost. So I think that is really the angle that we kind of have to take it from it. Fair play to Surge, they will get the job done, but I think it's a very, very tough one for the side of Cloud9. When you do lose that one, that's tough. But here we are, and into the next map. They have to sort of settle themselves into it. They have to sort themselves out as we head into the control. But we know that they will relax themselves. They're a very level-headed team. They're not, you know, going to get themselves too emotional about it. You know, they're a very good squad, and they can take away this control and get themselves way back into the lead in this series. But for the side of Surge, you found a route back in. Hydra might have put an all-time performance in against you, but you still managed to find the win. You're heading into a control. The series could go either way still, Brycey.
It really could, and let's wonder what they'll be hoping for as they look towards this next control. But Cloud9 are not without their little bits of trouble here and there. Certainly not looking like a team that nobody can take on. And we've mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again. Surge are certainly not a team to be ignored. They have been looking better. They've certainly been one of my dark horses for some of the recent events. They have some good qualities that make them a difficult team to play against at all levels.
Yeah, no, they're a super difficult team. I think especially you look at who can 04 as the SMG players. Abuza has been insane. If they can play to a very good level, they are a problem for absolutely anybody. Cloud9 will not be worried about that right now. They'll be worried about what's going to be happening heading into an invasion control. We know what this map can be like. Typically, though, even though you somewhat have that defensive cheese, the better teams always seem to win this map. Can they manage to pull away, though? Cloud9, if they can find a lead here, once again, heading into the hard point, they will remain confident in this series.
Resi just trying to stay alive. Not going to be able to, as everybody starts piling in, going for the typical A push, but Huke doing amazing amounts of work.
They're in.
And they are in. That is a massive break here for Surge. Even if they get this first tick with the reinforcements flowing in from Cloud9, might just be good enough.
Yeah, sometimes round number one, no trophies available, straight off the rip. That is the best time, but now you're being gunned, and now you have to be careful. That's the thing. When you do take that risk of going over towards A, if it doesn't work out, you sometimes can be pinned back into your spawn very, very quickly. Sibba's looking to try and make something happen. They've spawned them very, very close to the point, so they're already on over towards B, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. That's going to just about go in the favor of nobody. There you go. It's going to be, in the end, one player remaining on both sides. Kismet choosing to just try and keep Vancouver Surge in their spawn. Gets gunned out of his socks, though, and all of a sudden you're being back down. B looking very, very good for the side of Vancouver Surge.
Trying to hold, and this guy's managed to get him off. Huke, though, holding a Hydra at bay. 14 health in a dream. We'll have to wait for that to recuperate. Sky's now trying to take down a Boozer as well. That second tick should be in. I don't know if it just got to enough points, and there we go. There it is. And they're going to make a move here after these kills, Ton.
It's a ridiculous gunfight for Hook to win, which has allowed him to push forward, find Sib as well. The snapper onto his head. It's been a good round so far from Surge. Cloud9 need to sort of re-establish their bases here a little bit. I've never really gained control. Skies will just about find that gunfight. Need to try and turn this one around. Kismet has continued his Warzone invasion, though. Sitting at 1-4 so far, but plenty of gameplay to go through. Surge playing very, very well. Keeping that pressure on.
Just been making it mixy. That's the key, is more gunfights from the stairwell. And now this is where it gets tense. A flurry of kills here for Surge could be magnificent. Cloud9 desperately trying to hold them at base. Caesar Skies will find a Boozer before he can get any further forward. Kismet actually getting into the point. Hook is going to dive into it here. He's a little bit weak, and he's going to go down. I was wondering whether or not he was going to try and get out of that hill and stay alive.
And that's really the first time that Cloud9 have been able to get past Hotel. Been able to step up now. Sib is going to pay for it with his life, though. All of a sudden, that pressure's coming back in. They will find the gunfight, though. It's a big one from Hydra. And this is where things become a little bit more comfortable on this defensive side. It's when you sat back Laundry or something like that, that it can be difficult, but then you lose a few gunfights like that, and it gets uncomfortable again. 10v6 in favor of Surge on the life count. Make it 10 versus 5. Cloud9 have got their backs against the wall here.
They're worried. 36 seconds to go is an age in this one as 04 gets across. Huke will take down one as well. There's a massive kill from Kismet. For Cloud9, they now have to hold them at bay one time. They know they have time on their side of the not the line. Sib will find two. Sib not able to find a third. 3 versus 7. The one thing Cloud9 must not do is let them into the point. They cannot afford for that clock to stop. It's their only lifeline.
Resi's done absolutely fantastically. He did insanely, actually, to find Sib or fall, find Hydra. 7 versus 2. This should now be a Vancouver round, but my word, that could be something. Not going to happen. Surge will find it. Really good job. And honestly, they just took the bull by the horns from the get-go. And when they are then in the lead, they seem to be the one that are dictating how the round is going. When you're on the attacking side, that's all you want. To be able to have that second step sort of past that 50-yard line. You keep them pressed back. Cloud9 could do very little. Sensational job from Vancouver Surge. It's an attacking round in round number 1. You take those all day long.
Great way to open up the control here for Surge. And this is what we were talking about. I truly believe this Surge team against anybody is going to be difficult. And for Cloud9, they were the favourites coming into it, but find themselves tied up and have lost a defence here on Invasion.
Means though we know that Cloud9 are more than good enough of a side to just turn this one around themselves, and it's immediately a very fluid attack over towards the A side. Kismet in and around the laundry, gonna make the pressure go in towards the gas station side. Cannot find anything else. Or with a ridiculous shot on the skies as well, and that's just gonna completely kill that attack. Hydra just caught in no man's land. Brashy will find another. He really was the star of that previous round when he found that kill on the Sib. It pretty much solidified the round, but Cloud9 can now turn their attention over towards B. Trying to get something going here. It's been a slow start to the round for them. Level on lives, but B is very much in their sights.
Brashy's causing havoc. They're still trying to hunt him down. He's still trying to play his life. It's just causing a delay for reinforcements for Cloud9 as they clear it again. Hydra actually finding Hugh. There's a big kill to find that player Palace. But at the moment, it's still Surge. It's still them in the driving seat. There are more pushes coming over from Cloud9 or towards A. Sib will get in here, but the reinforcements are not going to be able to help him out in time. And down he falls. 30 seconds left on Cloud9. And after that first flurry at A time, they really haven't found much.
Surge are licking their lips here. Everything is working out in their favor. There's another 3 dead. If you can find this on the Kismet, that would be huge. Not quite. Boozer can trade it out. One last opportunity here now for the side of Cloud9. Do not count them out of this one yet, but it's a very difficult round to win from here.
Last bit of pressure, last bit of opportunity, but 0-4 holding everybody at bay. 13-8 so far from him.
Wow.
And Vancouver Surge win a wonderful second round.
I mean, that is 6 ticks to 0, right? Oh, did they get the final tick? Actually, no, it mean kills towards the end. So, I mean, they're sitting at least 4 or 5 ticks to the 0 of Cloud9 after the 2 rounds. That is a fantastic advantage to take in and should pretty much guarantee a defense now for round number 5. If we even get there, they're 2-0 up. And now, okay, back onto the attacking side. So it does give Cloud9 an opportunity to find a round on the board, but still, you very much take this advantage on invasion control every single time you can.
Surge, a more standard opener. A little bit of a push. Nothing too big, nothing too outrageous. Just make sure you work the map, and Hugh and 04 will combine, and 04 won't find that one. Hugh will, and that's a wipe, and they're moving now. They're thinking, hey, actually, we've just completely destroyed them over towards A. Cloud9 are in their spawn. They're being pinned in the attacking spawn.
This is an absolute disaster for Cloud9. They'll be wanting to see the back of Invasion very, very quickly, but they have managed to find a couple of kills. Hydra starts to wake up over towards this side. Shots into Abuza, probably not a child that he should have taken, but irrelevant of that, Cloud9 have just about rebuffed what was looking like a very solid attack. Sib cannot find that. Abuza there with the trade. Another aggressive play here from Vancouver Surge over towards the B side, trying to extend that time. Skies, though, he might have shut it down. Still some work to do here for Surge. It was looking like such a good round. Cloud9 have clawed themselves back into it.
Sib has to back off here. Is weak, waiting for reinforcements. B is gone. I don't think Cloud9 are going to swing for it again. Even if they do, it's just going to be to get exit kills. That's all they're going to be looking for. A full finds Kismet, and I don't know about you, but I can feel this. It's feeling like Surge are just the better team. They are beating them across the map, but Hydra with a big win. Skies with another one. They've pushed up now. Skies is going to try and hold them back into spawn a bit. The rest of Cloud9 are going to have to clean up around street.
He's trying to stay alive. In the middle of the map, these kills are the important ones. On invasion control, can make a move forward. 04 will find Kismet. And as this tide just turning towards Surge, Brezzy will find the kill, but he had a little bit of help on the Hydra. Kismet can find one, and Sim just surviving in this kind of position is massive as well. He can kind of turn around. They have to look in a couple of different directions. The map is in such a weird spot. They're spawning inside of Laundry. Cloud9 need to get some sort of control of the point. Hook will find one at the skies. It's all about the trades and which way they go here. Abuza can find one at the Kismet. He's left on his own, and Sid will just about clean it up. Cloud9 just about hanging on.
For Cloud9, they need a little bit of map control. 50 seconds on the clock. 4 lives down for Cloud9, and they get 5 now. 0-4 is waiting. They're going to try and trade this out as 0-4 gets Kismet before he can get away. 14 versus 8, 38 seconds to go. Realistically, Surge may have to get onto this point. For Cloud9, it's time again. They've got to hold for the time. They've got to get map control.
30 seconds to go. It's a big kill from Kismet. Cooper now left on his own. Oh, the fact that he finds something there is actually not the end of the world, so he gets the trade. And now again, they can keep that pressure on. Surge have never let this pressure relent throughout the entirety of this map, and now they're in a really, really bad spot. 9 versus 3.
0-4 finds another unbelievable kill. Hydra for the win. No, 0-4 gets 3. This one's going to be over. It's a 1 versus 8, and down they fall. Surge just 3-0'd Cloud9 on Invasion. Unbelievable. Nobody from Cloud9 was shooting. All of Surge looked magnificent. And that is an upset.
That is a beating. It's not like they won 3 close rounds. It was pretty convincing. I don't even think there was a tick over towards the side of Cloud9 and answered in turn by, I want to say, maybe even 9 over towards the side of Vancouver Surge. That is a dominant Invasion control and sets up now Surge in the lead in this series 2-1 to the good, heading into a hardpoint. Cloud9 have folded. I mean, they turned things around a little bit in map number 1. They found that clutch moment. Always kind of felt like they were the ones who were leading the dance in map number 1. Forced that round 11, somehow, someway through Hydra just playing ungodly. But then you go into the control and you don't find anything. 3-0 on Invasion. You're heading into Vista. You need to find 2 rounds in a row, or you may well be heading down towards an elimination match.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, this team talk's going to have to be pretty impressive because looks like a little bit of a despondent Cloud9. Not happy, not really focused and locked in. We've spoken before that some of their players have had struggles in previous points, but I think Hydra didn't have a great one that time around. And on the other side of it, Surge feeling fantastic, feeling like this could go their way. And bear in mind that the way that this works is 1 more map, Surge will qualify for bracket play. For Cloud9, they will drop down, I believe, to play Gentlemates again.
And I mean, that's not the easiest of games. I know Gentlemates had their issues yesterday, but finding the win irrelevant of that. So neither one of these teams wants to drop down against a very, very hungry challenger squad who want to try and prove a point and want to try and get to that bracket play. It's a tough matchup, but heading into map number 4, this is still all to play for. We are going to be going over towards Vista, and Cloud9 will be more than happy for that. They, in map number 1, look good, but my problem with it is, though, is that they lose that round 11 and then go into Invasion control completely flat. And from the get-go, they never really looked at the races. For Vancouver Surge, they were the ones that were really dictating the way the map had been played. They were keeping that pressure on, whether that be attack or defense, and Cloud9 didn't really have an answer. So it was the pace, really, of Vancouver Surge that they weren't able to keep up with, which is quite a struggle to understand. And basing on the team that you have in front of you, Cloud9, you would expect them to be able to keep up. I mean, these guys finished 2nd at Champs, had a very successful year, and now they are in danger of dropping into an elimination match in groups. So they have to be very, very careful here. They absolutely can turn it around. But this result is unexpected, to say the least, at this moment in time.
Who knows how it's going to go. Benefit being here, of course. Cloud9 have got a hardpoint coming up next. They won the first one. They do need to win the second. But you are right, Tan. I have probably not seen Cloud9 come out that flat in some time. But also, credit, I think 0-4 was being magnificent on that map as well. I see Hugh also really pushing the tempo, being aggressive, catching them off guard. You've got to bear in mind, one of the big factors for both of those attacking rounds was lives. You know, the trades are going against Cloud9 massively when they have defense, even with players pushing up, trying to get the palace spawn trap going. It just didn't work out for them, and you cannot afford to open up that flat again in this next respawn.
You can't. You're right. I think, you know, as you just said and as I alluded to, it was really that pressure that was coming in from the side of Surge. It was just unrelenting. Constantly on the front foot. They were constantly past that 50-yard line. Sensational work from the side of Vancouver Surge as we head into a map number 4.
Here we go. Elimination, not possible, but qualification is. For Surge, just one map away from putting themselves forward as everybody flies in for this one, as Sky's also going to get there first. Hydra straight into the point.
Need to step it up here. And they don't want to have to go down to elimination match. It makes things so much more difficult. Abuza will find a couple. Eventually does fall. Vancouver now find themselves inside the hardpoint. It's one that you can find some time on. It's all about the rotation over towards P2, which can be just as mixy. But yep, Cloud9, they really do need to step it up here on map number 4. What can they get done on Vista?
Oh, they're trying to get into this point here, Surge, and doing a great job. Brezzy doesn't have the health, but does have the Renee. He goes for the beatdown once he runs out of bullets. But an unfortunate team nade will take him out. Both teams pretty even when it comes to this. Might be Cloud9 to get the remaining scrap time, but Hydra is alone on the next.
Gets taken down, but Cloud9 will take every single point they possibly can from P1. Finding a couple of good transitional gunfights. Abuza, though, got a really good start, sitting at 4 and 3. 3 in a row from him. Jumps on the point, just wants to try and soak some of it up. His teammates are on the way. Get some decent time here over towards P2, but Hydra is here, so that's always a problem. There's 2, there's the 3rd as well. It's going to be Kismet who cleans it up, but Hydra doing the majority of that damage. Now they can force their way forward, start to create a little bit of a shorter gap between the teams. Vancouver Surge have got to fight their way through to even get a look at the hardpoint. Hydra on the flank can help his team find something. They lost a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map here, so Surge have an opportunity for this final 25.
Oh, Hydra finds one, looking for another. He's not going to get it and gets taken down before he can do any more. Sip to the rescue, though, on his own 3 streak. A lot more points as the rotation for Skies. Where is he trying to get that last player off? Skies will die on the other side of the map here as both teams now try and throw bodies at this rotation. Cloud9 have a couple here at the same time, but 0-4 has been great so far in this series. Still great.
Keeping up with his pace. Sitting at 8 and 5. And they keep a hold of these back spawns, so not the end of the world for Surge there. They do lose some time to Cloud9 over towards P2, but they've got this locked in. 0-4 and Abuza working so well. Abuza will find another as well, and they just about continue to hold on, but the one player who's pushing from behind, Kismet, gets dealt with. And now Cloud9 have kind of been forced to come from this direction, which is not too bad if you're thinking about the next hill, but there is 35 seconds to go until we get that.
Just got to try and get this double rotation through. Both sides doing a great job. At the moment, Cloud9 will be in, but you can see the distribution of players. It's not comfortable for either side. Actually, Civ might have what he wants there in terms of a spawn. Looking for it, but gets caught with horrible COD timing. And now Sky's going to try and get this lion's share of scrap time. 11 seconds and the rotation for Cloud9, Tom.
Steady away now for Cloud9. They did really well to put themselves back into this spot because things were looking a little bit slow heading in over towards P3. There's some very, very good time on offer here now. Kismet trying to stay alive can just deny the inevitable from happening as long as he possibly can. Caesar, Skies, and Hydra combining well, though. They will continue to keep themselves alive in this point. Kismet finds one, so they know exactly where everybody else is coming from. Guns up here now from Cloud9.
The big hold, 33 seconds. Surge stacking, ready to strike. Looking for Hydra, is not going to get in, and too many bodies have dropped here for Surge to make this a real attempt. Only 0-4 to the rescue. He will fall as well. 20 seconds to go. And we'll put some bodies towards this for scrap time, but Hydra's on a 5 spree, a return to form after that control. And now we're off to the rotation, and Kismet is here as well, drilling them.
That's a bit more like it from Kiz. That's now his kind of level of series so far, but There's time to turn it around yet, and this is a hefty lead now for Cloud9. The 6 spree will be there for Hydra. He gets it in eventually. Sky's on a 5 spree himself as well, just trying to survive towards the backside. He will be in a good position to try and pinch. 4 gets aggressive, finds the kill. So some good time on offer here for Surge. They have managed to find a resurgence, and 40 seconds to go now on this hill. And I think that was the Predator missile coming in from a Hydra. So that's going to be, well, not entirely wasted. You forced them away. You forced them off the point. Boozer just snapping in different directions. But eventually they will get wiped off the point. A bit of a 50-50 here. Hook will find it. So the cruise missile invested for very, very little there.
And this for Surge is great. You are right. So much investment for what could have been a Cloud9 lock, and Hydra tries to find his way through the middle. Surge are holding every single angle here, but Kismet does break through for a few seconds. He's going to go down to 0-4. Big chow in the end. Skies falls as well to Huke. Combination of those two players have just rebuffed everything from Cloud9 as we head back to the P1 in this second set of rotations. It's still advantage Cloud9, but not by as much as they would hope.
Still a good rotation from them, though. They'd be very happy with that, and they'll be even happier with that 4 dead now. Spawning everybody over towards the P3 side of the map, which is kind of where you want to be if you're Cloud9, but you've got Hydra here ready and waiting with the way this man is shooting. It's just unrelenting. Finds another 2. There's 20 kills on the board for him. And Cloud9 just soaking up free time. Hook and Prezi have done really well, though. They found a couple of kills here. Search to try and find a way through. Hydra, Kismet combining well, but it will be 0-4 who has the last set. Just about trying to stay alive.
Come through, but haven't really managed to deflect the pressure they wanted to. Back into it now. Sib waiting for the players he knows about to pop up from either one of these angles. Looks for a Abuser, wins the gunfight, but Brezi's already found 2, so Sib has to stay alive in the corner. Cannot influence this for a few seconds.
Still a good job, though, from Surge, considering Cloud9 found 4 dead. Hydra found 2, nearly found the 3rd. Just about to set things up. And they still managed to find a way through and keep it relatively tight. It's about a 30-point game now as they're starting to soak up some time over towards P2. 0-4 just seems to be finding ridiculously important kills over and over again, and many of them. 22 and 17. He is matching Hydra. That's all he can do for now.
Here we go. All onto the point. Huke gonna find Skies already. Kismet will get one back onto it. 21 and 14. He's having a good time here, and that's been all of the pressure they need to start putting forward onto Surge. 23 seconds ago, you can already see the same scenario as last time. Skies has basically hit P3 at the exact same time he did, but this time he's managed to get there clean. They will lose scrap time, but he's managed to put Brezi into a bin bag, and now they're waiting on the spawn.
They don't get the spawn, but Skies is now going to cause an issue that Hook has to try and deal with. He should be able to find him and does. But everybody else from Cloud9 has now just been able to seamlessly transition over towards P3. Yeah, okay, you'll clean up in the middle of the map. Still a spawn out here for one player. I'm curious where the last one spawned. Yeah, still going to be spawning out, so Vancouver Surge have an opportunity to try and break. They need to do it quickly.
They have the advantage. Skies trying to stay alive, finds the first, looking for the second. Perfect call there from Skies. Knew exactly where he had to aim. Hydra will fall as well. Skies on his own again. Life back, still gunning, still banging. Not going to get Huke in the end, but the trade will come through from Kismet. They will lose control of this hill, but at the moment they're just fighting for spawns and losing. The Surge with an opportunity now.
Yeah, it's tough for Cloud9. They never really got control of the spawns. They kept spawning out over towards the bridge side. It's a tough one to take because they did wipe them at one stage, but was there one player who was just in the good position for the side of Surge? They come back in with the spawns. They still find themselves 30 behind. Abuser now starting to heat up. That's 3 dead. You can start to set up now for P4 as well. Things are looking good for Surge. They are only 20 behind.
And this is where it gets dangerous. Surge overtook Cloud9 last time around. Will this happen again?
Back spawns.
Skies, Hydra hitting the back. They've got a player through as well. It's going to be Sip. They are looking for the kills, but 0-4 already finds the first and the second. No trade there. It is not clear for them. Sky tries to run away and keep his life. It's not going to work. Still the spawn for Surge. Cloud9 are spawning out. They are going to have to hit this.
They have to go, and they have to go quickly. 0-4 is starting to take over this game. Kismet's been taken down. You need to start to find kills now if you're Cloud9 because this is very, very good timing. There's the lead now changing hands. Vancouver Surge into the lead. Brezi just starting to heat up as well. The snapper into Kismet. 3 dead again. Cloud9 can't get anywhere near. Brezi, he's one off a cruise.
No fault moving through. They can't even hit him.
There's no
can't
way.
even get him
Oh
as he
my
just
God.
guns down Skies. Plays all around. Sib will take down 04 eventually, and it will be Cloud9 on this rotation. But Surge will cross the 200-point mark first. They are in the lead, and they can win it off of one hill, but they're not there yet.
Oh, Hydra, he just lines them up, my goodness, and that is just going to shut down all of the momentum. Resi falls, and he was on a 5-3. If he finds the 6th, all of a sudden they have a cruise to help them break this. But now they've got a really tough situation to try and run into. They are 10 seconds away from tying things up here, Cloud9, and the setup looks good.
Here comes Vancouver Surge. They found 2. They got traded out. Hydra again on a 4 streak, waiting for more bodies to appear. It's going to fall. Still, reinforcements flowing in from Cloud9, but they're not as close as Surge's players. Brazil find another one. Hugh dancing around, looking for the players. Picks one corner. There's Kismet. Not going to get the second as Skies will trade back here as well. Surge looking for it. Skies with a massive 2 to keep it alive, but not the third as everybody flies into the point. It's almost tied up.
It's really difficult to really get some sort of control until the Boozer finds 3. And that's going to be 15 crucial seconds over towards the side of Surge. We're going to head into a third rotation. It's going to be a 13-point lead. Over towards P1 we go. It's 50-50. Both two teams trying to fight for it.
Everybody piling in, but it will be Cloud9 that get the little bit here as 04 has to stay alive. Decides to drop down to the low point. More bodies piling through as reinforcements flow into this point, and somehow Surge are winning it as well. Kismet has to get back into this fight. At the moment, Surge are just 30 seconds away from winning it. They can win it on this point as well. There has to be a contest from Cloud9, or they will not be going through today.
You can get the job done here if you are Surge. 30 seconds remaining on this hill, and you only need 18 more. Kismet trying his best. They can find a couple, but it's another good hold from Surge. Cloud9, you might have one more look at this.
Here they go. Sib finds the first one they desperately need. 10 seconds, they must contest. Hydra finds another one into the point. Sib flies through, finds it, and that'll be a wait for them. They've got it. They are not going to lose it on this hill. The tick is not with them. They're going towards P2. Cloud9 need steel in the spine. They have to hold against the Surge.
2 seconds is all you need, though. You need to be absolutely perfect if you're Cloud9. Can they hold it down?
Sib finds the first. It's a split across the map. Hugh has managed to get them to pull them apart from different directions. 04 dives into the point and it's over. Nobody else to hold. Surely, somehow, Caesar Skies finds 2. A Boozer now flying towards the point, looking for the kills. This all balances on the tiniest of margins. Sib gets his trophy down. More kills flowing out from both sides. And Surge continuing to put bodies towards the point, but they need to take a breath. They have to stack this for one big hit.
Just
They
need to
found
take their
2.
time.
It's going to be one more, but somehow still holding. A Boozer finds it, and that'll be the game. Sib with a 5 is not going to be good enough. Cloud9 go down to lower bracket. Vancouver Surge have now qualified for bracket play.
Oh, will allow you to make the mistake. Whatever city they are in, that is a humongous win. Surge, a sensational series. Brilliant to get the search and destroy. The control was magnificent. And what a game in map number 4 between these two teams. As soon as it was that second rotation from 3 to 4 where they really set themselves rolling, it looked like Cloud9 were going to have a good rotation over towards the bridge Hardpoint, but that was the difference maker when it was actually a Boozer to find 3. Puts them in a good spot. Great hold at P1 to pretty much put themselves into the game, to win the game, I should say. What a performance that was from Surge. They find a brilliant win, and not one that we are expected whatsoever. I was so confident for a Cloud9 like 3-1 win there. It just didn't really turn up. Even map number 1 was quite difficult for them to find. They lose it 3-1. There will be inquisitions about that search and destroy, though, Brycey. How Hydra can drop 21 and they lose it, I have no idea.
Well, here are some highlights of this map as it moves through, but possibilities of Cloud9 in that last hard point. They could have just held, but one mistake, one issue on that P2. Too many nade spots, too many chances for them to lose it, and lose it they do. As we go through this, credit to Surge. Things like the control, dominant throughout most of it. Second half of that second hard point as well looked fantastic. And we were kind of gassing them up, saying, you know, this is not a team to be taken lightly, and that's why.
Yeah, and to kind of just put a little bit more credit into that search and destroy, if anything, though, I know I've been saying about Hydra dropping the 21 for the loss. but you've then got to say to Surge, like, how well they've done to be able to, okay, well, you've given over that much to them, but you dealt with everybody else. Sensational work from the side of Surge. Must have just, I mean, they've played it well across the board. Really, really good job. The control was fantastic. It gave them so much momentum heading into this Hardpoint, and they get the job done. They'll be very happy about that one. Cloud9 now backs against the wall.
Certainly will. They'll have to drop into that lower half of it. There'll be elimination or a qualification game coming in just later in the day. So they will have one more opportunity to rescue themselves and get into bracket play. But what a game. Surge have managed to just take them down a notch or two.
And I think, you know, one of the players that was absolutely fantastic for them was 04. He will come through as the MVP of this game. Fantastic work from him. And honestly, he was just phenomenal across the board. We've seen Search and Destroy, the players were being made. He just seems to find moments. He's a player who's come in and obviously came in at a later stage in the season and has impressed so much and was impressive in that series and deservedly MVP of that game.
Yeah, really was. Fantastic showing all around, and this is how the series ended up going down. 250 to 212. Still very closely fought. An Invasion, Search and Destroy that many people will probably watch in a VOD review. 6-5, but Surge get away with it. Invasion Control, all Surge, all the time. It was dominant every single step of the way. 12 ticks to 0. And then a Hardpoint. Surge took the lead, never looked back, and a valiant fight in the end from Cloud9, but they left themselves too little room to maneuver.
Sensational work from Surge. That is an upset. And they will now advance into bracket play after 2 games. What a way to do it. Really, really big scalp to take. That's the second place team from COD Champs that you just beat 3-1. I want to say relatively comfortably, especially in maps 3 and 4 for Surge. That is a massive result. And now they will be heading into bracket play with, I mean, they could go on to do very, very well. That is a huge result for them.
It certainly is. Here's how it's looking. We're going to see a Cloud9 versus Gentlemates return. Last time it was 3-1 to Cloud9, but at the moment Surge have qualified. That's all coming up a little bit later between these teams. A lot of pressure on them here. Cloud9 and Gentlemates will be looking to both get that W. Obviously, heavy favourites for Cloud9. Already won it once and just the favoured team, really.
Yeah, 100%. I think it would be, if you're Gentlemates, you probably would have rather won up against Surge, but I think they'll be happy either way. They'll be going into that matchup knowing Cloud9 are going to be in a disappointing place, but for Cloud9, they are a roster who will be able to bounce back from this. They're very, very level-headed, as mentioned, but I mean, you have to say that they went from that Search and Destroy disappointing straight into the Control and got 3-0'd, so they need to switch on very, very quickly. They now have an elimination match against an experienced opponent from a Challengers roster perspective, at least anyway. Are they going to be able to get it done? You would think so, but they need to switch on. It will not be an easy game.
It certainly won't. And speaking of easy game, here is the upcoming showdown. Toronto Ultra versus Boston Breach. I love the fact they've used Cammy's picture there for Boston, obviously, a new addition to this roster. But ex-Ultra player.
Ex-Ultra played for a very, very long time as well, Barcy. Like, this is a matchup that he would love to take away if he can, but it's going to be a tough one for Boston. But we're going to figure out how good Boston really are now, going up against Ultra, one of the best teams in the game. This should be an entertaining series as well.
Oh, no, it certainly should. I think those two teams should really have a good showdown, but for the Surge team that we've just seen, obviously, they're into the bracket already. Who joins them, Ton?
I mean, you would like to think it's going to be Ultra, but Boston have showed something here, Brycey. Whether or not they can show enough to beat Ultra, though, is another thing. This would be a statement win if they can find it, but for the side of Ultra, they will be feeling confident.
They certainly will. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be right back with that game after this.
I'm Mars Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Scrap from Toronto Ultra. And we're going to play Who Is. Who is most likely on the team to clutch a 1v4?
We're going to go with Insight, for sure.
Captain Clark. Who's most likely to choke on your team?
Choke? Probably me. If I'm going to be honest, probably me.
Who's the best trash talker?
Come on now, that's me all day.
If you couldn't say yourself, who else is the best?
Clay. Got to go Clay, for
Clay.
sure, yeah.
Who is most likely to friendly kill you with a nade?
Oh, that's Dylan Envoy every day of the week.
Who is most likely to pull off something crazy in game?
Kleenex, for sure, Toby. Beast.
Who's most dedicated to practice?
Dedicated to practice? I'd say Dylan. He's always trying to get better every day.
Envoy, got it. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Insight, sure.
Who's the most improved player?
This year, I would say Insight as well.
Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Insight as well.
Doing tricks on it.
Iceman.
Who's the best team player?
Team player? Insight.
Who is most likely to get a surprise 1v4?
Oh, Toby. Toby for sure, yeah.
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
You're looking at him right here. Myself.
Who's most likely to rage quit a match?
You're myself again.
That is that. That is the Who Is. Yeah. Bang.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by my pal Scrap of Toronto Ultra. Mate, you only got here late last night, but how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. This production so far has been unreal, and I can't wait to play.
You're known for your trash talk and your big mouth. What do you want to say about the Esports World Cup and all of your opponents here in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, no, they're a bunch of beasts, you know. It's going to be a fun one. You know, I'm going to try to talk as much trash as I can. It's always fun when, you know, there's more on the table. But yeah, no, it's going to be a fun time.
It is going to be a fun time, dude, no doubt about it. Anyone you're looking forward to playing the most?
Top 4, FaZe, Optic, New York, or Cloud9, I think they're here. So it's always fun playing those 4.
On that sort of same line, what player do you respect the most and why?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd probably go with Simp. You know, just won so much. He's always top 3 at every event. Honestly, all the FaZe guys in general, or the core 3, they've just been so good together. And it's always a good match against them. Even if they're playing bad, they're always a good team, and they're always going to be in the match. So yeah, I'd probably say him.
Who's your COD father?
My COD father? Wow, that's a hard one to answer. I mean, I don't really idolize people, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I just think of every person as a human being. You know, it is what it is. So growing up, I just always thought that I was the best person in my head. So I might idolize myself.
In that case, who did you sort of learn the most from an older player? Who taught you the most?
Taught me the most when I was, I mean, probably like old pros, like, I mean, people might know like Profizi, like Pemby, old IW pros. I grew up playing in New Jersey, so local lands around there is where they grew up as well. So I would say them, they probably put a lot of, you know, presence on my career.
Pretty cool, man. That's very cool. Shout out the OGs. Respect your elders. What sort of advantages do you guys feel you have over other teams in this competition here?
Yeah, you know, I just feel like when we're playing at our best, you know, we're a very hard team to beat. We're a very, you know, structured team. You know, when we're, you know, holding rotations and getting the kills that we need to, we're a very hard team to beat. And we don't overcomplicate the game. It makes it easier for us as well. So yeah, I just think we're a super structured team.
You're a structured team. You got good comms, and I'm sure you will smell good. I suppose Champs was 3-ish weeks ago by the time we filmed this. Are there any changes you've made since that event? You obviously didn't get the placement you wanted. Any changes then?
Not much. You know, there's really not much to change. I've been playing the game for 9 months now, or 8 months, so there's really not much to change besides play the game and, you know, make sure you're shooting straight on it when it comes. But you know, just chilling, relaxing, and getting ready for this long flight here.
You said you've been playing this one for 9 months now. That's the longest we've played a single competitive Call of Duty title ever. Does that change the way you feel about this game? Does it change your sort of motivation or anything, or is the World Cup you know, an extra bit of wind in your sail?
Oh no, for sure. I mean, after Champs, it was definitely like, we have 2 weeks off, you know, end of the game's kind of here. We don't really want to play the game, but you kind of have to. But I mean, this is making it just that much better. You know, you get to play on a massive stage, you know, massive production. It's going to be a blast.
Do you want another go at Cloud9, New York? Or who are your rivals at this event?
I mean, I think our biggest competition, I would say New York. I mean, we haven't beat them all year. I mean, online, we probably beat them, but not on LAN, and that's when it actually matters. So I'm going to go with them, because I think the other 2 teams, you know, we match up well against, but I think New York kind of has our number.
Interesting. Last question. What do you think about the world's best challengers, you know, teams coming here alongside Falcons? It's the first chance that a lot of those players have got to go up against CDO pros. Are you looking forward to that? Is there anything you're worried about?
No, I'm definitely not worried about any of that, but I think it definitely is cool. You know, get to show the amateurs, you know, how good they are. I mean, I got a chance when I was in Challengers to play at the Pro-Am, and, you know, I probably say I made a big splash, and, you know, that's where you get your name out there. So it's definitely cool for, you know, obviously these Falcon guys that, you know, don't get to come over to the US sometimes and play in these events to obviously play against us. It's gonna be cool.
To that point, how important do you think an event like this is for finding new talent, for giving players and teams chances to play against the best? Do you think it's a big deal?
Yeah, I think it's a massive deal. You know, new game comes out in 2 months. This is the last tournament before the new game comes out. So this is kind of the last tournament that you show everyone, you know, what you're about and how good you are. And I'm probably gonna expect for some of these challengers to come out and shooting.
Coming out shooting. Well, Scrap, thanks very much for your time, dude. We'll see you out there.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are live with another qualification match here on the B stream. We have Toronto Ultra versus Boston Breach. Titans versus a Boston Breach team that seems to have been a little bit revitalized in recent memory time.
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's see if they can really do it up against the big boys, though. Going up against Ultra is a very, very tall order. Ultra have been consistently one of the best teams in the game all year long, and you would expect them to be in that top 4 and the conversation for winners here at the Esports World Cup for Modern Warfare 3 over the entirety of the 4 days of competition. They are a seriously, seriously good roster, and Boston will have themselves up against it here, but they have definitely shown improvement with this newish roster, and we also have kind of a bit of a grudge match with one of the players on Boston in this one, so it should be a super interesting game.
It should be as well as we get into this one. And yeah, so this is a qualification match to get into the bracket. Just the last game, we sent Surge there, and Ultra will be joining them as well, potentially, unless Boston Breach can cause an upset. And that's the real case of today. Right now, obviously, Ultra are the heavy favorites to win it. But just how good do you think Boston Breach could be?
Look, I think you look at this roster, and on paper, I was a little bit worried for them. I mean, Awakening has not necessarily found the heights that we come to expect of him at least 2 years ago as well. He was sensational and kind of has not fulfilled that promise. And I think the same can kind of be said for Cammy in a certain kind of way. You think of both those players and the caliber that we have seen them play at over the years, but we haven't seen it recently. We have got to see a little bit more of it over this week so far. So let's see if they can do it, though, up against some serious competition. As mentioned, I don't want to wax lyrical about them too much because I don't want to fill anybody's egos up. Not that they will listen back to anything that I'm saying, but irrelevant of that, you know that this roster are very, very strong. They are one of the most consistent teams in the game. It's still a very, very difficult game for Boston, no matter how much better they've got, no matter how well they have been playing. I would be very, very surprised if they can take this one away, but I will be happy for them if they can do it. This would be a big statement if Boston can find this one, but most people, I think, thinking we ahead would presume a pretty normal game for Ultra and a pretty standard one. But this is the Esports World Cup, this is Call of Duty Esports. Things do happen quite often that surprise you, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we certainly will. And of course, we can now see that the teams are getting ready. I will say, though, on the other screen, Scrap looks about as least ready as you could possibly be. He's almost laying down. I just sat up just then. I thought we were going to switch to it. But here are the statistics for the head-to-head so far at EWC. You can see just how well it has been going for these two teams, Ton.
Yeah, look, I think both sitting in this winning position. I think that is ultimately where both of them would have wanted to have been after one game apiece. So I think, you know, you're just in the spot you expect to be in. Look, for the side of Ultra, they had to go up against Stallions, who it was a very, very comfortable 3-0. On the other side of things, of course, for Breach, they went up against Heretics. That is another game that you would look at and say it should be a close one, but taking it 3-1, both the hard points coming through in their favor as well. They've got to be feeling good coming into this series, but they both know that this will be a step up in competition, no doubt about that. But for Toronto Ultra, they are the side who have the expectations. They are the side that have the pressure. Boston will be going into this with, I don't know how much expectation. Look, as mentioned, the pressure's not really on them. It's very much on the side of Ultra.
It certainly is, but as we can see here for this Boston Breach team, people are quite happy with them at the moment. Awakening, Snoopy, Cammy, and Purge, but this is the real test. This is the issue. Ultra are not an easy team. They are a top 4 team. They are always one of the favorites in the tournaments they come through. For Boston Breach, this is an uphill battle, but that hill is a mountain.
I mean, they're consistently in the conversation. They will be probably come Sunday. I would be very surprised if Ultra are not there. They are a roster that you cannot underestimate at any given moment. But this Boston Breach side are proving that they may well be a bit of a dark horse in this tournament, but it is one good series against Heretics, who have crashed out, by the way, so bear that in mind. The opponent is of a very, very different level, but Snoopy has definitely been playing well. Let's see if he can do it here. He's got a tall order against him. I mean, you're going to be going up against Kleenex, and you're going to be going up against Envoy. That is not an easy duo to have to go against, but somebody on our screen right now in Cammy, he is someone who I would love him to have a good series here, to be honest with you. Not necessarily going to put any demons to rest, because we know, I mean, the guy in Cold War was the best player in the game for me. He was incredible, but since then it has been a bit of a decline for him, and he lost his place on that Ultra roster, sadly for him, and it has been a battle to try and get back to that point. It's been tough for him. And this is an opportunity to go up against them and prove why they shouldn't have dropped them. It was a long time ago, but I'd imagine those feelings still linger somewhat, but he'll still be good mates with everybody on the other side of this stage, and he'll want to beat them for that reason too.
Well, we'll find out. Both these teams, though, eyes on the prize. Qualification for the bracket. Got to get there first. As we load into this map, we will find out who performs just a little bit better. Dressed in green, Boston Breach. Dressed in purple, Toronto Ultra. It will be Ultra that are the first to the point.
And I think when it does come down to 6, I think this might be the first time that we've cast over this week, which is quite surprising, to be honest, with how popular it had been for both these two squads. It's all about those rotations, 2 and 3 especially. The 3 is the money maker. Who's going to be the first one there? Who's going to be able to do the most with it when they get that opportunity? Ultra are very good at breaking that hill. They're very good at holding it, but they're just a very good hard-point team. They're a good Call of Duty team, to be honest, Pricey. Boston do have a lot to do if they want to win this series.
They really do, but doing okay at the moment, getting a few points, fighting back and forth. Cammy going to be left alone on an island, finds a second one somehow. Not going to find the third. Scrap will take him down, looking for Snoopy, not going to get him. Right now, Boston, while they have fallen behind in the points, will have spawns for next. Can they hold back the deluge of purple now making their way towards them?
Rotation over for Boston, as you mentioned. It's all about holding this down, Awakening. Doing some good work over towards the backside. Scrap will find one, though. It's a tough gunfight to find in there with an MCW, but the kills have fallen the way of Boston. Scrap trying to make something happen. Good repositioning from Awakening. It's good hold so far.
Just being a bit careful, making sure they don't lose that gunfight on the outside, giving Ultra any opportunity to get back into this. Purge trying to hold it, but has been stun checked. Will not lay it down. Does have reinforcements. Keep it on that middle spawn as well. Cammy will be looking to cut down anybody who makes their way through. There's only one player left will be called out, and Cammy will grab him. This is going to be a great rotation as well. They flipped.
Yep, they flipped them. Perfect time to see the engagement start to go their way, and they push forward. Okay, you may well lose the final 15 because of that. But if you get a rotation over towards P3 and the spawns for P3, you take that all day long. Fantastic start for Boston Breach. Perfectly played, to be honest with you. If you had managed to find the scrap as well, that would have been something quite special. They couldn't do that, but no problem whatsoever. Rotation over towards P3 is in. Timer has popped. Can they hold it down?
Scrap looking for this hit towards the back here. With the stun going off, he tries to take it as well, but it will be dropped down. One more player of insight here waiting, but nobody to trade him. This is a hard fight for him. He's just going to try and keep as many players occupied, but already takes down Awakening, pulling more players away from Boston Breach. And Insight's still alive here, but we'll have to try and take it one more time as Cammy gets gunned by Kleenex. But they're just not getting as many gunfights as they would like, as Scrap eventually gets them back into the point, back into the spawn. A good turn for Ultra.
Yeah, one player actually spawned out from the side of Boston Breach, and it could have really actually been a problem for Ultra in their push because the pinch was there, but the break will eventually come through. One player remaining to try and do something about it. He's already dead as well. It's a good break for Ultra, but I want to say it was for around 20-25 seconds, so they don't get a great deal from it, but they do take those points away from Boston, and they do have the rotation over towards next. Close game so far. Ultra do find themselves 20 seconds behind, but do have control of P4.
Next waiting for the push here, and they will have heard this, and it has been tacked up, but somehow still gets alive, gets away. 4 health, desperately waiting for that to just regenerate, and they haven't managed to find him in the right time. Kleenex somehow still alive. This is unbelievable. Hasn't had full health for almost a full minute. Scrap is the player to take him down as he just gunned everybody he can find. It's madness on the point.
But the thing is with Kleenex staying alive as long as he did, finding that kill, it's just such a distraction. Boston have to deal with him. 2 of the players didn't even know where he was at one stage. He does eventually go down to his own teammate, but it was the time that it took for Boston to find him has allowed Ultra to set up. You can see the kills coming in for them. 1 player left remaining. It's Awakening, who's found 2. 1v1 on the point. Not going to happen. Scrap will find it. Cammy is there for the trade. This could be around 10 seconds or so for the side of Boston, which may well be another lead change. They should just about have it heading into a second rotation. Really like what I've seen from Boston there, though. The P2 to 3 was quite simply perfectly executed. Ultra do really well over towards P4, though. Very gritty performance on that hill specifically to make sure that they don't give anything away towards that Boston side. They will take the lead after the first 10 seconds here at P1. But a good rotation from Boston especially on the first one.
Now they're going to try and break back in. They've got the bodies to do it, but Envoy staying alive on a 4 streak. Waiting for reinforcements to come through. We'll get more. Gets taken down. Sleeping Awakening breaking back in for it. And it looks like it could be a repeat of the first time we saw it. At the moment, they have the spawn they want. Boston Breach just about to take the lead back again, but Ultra are going to strike.
Trying to find a way through. They want to execute as clean as they can, so they can maybe find a push over towards P2, but Cammy and Snoopy doing really well. Find a couple, Snoopy will find a second. And Cammy continuing to survive, so really good hold here from Boston. Final 10 looking like it is going to go their way, and Ultra a long way away from P2. They try and hit from the water side. 2 players there. 1 player on the flank through P1. Will get them off the scrap time. That's a lot of mid-map control now gained. Keep an eye on where the spawns are going to be here for Boston. Still towards the back for both 2 players. Core spawn came in from Cammy, but Snoopy's a little bit further away. It's an opportunity here now for the side of Ultra. Can only find 1 in insight. Just about holding here if you're Boston. Sensational work for them. 50 seconds to play for here. They'll get the hold.
Now the stun check on the Cammy. This will be chowed, maybe even by 2 people. Insight going across. Cammy waiting. Hasn't seen the players materialize that he's expecting here so far, but will continue to get the kills. Spawn now slightly towards the back. It will be actually going to be parallel spawn. Did you just see that? 2 and 8 or 2 and 7 right next to each other. A little bit of chaos in the comms. It will be for both sides. Not expecting it as they almost break through here, Ultra, but with 20 seconds left to go, they will now just fall back. They haven't got that spawn. They could wait for next.
I mean, Boston kind of got Ultra spawning where they wanted them to, but unexpectedly is the problem. Scrap managed to get himself a cruise missile in the mix of something. I think that might have been over towards P4. Now this time, you're going to see Ultra. Yes, okay, they find themselves around 53 points behind. Well, exactly 53 points behind as we head over towards P3. There is an opportunity to hold this down. Scrap with the cruise missile as well. Probably save that for a potential break that could come through. Eventually gets taken down. The trophy system's on absolute overtime. Straight over the top here for Breach. Potential break.
They managed to put bodies into it as well, but they're still fighting from the back for Envoy. Scrap is coming to reinforce, and just not enough to get it done there. Boston Breach poured in, but weren't able to convert it, and now the next wave of grenades hits Scrap like a hurricane. Somehow still staying alive, somehow still managing to get this in the better position for Toronto Ultra. Boston are going to try and breach. Snoopy will find 2. Purge finds 1 as well, and now it's inside left alone. He finds the second, knows where the third's going to be, but Scrap arrives again at the last second to take them away. And Boston Breach have put up a ferocious battle for this, but have been unable to take it.
You know what? Boston did so much right through all of that. I absolutely love that. Snoopy jumps up, finds a kill, jumps back down, and Purge is there to then repurchase himself onto the point. Scrap finds nothing with it, but they do have a hold of this P4 rotation again. Good play from Boston, but Ultra ultimately do put themselves in a little bit better spot. Purge will find 2 on the flank, but nothing else from the rest of his teammates, mean that Ultra will keep a hold of the hill. 45 seconds to play for here. They can just about break 200 with a perfect hold. Might be difficult now.
Oh, Scrap easy in the end. Waiting for the reinforcements to come through. He knows going to be coming and looks for another one. Still doing Scrap things. A 5 streak for him. Reinforcements flooding from behind, and they will clear this hill out. That's another streak for Scrap. 24 and 16 now.
It just looks so simple from Ultra at times. You've seen so many opportunities. It's another 6 streak from Scrap, where it looks like they might be dead to rights and look like they might be the last player on the point. They will eventually get broken, and that might actually be a lead change. But they do such a good job at staying alive and knowing that the cover is coming. Everybody really starting to pull their weight. Kleenex having a little bit of a slow game. Might be one of the only reasons that Breach are within touching distance, but these kills starting to come through at the right time as P1 is popping. Boston still on the side of P2 that they want to keep a hold of. But can they continue to do so? Because Envoy is starting to make some inroads here.
Ultra have pushed out every single side here, but a couple of kills. I think we can hear the cruise missile coming through as well. And there it'll be. Scrap will find 1 at least, but they have lost the trades into the point, and this will be Boston's now for at least a few seconds as Ultra recompose themselves.
I think that was probably just informational from Scrap just to try and see where the push was actually coming from, but doesn't really find a great deal of value from it. Boston Breach inside of the point now. Team Kill is going to just about slow that down, and Boy can't find the second. The shots were pure. It's all about this rotation over towards P2 in just a second. It is Ultra with the spawns. Kleenex finding 2, Insight with another. 18 seconds to play for here at P1. Rotation over towards P2 is still a little bit contested. You can see there's Boston players towards the backside. That's what we have to concentrate on. This is the big movement now in this game. It's a close one. Whoever finds this rotation may well win it.
Well, third time we've been to this hill. First time Ultra have had it off of the rim. You see whether or not they can hold it a little bit better than the other team, and so far they've cleaned it out. There's going to be a player into the hill as well. It's going to be Awakening, but Envoy will take him down. It's a long push now for Boston. I don't think they can lose it there. I don't think they have the tick, but will still need to contest. Still need to put enough bodies into it as well. Snoopy finds Envoy at the same time. A lot of bodies piling through this one, trying to get into it. Everybody just firing into the breach. And somehow Snoopy walks away. It's a 3 streak to break this.
Snoopy finding a 3. There you go, starting to heat up. And now you have Ultra spawning towards the back. You can already see that Scrap is on his way, thinking about P3. He knows Boston can't win in here, but what can his team do to stop them picking up this final 20 seconds?
I don't think they're going to do it. I think one player maybe. I think it's Insight might give this a chow, but the rest of them have rotated. No, Insight isn't going to go for it either.
Cammy.
It's scrap time for Boston. Cammy already finds one on the rotation. They are in here next as well. Snoopy's on a 5 spree. They are going for the magical scrap time and rotation here. Just one player towards the back, trying to hold them off, running around. Snoopy's like, where has he gone? And it's Envoy still alive. He's causing the problems for Boston. That may be enough to just drag this away from him as Cammy is now hunting for the player. Gets dunked on by Scrap. And they have thrown away this rotation.
Envoy with maybe one of the most important kills in the game. If he dies there, Boston will spawn towards the back. They will be so close to trying to find a break and a pinch setup potentially. They're trying to find a way through the back side. They still have potential here. Boston are 18 away. Ultra about 30.
Looking for it. Cammy towards the back, finds the first.
Too easy.
Looks for a second, not going to get it either. Both teams still trying to trade this one out. Awakening will get a gunfight, but again, another trade. Purge back into this point. Still, no room for finesse. Just get in the point and try to hold. Ultra just can't win it anymore onto this point again. Still managing the hold. They have the advantage in terms of being where they are. That's a full wipe as well. So they'll take that 10 and they will move to the next.
Oh, just one of the worst times that you could have got full wiped if you're Boston. Those final few moments of scrap time are going to go over towards the side of Ultra, and they have had an age to set themselves up here. Let's see if you can find the break you need to if you want to win map number 1.
Now, Scrap has been untouchable in this position. Just takes down Awakening. One player left to try and challenge Cammy. Cammy gets traded out, and they are too far away realistically. I do not think Boston are getting back into this. Scrap says, all right, just run into the gunfire, and Ultra will take it in a 250-2-3-4 game, but it could have gone either way. Envoy on that rotation had to perform magic. Unfortunately, he had his magician's hat on.
Yeah, that was phenomenal from Envoy. Just to find the first kill, get towards the back, knowing that the spawns are going to be influenced by whatever happens, and he finds the gunfight onto Snoopy. That makes a massive, massive difference. If Boston starts spawning towards that backside, they have players pushing in from pool, you maybe see a break from them. I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, but if they did find that, that would have been difficult for Ultra to hold. They did hold, they got the scrap time, and then the perfect time to get the 4 men down just before the 4th hill popped, and the setup from there. That was pretty much the game. As soon as they found those 4 kills, it was always an easy transition over towards that 4th hill. What a map number 1, though. Back and forth all of the way, but I just felt as soon as Ultra kind of got control of the game, it was theirs to lose, but it really didn't happen until that final P3. And when they found that final moment, they made them pay. Honestly, I think that kill from Envoy towards the back might have just sealed the win. So really good job from him. Had a really, really good map. CleanX was a little bit slow on that one, but everybody else really starting to do everything they need to. I mean, CleanX is one of those players that we can kind of have those games, but influential, especially in that final rotation. But Envoy will get the credit for the big kill towards the back side. 16-point game to kick things off here in this series. Karachi Search and Destroy is going to be coming up in an Invasion Control. If we need them, Karachi Hardpoint and Invasion Search and Destroy will be the final 2 maps.
Yeah, I think you're right as well. I mean, when you're talking about just how close it could have been if Boston had managed to find that kill, or even because he found 2, they managed to get him out early. They could have locked it down. They would have had the spawn. Could have definitely held on for a longer period of time. But in the end, Ultra just too good as everybody was throwing everything at them. And Scrap as well. I mean, Scrap is doing Scrap things. At this point, you kind of expect him to just be the last man and just trade, just get the kills. And that's what he was doing over and over again. Very difficult to deal with when a player just shoots like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best talents that's came into the league in the last 2 years. It's just, I mean, we don't need to wax lyrical about him anymore. The guy has been insane since his inception to this Ultra roster. I remember, I think it might have been us who casted over his very first game for them, which was when he came in as a substitute. I think one of the players had COVID, and from the get-go, you're like, oh yeah, no, this kid is absolutely serious. And yeah, you've seen it continue. Don't want to make this a Scrap love in, but he's a very good player. Very, very good player.
No, he certainly is. But as we move towards the Search and Destroy, you got to give credit to Boston. Very close the entire way through. They just had a bit of a better rotation on that last one. And also, I mean, their P2s, they managed to get that P2 rotation going most of the time. They really did struggle, though, when it came to P4. I think that's where they would have lost an awful lot, or the differential will probably have been the biggest. Ultra very comfortable at holding and pushing them all the way back, both sides of the hill.
Yeah, but I think I do want to give some credit to Boston because they played that very, very well. That first rotation was very good. I think it was just one nice hold from Ultra. I think that would probably be my only criticism was P4s. They seem to really not have a good time over towards that hill at all. Every other one of the hills, it was pretty even. They did well over towards P2. The P3 transitions were good on occasion, but P4, they barely got anything. So maybe that's a hill they need to look at specifically. They were always kind of put in the same corner. Ultra always had the same setup, and it was very, very difficult for them to break. Coming in from that lab side, it can be tough, especially if Ultra have the numbers. They have the guns up. You got to run into the aim down sight MCW of Insight and Scrap. So yeah, best of luck in that scenario. So yeah, a tough one to take for Boston, but I think some positives to take away. Not too bad of a map number one from them. They will go on to lose it, but there is plenty more of a series still to be played. The Boston coach behind them, Big Shawnee. Big fan, by the way. See what words of wisdom he has. I wonder if Snoopy understands him.
Wow, that's a very good point. We'll see, though, just how this gets on. The players all setting, so they're not going anywhere. They should be loading in any second now. And just a little bit of communication, but not the lock-in face yet. You can see nobody is fully ready to play. Both these squads, I think, just warming up. No fist. So the thing you need to watch for here is the fist bumps. Just before the map starts, that's where they'll be. Both hands on control, fist bumps, and then they're ready.
This has been your thing the entire tournament. Like, why? Keeping everybody in suspense. I'll tell you when it's starting because I know when the fist bumps are on. I have studied body language to figure out what's going on.
Look, there's a very simple premise, right? People want to watch gameplay. That's it. There's no, they're not here to watch me and you and our shiny heads talk. They just want to see the gameplay. So I'm getting them towards that point. And speaking of that point, we're on the, I don't think the LB is ready. I was about to say we're on the map fly-through. It's about to be ready, but we're not ready.
And it's not Vista either. It is going to be Karachi coming up, I believe. So let's see how things are going to go in that one when we do get there. But hopefully we should be loading in. Not very good in your judgment of how the game's going to be going there.
Well,
Bryce.
I said, no, wait a minute. I didn't say, I said wait for the fist bumps. There were no fist bumps.
Right.
So it's what I was saying. They weren't ready yet.
Okay. I'll allow you on this side of things. Calm and collected, though, from the side of the Ultra boys. They'll be feeling good about this. This will get them through, obviously, to a bracket play. Which can be super interesting, by the way. Single elimination. Scary. One bad series from you, and you're gone. So you don't want to... You have to be consistent in single elimination. You can't come in. You don't have any second chances. You got second chances in the group, of course, but not when it comes down to the bracket play. Which can always make for entertaining series, which are going to be coming up over the next couple of days. EWC is far from over. Bryce, there's the fist bumps. We must be ready to go.
That's exactly what that is. The coaches are walking away. The players are sitting forward. This is what this means. It's go time, baby. As they move into this next one, Boston will try to bounce back on the search and destroy. Ultra will continue to just try to smoothly transition into qualification. Hun, where's your money at?
I mean, you'd be silly to go against Ultra, right? I think in this matchup from the start, I think if you would offer me a winner and which one I had to pick, life or death, then I would 100% be picking Ultra in this series. They found map number one, and okay, well, the map fly-through was wrong, then I wasn't paying attention, or something along those lines. Here we are. 6-star we go.
On to 6-star, and already a bit of a push-up. You can see Envoy going to try and do something here, but might catch Snoopy. Timing, just not with him. But both teams managing to find a blood, and Scrap will find a second, giving the advantage to Ultra.
Round number one of Search and Destroy can always throw a little bit of a curveball. Typically for both two teams. Actually, more so the defensive side over towards A. It can be a little bit tough. No trophy systems over towards this side. That's why you've seen them get aggressive through the middle of the map. Scrap can find one. Envoy gets dealt with. They know exactly where Snoopy is, but that bomb is going down. 1 versus 2.
Scrap and Insight right now aren't next to each other. However, Insight would have seen a flying Snoopy. We'll give him the advantage, and Scrap will say, all right, found him very, very easily. Not even a challenge, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, Snoopy got it. If anybody's curious why the hell he was just lying down there, smashing the glass, trying to give the indication that he was down low. Audio cues not working out because Scrap is right behind you. It's round number 1. It's trying to dictate what Boston should be doing in this search and destroy. Just that opening salvo doesn't necessarily go their way, and then it's tough from there on the attack. This time around, both two teams will have trophies available, so we should have a bit more of a standard search and destroy round. Ultra got very aggressive through the middle of the map there. Keep an eye on it if they keep doing that.
Well, let's see just how this one plays out, because it will be Toronto Ultra on the attack this time. Looking for a bit of mid-control here, yeah, and they're going towards B. Nobody really too far towards A. Bear in mind that things may have changed from what you were expecting, because there'll be no smokes on this map.
Will make it harder, especially over towards the A side. Awakening trying to survive. Scrap lingering around, beams him. Good shots coming in from Awakening. Next is going to be there to pick up the pieces, though. Amboy finds one onto Snoopy through the middle of the map as well. So Ultra just about dominating this area. You're going to have to back down if you Kami. Isn't going to quite be spotted by Kleenex, but that is complete B-site control from the side of Ultra. Kleenex lingering in the middle of the map. It's just easy for Ultra right now. They are cruising in this search and destroy.
Purge is not in the best of positions, but with 33 seconds left to go, maybe a miracle. Not going to happen, unfortunately. Ultra got up 2-0 in the S&D, and you are right, just a bit of a cruise mode at the moment for them, but adjustments will happen.
It's just clinical, though. You can see Kleenex is just lingering in the middle of the map. Scrap goes for the challenge, and it gives him the opportunity to just push up. He gets Awakening Weak, calls him out. Kleenex can then find that kill, and then all of a sudden from that position, it's just such a hard retake of the min-map from the side of Boston. You're seeing Kami then start to waltz through that way. Kleenex has repositioned himself and shot him in the back. So just a really, really tough one once you lose that first player in there and you don't have any control. And Ultra have really just controlled that middle of the map the entirety over these first 2 rounds, and they deservedly have the lead because of it.
Nades out for the check, but as we can see right now, Envoy's down low. Snoopy is watching. They're going to know he's here. Gets the stun, but no more. Kami will get Kleenex as well, but Envoy will find a kill, and somehow it's turned against them. Kami finds a kill, and 3 of his teammates die. Now in a 1 versus 3, but it would also need the ace of the round.
Stomping around as well. This is just an impossible round to win. Ultra really showing their class here now, though. I think every single misstep that Boston have made has been punished. Each gunfight that Ultra have needed to find, they have found. Scrap now all on his own. I mean, it's just so easy. The reposition behind the bomb site. Clean as you like. Ultra making it look easy here in the search and destroy.
And so far, pretty simple for Toronto Ultra. Boston not finding any luck. If there was a time for a change in tactics or different breaks, now would be it. They must find a different gear to move into. Disappointing end to the Hardpoint for them, but can't have a disappointing S&D if you want to get out of this group.
You need to find something different here, Boston. Just going band for band over towards the A site doesn't seem to be working. Bit more mid-map control from them this time around. They've stacked 3 players over towards that side, but now Ultra are just going to run through over towards Kami, who's all alone and screaming for help.
Kami finds another first blood, but
zealous.
Maybe an overheat, you are right. They have taken A-site control, but as we can see, Kleenex is going to try and make a move here. Snoopy watching for him. Snoopy will find him first.
Doesn't expect this, though. Didn't expect him to get so close, but finds the snapper anyway. 2v2.
1v1. Envoy's weak, though. Going to try and get out of it. Snoopy backs off as well. For Snoopy, this 1v1 is massive. They need the momentum. They need the round win. But Envoy on a 3 streak. Still waiting. Timing is so crucial here because the longer that goes on, the less information they have about where these players could be.
Seen him. Got some good timing here, Snoopy. Envoy, though, he's done the wraparound. Snoopy will know it.
Oh, last one. Oh, Snoopy finds it that time around. I was about to say in the Hardpoint, Snoopy and Envoy went to war here and it changed the game. This time, Snoopy finds the kill.
Yeah, really nice snap. Pops the dead silence just to try and make sure Envoy doesn't know anything as to where he's coming from. Any direction. Always a tough one, the 1v1 works out in Snoopy's favor. Just a little bit more patient. He can afford to be. He's on the defensive side. They find the round. They find their first round. And that's when they stacked over towards the middle of the map. And they had a little bit more luck there now. Cammy did well to find one. As mentioned, maybe just overheated a little bit to try and go for more. Could have been maybe a little bit cleaner, but irrelevant of that, they will get their first one on the board. Ultra spreading themselves maybe a little bit thinner across the entirety of the map now. Look, the aggression coming out from Amber. Look where he is already.
Yeah, that's making the hold down and hard one to make. If he drops back down, the timing. Unbelievable from both sides. Scrap now being a bit aggressive here. The only issue for Scrap is there is no trade. The stun check means they know he is here now. 4 players of Boston made a send upon him, and he's going to get the first anyway. Will he find any more? Reinforcements flowing through as Envoy will get his trade. Advantage here to Toronto Ultra. It's a 2 versus 3.
Not a bad scenario from Ultra, to be honest with you. Scrap finding the kill. The trade coming through. 3v2 in their favor.
Bomb down. Might get caught inside. Is close enough to catch Cammy. Hasn't found him yet. Cammy's outnumbered. Everybody's basically on him. They're looking for him. He's now in the water. Inside's going to find him. Easy enough. All down to Purge. A 1 versus 3. Ultra aren't even defusing yet. They're waiting to find out where he is. Here comes the flank as well, and down he gets caught. Another round to Ultra.
They just can't seem to do anything wrong right now, Ultra. There's that previous round in a 1 versus 1. But other than that, this has been a clinic in the search and destroy. Not really a lot to be offered from Boston throughout. It's been one-way traffic. But what can Boston do to try and change that? Something different over towards B. It feels like they're waiting to try and find the kills. Ultra always seem to have the answer, though, Bryce. They are cruising still in the search and destroy.
Having a very good time, and I wonder how long that'll continue. Obviously, a devastating loss for Boston in the hard point. Has that played any factor for the mental game?
I mean, it shouldn't. Look, you're going up against a seriously good team. You push them to the wire. Search and destroy, you are not doing that, though. Good snap coming in from Purge, though. Can find the first. Knows there was a second there. Will force himself up the map. This is a good opportunity for Boston to find another round on the board now, but they've lost a lot of control over towards the A side. You can see Insight is on his way over. Cammy waiting for the push to come through. Envoy gets him weak. Will not choose to take the bait. That bomb will go down to 3v4 in favor of Boston.
Yeah, now that bomb's down, Ultra can afford to spread out a little bit, try and take some angles, get some good trades. Holding both sides. The issue might be is they do have to hold all 3 different angles with only 1 player. Where's the pressure coming from? Well, Insight finds the first. Cammy going to try it if he doesn't get it. And there we go, all falling apart for them. And now Purge tries to find Scrap. He gets 1. Looking for the 1 versus 3. Not going to be able to get any more. Too many bodies from Ultra. You are right, Ton. They can do no wrong.
I mean, but the thing is, though, you've got to challenge together. Look, I think it's easy maybe for me to say when I know exactly where the players are pushing from and I know exactly where Insight is aiming, but it was kind of, it's one of those moments where you both need to push together and there wasn't quite that communication to make sure that they are going together. Insight just getting a little telling off there. Is he talking maybe a little bit too much smack? Being careful, Jamie.
Now, they are feeling very, very confident, and for good reason. Really, 9-1, 4 streak. Can't really do much better than that. Oh my goodness, CleanX just deletes Snoopy. And now Boston. Don't stop me if you've heard this before. At the disadvantage. Numbers down. They're lacking position. Awakening is just firing. Eventually finds Insight. Huge for him.
And they're going to push this out because they know they've got a player in towards the middle of the map. Can they find the pick store? Envoy, clean it up. It's far too easy for Ultra. And they get the job done here in the search and destroy. That was just so one-sided. Ultra, phenomenal work. Find themselves now in a 2-0 lead. Brycey looking so clean.
Yeah, not an awful lot to say about that one. Ultra just moving easy in the end.
2-0 for them in this series, and there's not an awful lot to say about that S&D. A couple of gunfights maybe could have gone different ways, but it just looked comfortable, confident from Ultra after the hardpoint, which did flow back and forth. The S&D didn't. It just didn't.
No, I think for Boston, it was kind of, they were trying the same thing over and over again, and Ultra were reading it nearly every single time. We didn't really see a change up in how they wanted to play it. It was almost like, okay, well, we'll probably try and get some mid-map control, or we'll give it up and we'll push towards A. Or there was never really curveballs, and Ultra were playing a very standard game of Search and Destroy, but just to the highest level. Fantastic work from them. The gunfights that were looking unfavorable were never. They just were a level above there and are now absolutely in the driving seat in this series. 2 to the good. As you mentioned, the hardpoint was close. The Search and Destroy was not. You're going to have to turn it around on control against Ultra if you're Boston. Tough position to be in.
Yeah, very, very tough position. And even as we talk about the players, you know, they are trying to lock in. For Boston, they know this was always going to be a tough battle, right? It's always going to be difficult to take on one of the top 4. The game isn't over. Plenty of opportunities for glory rests just in the near future, but we're going to go to a quick break. All that and more when we return. See you right after this.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. You are joining us with Toronto Ultra versus Boston Breach. So far, things were okay for Boston in the first map, but they lost. They weren't great for them in the second map, and they really lost. Toronto Ultra looking good and heading towards a potential 3-0 ton.
Yeah, they are cruising right now. Fantastic performance in the Search and Destroy has led them now to a map point. Heading into control on Karachi as well. I really just do not see a route back in for Boston into this one. Map number 1 relatively close, but Toronto Ultra are just such a well-practiced team. They're one of the best teams in the game, and Boston just don't seem to be getting it done.
They certainly do not. Let's see if this little break has rejuvenated them. Is there a way back in? Have they managed to find something in just 5 minutes to switch gears, to keep on moving forward? Fortunately for Boston, a small silver lining, if they don't manage to do any much more in this, is that this isn't an elimination game. That one will be the next one. For Ultra, they will qualify if they win this next map or any of the next 3. Boston have to win all of them.
Yeah, I think that should be the caveat we're kind of alluding to here, though, for the side of Boston, is that this is not them done if they're going to lose this. They're still in a very good position to make bracket play. Let's see if they can do it. Still will be tough in the next game. If they do go on to lose this one, Brycey, it's obviously not a guarantee. They still could reverse sweep them here, although based on what I've seen over the first 2 maps, I'm not too hopeful for Big Wick and the gang.
Well, we will find out. Through pressure diamonds made, the last respawn wasn't terrible for them. Just a bit of a botch rotation cost them the map, really. They have the opportunity. Reverse sweeping Ultra would certainly be a statement at this stage in the game, especially after that S&D. They will be very, very confident. You saw just how confident they were before the break. But Boston don't look completely out of it yet. Some smiles on their faces.
And Cammy just sorting out Snoopy's PC. I would say he's probably the dad of that group, right?
I don't know. Maybe. But
he's getting on, isn't he?
Oh, I don't think that counts. We're very old. You move away from the age.
Hey, he's not that far away from us. I'm telling you that. I might be just vastly underestimating how old Cammy actually is.
I have a decade on him. But anyway.
Well, I mean, speak for yourself.
It looks like the map is about to be underway. The teams are ready. We can see that they are ready to lock into this one. And as we go into it, obviously, the winner of this entire series qualifies for bracket. The loser will have another chance in the elimination game just later on today.
He's only 24, yeah, he's not very old at all. It feels like he's been around for a long time, Bryce. I don't know what to tell you.
You can tell him that you called him old on broadcast, and I think he's going to be quite unhappy with you. But it doesn't matter. Fortunately, still playing Prime. If you want to talk about Cammy, actually, I think a great narrative to talk about this player is the fact that his stock dropped massively at the beginning of this year. People were very unhappy with how he was playing. Dropped down into challenges and, by all rights, was frying down there. So much so that everybody thought almost guaranteed he'd make it back into a CDL team at some point. We didn't know if it'd be by the end of the year, but he's made it in the very final flourish. Questions about next year, though, will be the main one. Such a good kind of progression of finding his feet again and maybe going back to basics. Could be a prospect for any of these if Boston choose not to keep him.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a bit of a testament to the kind of player that he is, because, I mean, sometimes when players have been in the pro side, the franchise side of things for quite some time, being on that CDL level, and they drop into challenges, it's actually rarer than you would think of them doing well. I mean, don't get me wrong, if somebody of the top tier talent dropped in, I'm sure they would, but there's a lot of players who will drop in and do find it difficult. I think it's not a guarantee that, I mean, you've got world champions who have dropped into challenges and do not win tournaments every single time. Like, you know, the caliber of player that is down there that does not necessarily perform, it happens more often than not. Cammy has done pretty well for himself down there. Awakening, you know, both of them have had their moments. All these players, though, have kind of come up from that era of challenges. That was really when we started to see a lot more players start to get picked up, a lot more teams taking chances. Ultra were one of the first teams who took a really, really big chance on challenger players, and has made the difference for a lot of these players in their lives and the rosters themselves. The people are picked up at the right times, but so far, Scrap is definitely getting the better of Cammy, as you can see in the control, specifically EWC. Cammy did have a good game of things up against Heretics. Can he do it here up against his old squad?
Yeah, that's the issue. Cammy, obviously people talk about his Cold War performance, but Scrap has been that guy since the end of the league. And the players now just getting ready. We will find out what kind of caliber they've come to play with. Boston Breach ready to try and maybe get some revenge for Ultra. A roll of the shoulders, business as usual.
Let's see if they can find a way back into this, though, if you're Boston. Control is sometimes the great equalizer, though, isn't it? Can you manage to get some momentum back? Then you're heading into a hardpoint. You think to yourself, look, we pushed them all the way in map number 1. Could we do something? But you first have to get the control underneath your belts. Ultra looked unbelievable in that search and destroy, though. The gap is very apparent. Let's see if they can continue to show that gap, or will Boston Breach turn it around? We're heading over towards Invasion, so, well, if any map it could potentially happen on, it could be this one.
Well, the attack for Boston, and they've pretty much run straight towards B. It's not going to be a big fight for them towards A, as Ultra were expecting.
Yeah, good gunfights to be winning, though. Yeah, for the side of Boston, put yourself in good position. I mean, everything is working out very, very nicely for Boston to kick off this attacking round. Ultra already on the back foot. They're in A as well here,
Slow burn. They're getting into A as well, but the problem with A at the moment is that while Awakening is there, it doesn't have any reinforcement, so we're just throwing his life away, and it doesn't even stop the clock because the clock is already stopped, so maybe just trying to find a kill on the exit there. Hasn't managed to yet. What it does do is force Ultra to maybe push their players across the map, and as you can see right now, they are just not got the map control they want.
And honestly, it's such a momentum-based map. If you can find that first flurry of kills, immediately Ultra have got to find like 2 waves of them to get themselves back into a good position. They're struggling to do that, or they were in sight with a big gunfight, went on to Snoopy. Cammy kind of left behind enemy lines now. Looking to find something onto Scrap, who will reposition and will go for the gunfight if he can. Next couple of gunfights are massive. Purge and Cammy can find them, though, for the side of Boston, and they're trying to move forward now. Scrap staying alive inside the DVD, but only momentarily. Everybody dead. There you go. You've got a little bit of control over towards Laundry. Big opportunity now for Boston.
Well, this is good for Boston. Reinforcements will now start to get on that main street. They need to get the cuts for him. Only having one person there is a bit of a problem. They will try to get close enough to get these nades and tacticals in, but they're still winning the gunfight. Cammy just holding off the players. Purge continuing to put pressure down. I don't know if this is going to work out for them, but Snoopy and Cammy still finding 2 more kills. Can they get another player onto the point? I feel like Purge has been there for about an hour.
Been ticking up slowly, though. Eventually, Scrap will find a way through, but he won't. That might be the round. Scrap can't get there. Envoy now scrambling. Ultra just trying to get themselves inside the point. Envoy can find a second. Snoopy here, though. He's left all on his own. He's going to find the fight as well. Envoy and co. Ultra have to get here very, very quickly, but look at the lives. Even if they do get in, they're in such a horrible position.
And this may be a solo capture as Snoopy will find the gunfight and wins it. You do not see controls like that very often. Boston, rejuvenated out of the gates, just destroyed Ultra on that attack. And it's so rare to see just one player stacking, but he knew, I think it was either Awakening first and then Cammy afterwards, that they couldn't cross. So they just kept trying to hold and make people weak. Purge, one gunfight after gunfight in the point. It took forever, but forever is good enough if you get the W.
For the side of Boston there, though, you know, their attack over towards A was very, very good. But it was just the opening, really. They found a couple of waves of kills, and immediately, you're not just, you know, trying to find some picks to make your way slowly up the map. You found a couple already. You are up the map. Let's see if they can defend as well as they attack, because that was wonderful. Snoopy will get the cruise missile in the back pocket. Will eventually get taken down. Some good big progress going to probably be made here by Ultra, although Kleenex is left all on his own, but they have made it inroads over towards A, so Boston will have to answer that.
Good for Ultra. I think at the moment, Boston just being careful, worrying about people coming forward. They're not putting a lot of pressure on towards B. Eventually getting through, a few couple of kills. Now here comes the pressure. Purge moving forward. They don't want to give him B yet. Nobody onto the point. Cammy combining. I'm not going to get the second. Gets shut down. Snoopy now on the hunt. He's 12 and 4. Just waiting. See if he can get this, but no trade there for him. That's why he was playing a little coy.
Oh, there you go. That's a good couple of kills. They found the one player who was trying to push up the street side. Cammy probably needed to find that kill, and Purge has done well to find that one as well. So immediately, they're trying to put the pressure in. Over towards B. Purge snaps onto Envoy. And all of a sudden, they haven't got a hold of B. They haven't got a hold of anything. Ultra spawning back way towards the Palace side. And Boston have got them pinned in a little bit, but an inroad has been made. A big gunfight's actually been won. Awakening falls, and Ultra can just filter down that side of the map now.
They've been too much of a commit. That's got to be the question going to be asked. If Ultra wins some gunfights, this could be disastrous for Boston. Snoopy's still winning his gunfights, but gets taken down by Kleenex.
Huge.
More though, Insight's going to be in. That second tick is rocketing forward. Boston need to get the bodies here in time, and eventually they will. They slow it down as 4 ticks for Ultra at the moment. 42 seconds left. Ultra should just go to B and get that extra minute.
Yeah, and it just really proves the point of that was on social media all last night. Just jump on the point if you do get a route out of what is a potential spawn trap. They have to answer the question. They have to come back for you. If they leave you entirely, you just capture the point, right? So Ultra push forward. They get players in A, and they don't just get there to distract them and get them out of the spawn trap. They get 2 ticks over towards A as well. So that's something you take all day long. Now they only need to find one really decent break over towards this A side, and we'll be all tied up.
Ultra will now just try and work the map. They want control. They must not be shut in. Well, that's exactly what they didn't want. And now a little bit of despair sets in because they have to get past Purge. Envoy will find one. So much map here for Ultra to try and get through.
Now 50 seconds to do so, though, so they don't necessarily need a rush. The thing is, though, with the positioning on the map that Boston are in, just about in if you're Cammy. Oh, bad timing. Really bad timing for Snoopy, but he somehow gets away from that one. But with the position that Boston are in, Ultra have to make a couple of different waves of kills yet. Snoopy will eventually get dealt with. That was a very quick flank. Scrap will find another, though, and now all of a sudden, Ultra starting to make a move. They're starting to twist the screw. Boston have to fight their way out, but time is on their side.
This is it. This is the next run. Envoy looking for a kill. Checking the close corner. Wins the gunfight. Back onto the point. 13 seconds to go. It's a double stack at the same time. Now has to move across for it. They're looking for him. One big chow into the point. Purge has managed to find something. Still trying to just contest it. Needs to stay alive. Inside dives in. Dives back. It's a wipe and an Ultra. Managed to win their attacking side. Oh my goodness. Boston must be sick. They thought they had it.
It was the gunfight that came actually from the arch side of the point. I think it was Awakening who was firing across. Snoopy's watching that cross. And at the same time as the child comes through onto the point, Snoopy gets taken down, so there's no cover. It's a free route onto it. Page does really well to find one. He had to find 2. impossible scenario, and Ultra will find a round back. So all the good work that Boston did in round number 1 entirely cancelled out.
Here we go. Boston. We'll try this one more time. I think the only advantage they have maybe is in lives, but that's a small consolation prize.
Snoopy does have a cruise missile if they need to get out of a spawn trap, which is danger right now, but they will find a couple of kills. So that danger alleviated just a little bit. Pushing over towards the B side. Ultra do have that road control behind the tank, though. If you are, of course, inside, you'll be locking that down. The rest of Ultra will concentrate on B, but one take about to come through here for Boston, who are, again, in a good position. Feels like Ultra need to find another wave of kills, and they are struggling to do it. Boston are really slaying very, very well in the middle of the map, making life very difficult for Ultra.
Wait. I think we might have a problem, Houston. Either that or the rules are dramatically changed to a 2 versus 4. Unsure what is occurring. We can now see players start to look away from the screens. Well, I would say that there was some disconnections there, in my non-expert opinion. But yeah, I think we've just had a few issues, and we'll see how it comes back to it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be loading back in very, very shortly, but it's quite an easy one to restart, I would imagine. But I think the only negative here, though, especially for Boston, Snoopy still had that cruise missile, so whether or not we're loading back in with that or not, I would presume not. One apiece will suit Ultra. Both two teams finding the attacking round. If you did miss any of it, we'll just find out exactly what's going on, but the players, of course, being informed, we will be jumping back in as soon as we can. Ultra still looking good, though. They'll be happy with that. It's always a little bit of a worry. You lose that first round of attack on invasion control. I mean, that is like what we would have seen on this stream specifically, 4 back-to-back rounds of invasion control go over towards the attacking side.
Well, as we get back into it, I don't see any sort of arguments going forward, so I believe it should just be straight back into the game, although I say that and we go back and Envoy's saying some things, but I think it's pretty much an agreement between these two squads. It shouldn't be too difficult. Obviously, I don't see the lobby crash, but we did see players leave at the time. So the last we know and the last we can update you until we get anything else is just 1-1 between the two squads.
Yeah, and again, I'll just kind of repeat what I was saying throughout, is that Boston have found a lot of good kills in the middle of the map and keeping that pressure on. They seem to be really good at reading where the spawns are coming from, reading where the players are going to come from based on those spawns, and then finding those extra kills, stepping forward. And that is that. So really, really good job from Boston so far on that front. They have been leading the live count as far as the outslay goes. They are in that category winning, I would say. So you keep that up, and then you have more potential to win these attacking rounds as well. Defensive rounds is so important to, I mean, you just have to shove them back past laundry, really, on the defensive. That's why it's so difficult, because of how many different spots there are for the defensive team to get into, to watch crosses so quickly from their spawn. So it is tough for the side of the attacking team to get that, but Boston have done a really, really good job so far. So 1 apiece, and Ultra, of course, you know, I have to give them their flowers as well. They did well on their attack, but Boston seemed to be just winning that mid-map battle, and that is working out in their favor right now. Let's see if they can get another attacking round. We should be loading back in just a second, and we'll get maybe the conclusion of this series. Ultra 2 to the good, deservedly so. Map number 1 was close. Map number 2 was not very close. Map number 3 looks like it's going to be a close one, though, Bryce.
It does, and I think, you know, realistically, Ultra finding that attacking win when we thought they might not be able to get it, but just managed to stack it onto the point and have a great transition in the end, and I think scrapping up the 2 just kind of solidified that win. But yeah, 2 wins on attack on invasion control. Boston, if anything, like I said, you do a great job. You get that first win on your attack. You're like, all right, we're just going to hold the defense, and we're in a very good position to win this entire thing. And then you go straight back and lose it. Like I said, I believe the benefit would have been kills. I don't think that'll probably be a factor now. I think obviously because of the reset, I'm not sure that they're going to keep an eye on who gets defense in the final round, especially considering that both teams want an attack anyway. But this is all just me guessing as we wait for an update and for this game to get underway again.
Just theorizing on you.
Yeah, just a couple of theories, you know?
Well, I think you're right, though. In terms of the ticks, it shouldn't matter because both two teams won their rounds by ticks, if I remember correctly. Or was it?
Yeah, they both won by ticks. Yeah.
Both won by 6. I wasn't too sure if they won by lives, Boston, in the first round. Irrelevant of that, though. They are going to be sitting pretty even on that side of things. So we'll get that figured out. Look, we won't have to worry about that, mate. We'll let somebody smarter in actual venue figure that out.
Yeah, we certainly will. Well, while this one gets back underway and everybody figures out what is wrong, we're going to go for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. You join us where it's currently 2-0 to Toronto Ultra in the series and 1-1 between the two of them in the control. We did have a little bit of a technical issue, but I believe that is now being fixed and everyone should be getting back into the lobby ton.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be up and ready to go very, very quickly. But it is one apiece in the control. Both these two teams evenly matched in this map in particular, but I think Boston really have been the ones on the aggressive side of things. They have been the ones trying to dictate the tempo, and Ultra will have to answer back to that. One apiece though, so they will be going back into it on an even playing field. Unfortunately for Boston, I think Stupi will of course be losing his cruise missile, so that is a little bit of a tough situation, but Relevant will be going in all tied up. I believe it should now be Boston on the attack again. But they are 2-0 down in this series, Pricey. They need to find something to see if they can try and find themselves back into this, but it is not do or die just yet. They do have the opportunity still to lose another game before they could potentially go crashing out of the Esports World Cup. Either one of these two teams, whoever goes on to win this series, will qualify for bracket play.
They certainly will. Lot to play for. At the moment, you can see both teams just getting ready to do battle once again. I think you're right. I think Boston in the control, they were looking like the better squad, but at this point, they're going to have to continuously be the better squad on every map that we have remaining. They are down, but they are not out quite yet.
Not yet. Let's see how things go as we go and resume things once again. Ultra have just let them push up over towards this B side. We're going to try and pick them apart a little bit. Didn't want to get gunned off the rip like they did in the previous round, and not necessarily have they either. They actually traded out. That's a ridiculous gunfight for Scrapto, and now he can put himself forward. Now he'll have the reinforcements finding their way there very, very quickly. Boston know they have to take their time here. They cannot throw away their lives, because if they lose all of these gunfights, they're going to be in a really, really tough spot.
Just trying to stay alive here as well, and Scrap just gets ripped out of top broken. They'll be the first thing going to be here for Boston. For Ultra, they will have to work out whether it's worth risking attacking this again. You can see they've already set up with Inside all the way down into the convoy. Going to try and pin them back. On the other side of it, if Boston cannot get out of this break here, they could be in serious trouble.
I mean, this is where you would have liked a cruise missile from Snoopy, right? This would have been a good opportunity for him to use that, get it in, but he's found two, and that's just going to ease so much pressure. They have to turn around. Snoopy is just doing it all on his own. There is 3 kills, and there is Boston getting a hold of B.
I would have heard that from Snoopy. Their silence afterwards. Looking for one on a 4 streak now. Turns out he really wants that cruise missile back. He's going to fall before he can do any more damage here, and Boston just still slow capping. Envoy's going to try to take on Cammy, and he gets him! Oh, that's outrageous. Boston did not expect that. Envoy with the laser gun.
That's just not a gunfight that you can afford to lose. Got to win the next couple, though, which Boston are not positioned badly to do. I say that, though, the trade's not working in their favor. Gunfight in the middle of the map is going to go their way, so Cammy will probably get an inroad over towards A. Scrap could do with staying alive, and he will. Will now transition over to help his teammates out over towards that side. He's going to try to. I'd imagine Boston might head over towards B. No, they're coming to reinforce over towards A. It might be do or die if this doesn't work for them, though.
Got to be careful, but they do have just about enough time to get over to B, fortunately. Stop that clock again with 6.6 seconds to spare. Snoopy, stay down. Don't move. Reinforcements in abundance. They should have enough bodies here to get this B done. We will have another minute on the clock here for Boston.
Just about get it secured. Lives just about in the favor of Ultra. I'm curious, do they know Envoy's there? Yeah, they did have an idea that he's somewhere around that area. They're going to find a gunfight on the other side of things as well. After Insight found one, Insight can't find the other, so that's A site control. Still there for Ultra, but you've lost that side of the map. You don't have a player in an advanced position, so backs against the wall. Again, this aggression in the middle of the map from Boston Breach working out once more.
Purge getting under the point. Clock stopped, and Cammy will find another. Can he find a third? That's what he's looking for. Not going to be with the Renetti. They have 2 on the point here. That first tick is now up for Boston. Reinforcements in the form of Snoopy down the street, trying to keep them at bay. Purge wins a gunfight. Kleenex trying to get into it. A 1v1 on the point against Awakening, but he wins. Awakening's still alive. That second tick is in. It looks like Snoopy will commit to him as well. For Ultra, they have to get into the point, but they aren't winning the gunfights. And that'll be another attacking round for Boston.
Oh, my word. The defenses of both these two teams are just made out of papier-mâché at this point, Pricey. It is just crumbling every single time. Neither one of these two teams have... It seems that if they lose that gunfight in the middle of the map, they do struggle to get themselves back into a position where they can win the round. And now it's going to be a defensive hold to win the map if you're Boston. They're looking to extend this series, and by rights, they should.
Again, with an attacking round. You are right, Boston look better. Can Ultra bring this back to even kill? Can they find another attack? There's been such small margins between it. At one point, we thought Boston were done after Envoy ripped Cammy off the heady. And now it settles into the same old cat and mouse game. Can we get to B in time?
I mean, I'm not too sure if either one of the teams would want to... Oh my god, how was Insight found that? I'm not sure either one of them would want defense on round number 5 if we get there. I mean, 3 attacks in a row. Feasibly, you always do want defense on invasion, but Neither one of these two teams have necessarily played it too well.
Slow again, Insight just trying to watch in two different directions. Unfortunately, gets him caught out. And Ultra have to back off to the site. Got to be very, very careful now. You can already see Cammy has pushed up towards Palace. They're trying to lock them into a point here as Cammy takes down Insight. The next tries to get across, stop the clock for a few seconds. Somehow finds the kill against Awakening. Really is moving ferociously here as Purge looks to try and get the kills as well. Insight still got another one. And Ultra are not done yet.
Yeah, they've won a gunfight on the A Street as well, so Boston are probably going to have to answer that. That should be beat. Ultra choose not to invest it. Cruise missile coming in, though, by the sounds of things. That's why they backed off over towards B. I presume that's coming from Cammy. It distracts them momentarily, but if I was Boston, I would have maybe just give that Ghost up. Purge will eventually trade it out for Ultra. They will get a hold of B here. Nobody's there to stop Kleenex just yet. Teammates are now on the way, but damage done in terms of lives. 5 point difference, I should say, in favor of Breach again, who have just led the charge on the slaying battle, to be honest. Middle map control has been all theirs. Bit of a windy fight from Kleenex there. Awakening will find it. What can Ultra get? Kills around this DVD side of the map are very, very good to find. Now they can start to stretch over towards the A side. A little bit haphazardly, though. You've got to be a little bit slower because Cammy is waiting. 2 in a row from him. Boston in control.
Simply around the mid-map, and they are taking over. Awakening also having a good time at 13 and 9. Just the outslay. Now Ultra really faltering a little bit. They've got to try and win some of these gunfights because they are just going further and further back towards their spawn. 7 lives remaining. At the moment, all Boston have to do is not mess it up.
15 v6. I think Ultra might be thinking about map number 4, and so will Boston, because this one should be a lock. No respawns remaining on the side of Ultra, and Boston have finally showed up to play. Map number 1 was relatively close. Snoopy now starting to fry. He was fantastic before the reset. He's been brilliant since then as well. Ultra put to the sword here in the control. 3-1 victory for the side of Boston, and we have a series on our hands now, Brycey.
Wow. Boston will not go quietly in the respawns. And they will head to at least a map number 4 against Ultra. So even Ultra dropping maps against Boston now, this revitalized Boston team. You got to remember, for the majority of the year, Boston was almost a meme. I think they won 7 games total throughout the entire season. Of course, they've won 1 here at EWC so far, but they are still alive against one of what is known as the big dogs, Toronto Ultra.
Yep, they're still alive. You think about map number 1 as well. They were not too far away, so we're now heading into a hard point. For Boston, this is what they would have kind of looked at and sort of said, okay, well, if we can get ourselves to this stage now after map number 1, it was pretty close. If we can do that again, then all of a sudden, we're in a really good position. But looking as we are heading in towards the hard point, some of the performers coming through from Toronto, Insight and Scrap have had a hell of a time so far. 1.4s across the board, nearly a 1.5 from Insight. It's going to be tough. Very tough, actually. Karachi Hardpoint coming up for map number 4. Can Boston cause some chaos here? And map number 5, Invasion, Search and Destroy, would be something I was not expecting after 2 maps. Actually, I candidly say, I was chatting to one of our co-casters, Brycey in Infinity, and he was saying, well, I initially said, I think, Ultra are probably 3-0 this. He was like, no, you watch it, but I think Boston could take maps. I was definitely clowning him after the first 2 maps. I'm not going to lie to you. And Boston have come back. Could they force a map number 5 here, Brycey?
Well, that's what they'll be trying to do. That's what they'll desperately be trying to achieve. And they do at least get it to a map 5. The eyes of the world will descend upon them because they'll be wondering whether or not Ultra will have to continue to fight and stack the bracket in the way they were talking about. So from what I understand and what I've seen, obviously, if Ultra do somehow lose this, it could stack one side of this single elimination bracket, which will mean carnage for everybody involved. It could mean, and this is just a theoretical thing, that we would have 2 of the top 4 going out top 8. But that's only if Ultra lose.
Okay. Yeah, because where they would sort into the bracket. Well, that would make interesting viewing, but I still think they will be very much favourites to win this series. They'll be heading into this hard point still very, very confident. I think, and not to discredit Boston at all, because they were probably better over every single round that we've seen in the control, but if you lose an Invasion control, sometimes it's just like, okay, let's just move on to the next map. That's what the reset you have to have anyway as a team. You can't really be thinking too much about previous issues or any previous maps. You have to be thinking about the here and now, and they'll be thinking about Karachi Hardpoint and how they want to play it. Of course, very rotational heavy. A few different maps that are, a few different points, I should say, that is very easy to find some good time on, Bryce.
It certainly is. Well, at the moment, the players are just getting ready. It is a little bit longer between the maps here at this tournament, as everybody just loads in to make sure everything's okay. I think the lobbies are just remade every single time to make sure we don't have any drops. So if you are wondering what is occurring, that is pretty much it. But it does look like everybody's getting ready to do battle one more time. And just to remind you again, because we keep reminding you about this, but this map is for qualification. If you win this series, you qualify to the bracket. If you lose this series, you will have one more chance later to either eliminate yourself or qualify yourself. So it will be very much in these players' hands thanks to the format here at EWC. But it looks like we are loading in, Ton.
Looks that way. Both these two teams as well. Winner obviously goes through to bracket play. Loser has the game against Stallions, I believe. So that's another potentially tough one. Seen their game yesterday. It was chaotic, to say the least. And moving on in to map number 4. Can Toronto Ultra close this one out, or will Boston force a map number 5?
We'll find out as both teams just go to work here. Obviously, Ultra in a little bit of a better position to get to this hill first. And Awakening will fall, and Ultra managed to get into the point for the first few seconds after 20 seconds of fighting.
3 kills to kick it off. Scrap, of course, they will want to push through. P2 coming in towards the diner side, top left of your minimap. If you haven't watched any Call of Duty this year, you've left it late. Awakening going to try and find that push. Envoy will eventually find the kill. Insight and Cole going to try and pick it up, and this is going to be some decent time here for the side of Ultra. 15 seconds to go on P1. They're going to try and soak every single second because the rotation for P2 is in the hands of Boston.
And just having a bit of fun on the point there. Apparently, just double checking nobody's hiding behind the wall. Here comes the push, though. Klinex is going to manage to make his way in here. Somehow, massive gaps in the defense. Klinex still alive, playing his life as much as possible, waiting for reinforcements. Isn't going to be there in time to save his life, but Insight has managed to get through as well. Somehow, Ultra didn't have the rotation, but are here into the point.
I mean, there was a gap as wide as like Abuza's curtains in the middle of that defense. I do not know how on earth he managed to find a way through. Ultimately, though, Ultra will manage to be pushed back a little bit. Boston will just continue to hold. Klinex found the route, but it does not matter. Good hope from Boston either way. 20 seconds or so to go. And you like to soak up every single one of them if you can for your Boston. You'll be touching 50 points, but it's about the rotation now. Awakening has the free reign to maybe try and find something over towards P3. Ultra are here in numbers, though.
Gonna hold it down. Awakening, trying to do a little bit of something. Not going to work out for him yet, and now the pressure really will mount. Ultra, first opportunity to get into this one early and lock it down, but an instant rip there. Purge managed to take him down straight away. Still have control for now. A decent spawn. Pushing out towards Boston Breach. Will have to go the market route.
Scrap in a good position. He can come over to try and help the cover from the dumpster side, but Envoy is honestly just locking this down all on his own. Everybody pushing in through the market side, and it's like ships in the night. Purge is going to be pushing down from up top. Envoy knows exactly where he is. That's 4 in a row from him, and this is really good time for Ultra. 30 seconds uncontested so far.
Still holding. You can see a massive stack here. Boston Breach have so many bodies ready to strike to push this one out, but Klinex is ready and will just clean it up in the end. Cammy will find him, but it will come down to Cammy versus Scrap, and Scrap will just pick him up as Cammy eventually gets that trade thanks to an exploding car.
10 seconds to go. Scrap's going to have to just backpedal a little bit. He'll find some time there as the rotation over towards P4 comes in, and one that is either hotly contested or just not touched at all. It's really about the rotation over towards P5. Junk. Great shots coming in from Klinex. Plenty of MCWs over towards this side. Finding the gunfights Ultra now, though. Boston have to answer back pretty quickly. They lost a lot of points there, not a single one over towards them on P3.
This is just all about bleeding a little bit of time away here as Purge having a good fight at the moment, but not able to really do any more damage than he would like. And you can see just Ultra soaking up the time here.
And that's not usually done onto P4. They are taking a lot of it. Scraps on a 5 streak.
In an absolutely sublime position for a player of his caliber as well. This is where he just loves to sit, give him a heady. It's a hard gunfight at the best at times. Trying to find Cammy, get rid of him over towards top 3, and then you'll have a cruise missile in the back pocket, which will probably be used to break over towards New. The next will get taken down. They're probably going to bait out for Scrap here. If they can get a hold of that cruise missile, it's definitely going to help.
Got to be careful. Don't let it slip. But this is a huge opportunity for Boston.
There we go.
They need a few more bodies there. That 1v1 Awakening finds one to the middle of the map, but this is all about 6 and 4. It's CleanX and Purge. And CleanX takes down Purge. This is devastating. How on earth have Boston Breach not managed to get into this point? CleanX has just ruined their day. And now Boston Breach, what should have been a simple rotation for them, could turn into a nightmare.
Honestly, I was concentrating on the fact that Scrap lost the gunfight because he ran out of bullets against Awakening, but CleanX is just locking it down all on his own. Here comes the cavalry as well. 20 seconds to go here, over towards P5. And Boston have crumbled there, Brycey. That's a big break from Ultra.
You can see Boston were there early, but
good God,
unfortunately not good enough. CleanX is now on a 5 streak. I mean, the outslaying here is a little bit criminal. You can see Scrap is on 12 and 4. He's died 4 times only so far this game. And they are now moving around, looking for the P1 rotation as well.
Just want to let Boston not pick up too much time here, but that lead sitting around 60 or 70. Boston trying to close that gap and successfully doing so. He has some good time over towards P1, some kills for them as well. The only problem they got is that Ultra are over towards that P2 side, but to be honest, if they can pick up the rest of the time here, Bryce, I don't think they'll be too concerned by that.
So they're just playing around for Snoopy, though, staying alive. They're looking for him. And Envoy has won that against Purge, but Snoopy, fortunately, managed to recuperate his health straight back into the point as they bleed P1 for everything that it's worth. This all becomes about the rotation. You can see Ultra making their way over towards Dyna, making sure they at least have the bodies here that nobody else can kind of contest, and they're happy to give up the scrap time. What they will do, though, is try to pick off a few players. And I say that, Scraps just jumped straight into it, will go down. And so far, so good. Boston have fought back to just 38 points behind.
Yeah, it was about 70 by the time we headed over towards P1, so a very, very good return for the side of Boston over towards P1, but it has allowed Ultra a mammoth amount of time to set up here for P2. And by the way, it's going to be pushed by a few different players. The fact that he found one there is actually a minor miracle. Scrap now trying to do his best, has some backup, him and CleanX and Insight all chipping in. Everybody, a collective team ace coming through. They force Boston away, 30 seconds on offer here. Won't quite be 200 points for Ultra, but they'll not be far away.
Snoopy not really willing to jump in the gunfight against Scrap. Scrap gets caught sleeping for a few seconds. CleanX will get his trade as well. And Boston just threatening a push here, but not really committing to it too much. They know the rotation is way more important for them at this time. The issue is going to be, of course, that right now Ultra can afford a slow rotate.
I mean, the problem was there is that they just went with any of the gunfights. Ultra set themselves up so well positionally. Became very, very difficult for Boston to find a way through, which it can be the case if it's a one-dimensional push through towards that side. It's not an easy one to find. Envoy's going to find a little bit of control over towards Coop already. CleanX with another kill. Boston starting to crumble just far too easily. This will be for 4 dead again, and it's just such an easy break from Ultra. They can't quite win it here, but they're such a good team, and they're finding a way to get this job done.
The outslaying is massive. CleanX is just having a lot of fun. Scraps 21-18 and almost seems like a kill race between them. But Boston strike back, Awakening and Purge combining to get themselves back into the point. But then Insight managed to just dull their happiness for a few seconds. Again, players firing back and forth as this becomes a bit of a bloodbath around this.
And they will get the final 15 seconds. But Ultra will extend their lead again. Some good time off that, and over towards P4 we go. Ultra only need 47 more seconds. Cammy will fall, Awakening will trade. A bit mixy in and around the minimap if you look in the bottom left corner, but Insight and Envoy finding the kills. They probably want to try and stretch out if they can. They'd probably rather spawn Boston back towards that back alley, which is where Purge just spawned. Yeah, Boston all spawning towards the back now, or is it going to be a potential split? Not quite. Awakening had already spawned over towards the Coop side of the map. Ultra getting time, Boston not in a good spot.
This is all about keeping Ultra off and somehow, some way, finding your way to the rotation, but the same old story is playing out. The kills keep flowing for Ultra. It's just an outslay and an outplay. 23 seconds left onto this point. You can already see Scrappers at next. And Boston are struggling to deal with Insight. They don't know what to do.
I mean, the fact that this lead is extended over towards P4 is absolutely disastrous for the side of Boston. Ultra now have a rotation, which is kicking in 5 seconds. Kleenex is going to find 2 more, which is just going to spawn them further back. And Ultra can do no wrong right now. This is a bit more like map number 2, where they dominated the search and destroy. They're going to be 20 seconds away from the win here. Boston will do so well to bring this one back, Pricey.
Oh, Boston will do so well to get to the point. This is a hard point to get to, and you are miles away. Cammy wins a gunfight. The problem for Boston now is it's 10 seconds to midnight. They have to move into it and get a clean break as well, but there's nothing clean about this. Only Cammy finds a kill, and that will be game. Ultra will put Boston Breach into the lower part of their group and qualify themselves for bracket play.
Brilliant performance. Fantastic in map number 4. Brilliant in map number 2 as well. First and third maps. Well, okay, first map, they were pretty decent as well. But the third one, probably an Inquisition on the invasion control. But for Boston, your tournament is not over yet. You come up against a very, very strong Ultra side. You don't get the job done. Cammy does not get his revenge. But I think for Boston, they looked very, very good on the control, Brycey. They have some positives to take away from map number 1, some S&D to potentially work on. But another game later this evening, I believe, to find out if they'll make a bracket play.
Yeah, we will see. There's still hope alive for Boston. They still have the potential to make bracket play and are a little bit favoured in as well. This new look Boston team has certainly shown a few people there's life already. But truth being told, the highlights were all Toronto Ultra for the majority of those game modes, especially, 2 and 3.
Yeah, they were absolutely fantastic around that. I mean, looking towards it for Boston, I don't want to say they controlled the game in the first map, but they were playing it correctly, right? They were very much from 2 to 3, where they were getting a lot of their good work done. It was just, I don't want to say they were unfortunate, but P4 was a problem for them. Ultra were picking up time there every single opportunity. Map number 2, though, was rough for them. It was a really, really good performance from Ultra. Really did show their quality in that one. Just a fantastic performance from them, rather than, I don't want to bash Boston on that. That was just really good from Ultra. But map number 3 was quite confusing. Boston found some aggression where they were just able to dictate how the map was being played, putting Ultra on the back foot every single turn they could. But map number 4 was very much a similar story to what we see in map number 2. Dominance from Ultra, letting them know about it. It's a comfortable win for Ultra that sends them into bracket play.
Yes, it does. Big celebration there from Ultra. Maybe felt a little bit more pressure than they were expecting, but certainly a qualification from them as they move forward to find out who else they'll be playing in the bracket. And an interesting bracket it will be. If you don't know, this is different to every tournament this year. It will be single elimination best of 7. So expect a deeper map pool and expect maybe some tears as people don't get a chance to kind of drop down if they have a bad game.
Yeah, there's no second opportunities once you get yourself into bracket play. But the match MVP, unsurprising to many, will be Scrap. One of the best players in the game, has been for a good few years, and he was dominant throughout the maps, especially that Ultra one. Maybe struggling in the control just a little bit, but a fantastic performance from Scrap. No surprises there. These are the kind of games that he does revel in. Sensational work, but you know what? He will not be too bothered by that win. They will be happy to get themselves into bracket play, but they'll be thinking about further down the line in this competition. And rightfully so, Toronto Ultra, very, very good squad.
Yeah, they certainly were. And just having a great time. Here are some highlights from Scrap. And I think one of the highlights from Scrap will always be just how consistently good he is. Never out of the conversation, just always drilling people straight away, time and time again. And Ultra, we'll see how they match up for the rest of this tournament. For Boston, a chance to qualify coming up later.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Boston do, because there is glimmers there, right? I mean, the Search and Destroy was a little bit weak, I will say, but you are coming up against a very good team. But let's see exactly how things are looking for Boston with the bracket, Brycey, because there is potential for them to still have a little bit of a run, but over towards the Group A side of things, Royal Ravens against Legion again to see who makes it through the bracket play. That's a banger.
Oh, it will be. The Group A bracket
Setting up for another hot one as the Ravens took down Legion last time around. Will it be revenge or not? On the other side of it, of course, Cloud9 and Gentlemates are currently playing. They are going against each other here as Gentlemates did take down G2 earlier on, but have lost to Cloud9 so far this tournament. A horrifying one for them. On the Group C, however, we can see Toronto Ultra have qualified. Boston Breach and Stallions will be facing off to find who comes next.
Yeah, and both these two teams will know everybody very, very well on both the rosters, so that should be a super interesting game. Looking on the other side of things, though, Thieves losing to FaZe, not entirely surprised at that, but 3-0, dominant from Atlanta FaZe. Thieves will drop in the lower side. But upcoming here on the secondary stream is going to be that banger I talked about, Royal Ravens taking on Las Vegas Legion. That is an interesting game. We've already seen it so far this weekend. It was Royal Ravens who looked dominant, but Legion have an opportunity here to try and bring that one back, Pricey. So it should be an absolute cracker.
And it does, and that's the best part, is realistically for the Legion, you know, if they win that game, it's more important than the first game. So they can completely wipe away all memory of it because they will qualify for them. But that's everything left in us. It will be qualification or elimination in every game going forward. But all that and more to come after the break. Thank you, and we'll see you right after this.
Let's go. Turn it up. One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take ya. If you run, I'll chase ya. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate fear. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please. don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. But it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream? I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Esports World Cup. We just have 2 matches remaining of group play before moving on to the bracket stage of the tournament. And that means here in our GSL Star groups, it's time to eliminate a couple more teams, starting with a rematch of a match you and I, Colin, got to cast yesterday. Carolina Royal Ravens once again facing off against the Las Vegas Legion.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to have to say goodbye to one of these teams, Brody. I mean, both of them so close together in terms of skill, in terms of records and statistics heading into the EWC. But I'm very excited to see some keys get crushed today, and that's going to be fun to see whose keys get crushed because across of the EWC, I mean, a lot of talks between this Vegas and this Carolina team and what they can do with performance yesterday. Carolina takes the win in a 3-0 fashion, but for today, who we're going to be looking at for this matchup is Gio and Gwyn.
I mean, these are not bad picks, right? I mean, obviously, Gwyn, Rookie of the Year for the Carolina Royal Ravens. He was kind of mentored over the course of the year by the leadership on the roster, and trust me, there was a lot of it to become the player that he is today. And he has a pretty high KD across the EWC so far. It was a big reason why the Carolina Royal Ravens were able to win out yesterday. On the other side of the conversation, though, it is going to be Gio for the Las Vegas Legion, the only player, Colin, that actually turned up yesterday versus the Carolina Royal Ravens.
And Gio's been such a good light for this Vegas team. I mean, if he was one of the rookies at the start of the year, I'm sure he would have had a better stake in the Rookie of the Year performance that he did put on across the regular season of the CDL. But you saw in those statistics, the Search and Destroy KD for Gio really reflects in the Search and Destroy performance for this entire team. And that is going to have to be something that really turns around for that Vegas squad.
Alrighty, well, let's start talking about the Carolina Royal Ravens then, of course. These guys have been improving over the course of the season. They add Beans to the lineup, and we had questions to ask about what Beans would do to this team. Were there going to be improvements made? And I think the answer is a resounding yes. Yesterday, in that 3-0 over Las Vegas, they looked unstoppable. Today, of course, they were stopped by Optic Gaming, but that was all struggles in the Hardpoint, I think, especially. And, you know, for this Carolina Royal Ravens roster, if their aim is to improve the team ahead of EWC, ahead of a potential 2025 season, Colin, they've done exactly that.
No, they've done even more than that. I think even versus Optic, you talked about Beans, and he had a fantastic performance. The Search and Destroy was great as well, but for this Las Vegas team, having to punch up and try to get a rematch here versus this Carolina team and maybe a little bit revenge as well, we're going to be looking at his counterpart in terms of roster changes, and that's going to be Fame. And the way that Fame didn't really show up against Carolina yesterday, only Gio, as you referred to, as we are looking at that player head-to-head, and if Fame can turn up the way he did versus that Omit team alongside Nero in the performance that both of them had in those respawns, I'm sure we're going to get an even better matchup than we saw yesterday versus Carolina.
I mean, look, we know these players are capable of greatness. We were just waiting for it to show up, and you know, ultimately yesterday it did not. We should probably talk about yesterday, right? Because this is one of the first rematches we're going to get today. We've got another one coming up right after this as well, with 100 Thieves taking on Laura Gaming once more. But yeah, I mean, yesterday Carolina Royal Ravens showed up versus the Las Vegas Legion. We didn't really know what to expect for either squad. They just brought new additions to their respective lineups, and we were expecting a relatively close series, and in some of the maps we got it, but I think basically past the first half of the Hardpoint, I want to say, Colin, things just went awry for Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 250 to 204 in the 6-star, a 6-2 in the high-rise, and then a 3-0 on the invasion controls. So other than that hard point, it was smooth sailing for this Carolina team into the back half of that 3-0. But going into today for the hard points, Vegas really turned that around versus Omit, and as we saw, and a big part of that was the performance between Fame alongside Nero and the playmaking capabilities that the two of them have. They were giving Omit a really tough time, especially when it came down to that Karachi hardpoint where Fame went 22-8, and they beat them 250 to 78 on that Karachi. You know this team has that capability, but we're getting a rematch on the 6-star versus Carolina that we saw yesterday. Yep. And if it is going to be that Fame and Nero show like we saw in that Karachi hardpoint yesterday to kick off versus Omid, I wouldn't expect the same results for Carolina, especially considering Carolina just lost this map to Optic, and I'm sure Vegas were watching.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, if you're Vegas here, you just watched the 6-star hardpoint where the Carolina Royal Ravens struggled hard. You have the key to victory here. You need your subs to get in behind enemy lines, and I know it's very tough at times to emulate Pred and Shotzi, but that's kind of what you need to do here to be a total annoyance to the Carolina Royal Ravens and unsettle them at the beginning of this rematch. Again, folks, this match will decide who moves forward in this tournament towards the next stage, towards bracket play. Which side is it going to be? Right now, Vegas Legion starting strong, trying to contest P1.
And I'm glad you kind of brought up the conversation of Pred and Shotzi in that 6-star hardpoint, because Carolina were letting them do literally anything they wanted to. And versus Vegas, I'm sure that the Royal Ravens are going to be keeping their eyes on those routes and not letting the subs just run amok through this whole map. So into this P2 setup we go. Carolina, they were fantastic versus Vegas yesterday in this exact same setup, and I expect them to look to bounce back after losing majority of the time here on P1.
And almost immediately here, Carolina Royal Ravens just moving all the way back towards the PT rotation. They know this can be a money help. Players keeping an eye on all angles at this point in time. You lose Beans around the front now, so you're going to try and remove your forces here to try and figure out where these players are coming from. Nice trade on towards Fame there, who does take out TJ in the process. So far, so good for the Royal Ravens. Vegas Legion, though, will continue to hit this wave after wave of players. So far, feels a little bit individual. Attached around the side will find one. Trades, but again, you haven't fully removed Carolina just yet.
No, you really haven't gotten too much time here. If you're Carolina, like you would have loved to, Fellow misses the information onto attach on the cross, and they break with trades for Vegas. They haven't gotten rid of the spawns just yet, so Carolina will be able to battle back for about 10 seconds. And look at this. It's Beans, the main stake player from last game versus Vegas for Carolina, looking to punish those spawns. It won't work for Vegas just yet, but it gives Carolina a way in from the front of the hill, and now they're set up.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Beans, with a massive play there towards the backline. Now Vegas, they're going to up the ante somewhat by trying to push around from those back spawns. TJ will double up, though. Fellow follows with number 3, but Vegas Legion again will continue to hold those back spawns. Royal Ravens know it. They're going to have to keep on forcing the issue here. TJ on 5 in a row will be shut down, one shy of the cruise missile. But again, Vegas Legion, they were spawning towards the backline. Finally, to get the spawn out, and I think this has been read by the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, TJ's going to see this. He finds one, going to be traded immediately. But what a fantastic rotation from Carolina to break that with Beans playing distraction in the backline. They force Legion into the blender, the spawn trap that is that P3 back spawn. If you can lock down that hill, it's a foot race over towards P4 with, again, Royal Ravens beating out the rotations, winning the gunfights, and setting up on these power positions. Legion are falling behind about 70 points now, and they need a break right away.
I'm just getting vibes of what we saw yesterday between the Royal Ravens and the Vegas Legion, and albeit that was a very different part of that hard point, it was the exact same kill. While the Royal Ravens were able to do the exact same thing once again here, and now they've rotated in the exact same way they did previously. Kills already starting to go in their favor. Gwyn on 4 in a row. Attached looking to assault the hard point. Gwyn going to get shut down. It's going to be the double up from Geo and Attached to find their way through. Vegas Legion, they're in.
I mean, that's exactly what you wanted to do if you're Vegas, and you do it exceptionally well, barely losing any players. Fame's going to have to cut off some of these rotations through mid, but Beans catches that, and now Vegas with less numbers going to have to fight back against it. Geo 6 and 10. He wants to turn it around, but Gwyn's going to trade out. Attach here now, looking to go big, and he's making it happen, making Royal Ravens fight for this time. They're going to have to back down, and, you know, Vegas, all things considered, not a terrible P4, but heading into the second set, they're really going to have to ramp things up, especially in the slaying.
Yeah, it does feel like that rotation, certainly from what, P3 to P4, that was the most damaging of them all. The Royal Ravens, I think, between those two hardpoints, might have gathered about 70 to 80 seconds off of the Vegas Legion. Attached, though, now on 5 in a row as we go towards P1. An opportunity here to really light things up against the Royal Ravens. Geo has a hell of a lot to do on this poor side. He's been stunned up. The fact that he gets away with that 1 kill against Beans is good enough. Wrap around in behind enemy lines, though. Nero's going to get shut down by Gwyn. Attach the next one up as well. That 6th kill will be denied. Fame will trade things out, but the job's a good one for the Royal Ravens, who are back in.
And Brody, just look at the way that Royal Ravens set up for that pinch. You have Gwyn with an AR, and still the pacing feels so good. Gwyn 15 and 9 in this matchup. It's allowing TJ to just run around with the sub as freely as he wants. The ARs of Royal Raven, again, just being the catalyst to this matchup versus Vegas. And the only thing fairly Vegas has going for them is the back spawns for P2. So you really look at this team down 80 to 142 to see if they can swing with a really good setup here in this P2 hold, like what the Royal Ravens did to them just previously in the first set of rotations.
You have to make sure you hold this if you're Vegas. Right now, first kill coming through from TJ. He's going to double up almost immediately. Nero will be there for a trade. Out from the vent comes Attached for not just one, but the double is going to isolate Gwyn, who will produce a double all on his own, but still, he is still on his Larry towards this hard point, overwhelmed by those back spawns from Vegas Legions they hold for the moment.
Still fighting for this one, Royal Ravens. They want to go from the front, though, but you have Attach coming in on a flank, Brody, and he's going to blow this up.
He's trying it. He's going to pick up the first kill at the very least here. Yep, Royal Ravens find themselves overwhelmed. Attach with the Giga Brain play on that flank will secure that time for the Vegas Legion.
Yeah, that's going to bring this down to about a 30-point lead over towards this P3 rotation, Brody, and that is huge for Vegas considering they were down by about double the points heading into the second set of rotation. So for Vegas, if they can kind of hit the rotation like you see them doing now, if Geo and Attach trying to work their way around this map, I'm sure Royal Ravens are going to be keeping their eye out for it.
It was this hill last time around where Royal Ravens were able to get basically a full 60 away from Vegas Legion. They got to hit this perfectly. You've already lost Fame. So now all of a sudden this becomes significantly more one-dimensional. Shots out on towards players around that backside. TJ and Gwyn combine for 3. Royal Ravens hold for the first.
And this is where you have to pump the brakes, Brody. You cannot get over-aggressive. An individual trial this hill. It's not an easy one to break, so I like to see them grouping up together. Fame looking to kick things off, but they haven't found any kills yet.
Here we go. Players up step side, looking to overwhelm. Geo and Attach over the top. 1 kill down. Attach doubling up, but it's not enough. Again, those back spawns holding strong for the Royal Ravens. And Vegas Legion, I mean, they might still send a couple of resources towards this hill, at the very least towards the middle of the map to try and cut some of these players off. It's a big play call from Geo. You haven't dealt with everybody, though. As TJ goes down, finally you have. Vegas Legion, that is a smart play call from them to not over-aggress in towards scrap time.
Yeah. You're down 90 points. You could have lost the rotations. This is good case here for Legion to maybe set up again, but TJ has just been so annoying in these breaks. He's going to open things up. Fortunately for the Vegas Legion, they do find an answer back. It's going to be 2 kills in retaliation, and Geo finding a third now with the setup. This is much needed time for Vegas. They cannot allow a break here on P4. Nero watching from the offices, but Beans gets him.
Big kills from the Royal Ravens. Starting to overwhelm. Geo and Attach left alive here. Now it is just the former of the 2. Geo has to go big. It's 5 in a row for Geo. 2 on the point. Can't find number 6. It will elude him. Royal Ravens now break it in for the back 30 seconds. And even at this point in the game, that is detrimental to the Vegas Legion. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, Vegas, I mean, you're not going to lose off of this hard point, but you do not want to give up all this time because then you're facing down the barrel of a map loss. They're going to take one last swing at it. TJ and Fellow looking to get the rest of the scrap time. TJ just holding on with the Renetti. Everything for Royal Ravens just feeling good here on 6-star. And Vegas, man, 13 points from losing this map. It has to be flawless. They cannot allow any more mistakes.
At the very least, you contest for 5 seconds there. Good read on the potential flank coming through from Gwyn. Nero will shut that down. Now you're looking for these players off the spawn. Has to be perfect from this moment onwards for Vegas. And you have to catch on all these potential flanking players. Royal Ravens have a number of different ways they can close this game out, and it might be about to happen right here, right now. TJ Halley takes Geo out of the hill. Gwyn from the side as well. Fame's trophy system will get a posthumous kill. Nero also finds one. 10 seconds now for the Royal Ravens to close out this game.
I mean, Fellow watching the MCW set up. Geo and Attach. Isn't that enough to break in? It looks like it is, but 4 seconds. TJ looking to put the nail in the coffin, and he looks like he's going to get it done. Everybody's in the hard point. One last contest, and the Royal Ravens coming out with fire once again here on 6-star Hardpoint, taking down Vegas to lead the series, Brody. This time, it's even better than the last time.
And it's a very different look as well. You know, the way in which they did it last time around was the fact of the matter is they managed to get control of the, what was it, the final 3 hard points of the game or so. I want to say this time around, we saw 2 full 60 setups on that P3 hold towards that bar side, managing to get that basically over and over again. So detrimental. I mean, you're basically giving away a full 120 seconds off the back of that hard point. Vegas Legion, I mean, just couldn't do anything when that hill rolled around.
No, and you know, the breaks from Royal Ravens were fantastic. You were seeing them setting up actually properly, hitting it from multiple different angles. TJ and Beans were so on the edge of just holding on to a lot of those rotations against Vegas. And it's why Vegas really couldn't get a steady setup in towards that second rotation. Even going into that third rotation, you saw how scrappy it got for Vegas, and it was individual performances, just back and forth trades. And one player on the Royal Ravens always came out on top in a lot of those back and forth. So it's just really good slaying coming out from the AR side, especially with Gwyn popping off with that third AR on a 6-star, really keeping pace there inside of that map number 1, a 2.17 KD. Oh, that is ridiculous from our rookie of the year.
Yeah, I believe this is his search and destroy stat line, I want to say. Given the fact we've got kills per round there and we don't have rounds in Hardpoint, I've got to imagine that going into the search and destroy, this is what we're looking at right now, especially because you and I already had that discussion about kind of, look, Gwyn is popping off right now. And I don't actually have, like, the specifics of where Gwyn stands in, like, the power rankings per se in search and destroy land, right, with that 2.17. But I got to imagine that he's pretty high up the list. He looked phenomenal both yesterday and today versus Optic.
Yeah, no, I mean, today versus Optic especially, he was 14-7 in that high-rise search and destroy, and now you're looking at Vegas, who haven't won a search here at EWC, Brody. I think that is the biggest thing for this matchup that is kind of worrisome, especially losing onto that hard point. Vegas yesterday, they were great in the respawns versus Omid, but even to a challengers team, they lost on this high-rise search and destroy, and it didn't look good. I think it was in the realm of 6-1 versus the team, or 6-4, something like that. I think I was wrong. It was a 6-4 matchup on that search and destroy versus Omit. And even still, I mean, for this Vegas Legion squad, you're looking at that loss and you're just, what is going wrong with these search and destroys? Well, it's very one-dimensional. And when it does get into those really chaotic moments, like we saw in those hill breaks a lot of the time for Vegas, it's chaotic and it's just a trade battle. You don't really see that follow-up for them to win their fights right away. Their opening duels are being lost, and I'm looking at Nero on the far right of this stage to really step up when it comes to those opening duels for this Vegas Legion team. He's the one who really changes the game for Vegas when it's in the online qualifiers or on LAN for CDL, and he needs to have that impact here versus Carolina.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we go back towards that search and destroy yesterday, right? And I think it does feel like at times Vegas just couldn't buy a first blood. Just for whatever reason, the rounds where they're able to get a first blood, we saw those clutch ups. We saw what was the ace from Gwyn in the S&D yesterday. Fellow with that triple as well. You've got to put a stop to those high-level players coming out from the Carolina Royal Ravens, and they'll be on a high as well. They've just taken you for 2 consecutive matches on the exact same hardpoint map. You're now going into the exact same search and destroy. You got to be feeling good if you're the Royal Ravens at this point. Opening shots coming out here from attach, not many of them going to connect.
Yeah, you just really got to tighten it up here if you're Vegas and stop giving away these first bloods like that overchow from Nero just standing in the open of bottom blue. And then Geo taking shots from Beans at distance. Royal Ravens are feeding in, or Vegas are feeding into the Royal Ravens right now, and that's going to put us into a 3-on-2.
Beans just activated his inner Cyberman. Deleted. And now Vegas Legion left up to the last couple of players, and you're just in such a difficult spot here. You have absolutely no idea where to go. Fame has to be the tip of the spear as the bomb carrier. That's such a difficult ask. I will say nobody from the Royal Ravens has actually sat inside the site per se. They don't actually have eyes on it. That might change soon though. Beans is starting to get antsy. Bomb goes down. Where does Fame go? On the exit here, straight into the open line of sight of Beans. He'll take that all day long.
Yeah, 1v3 for attach. Bomb is down, but a lot of work to do. Bottom Heli doesn't know that there's somebody right above him, and Fellow's gonna spot him before attach does, and Carolina putting this round away to open up the search and destroy. Brody, what is a Cyberman?
Right, okay. You need to watch Doctor Who, okay? I know that we're in an American broadcast here, okay? I know we're casting American teams. Beans is a British guy, though, so I don't really care. If anybody in the chat hasn't watched Doctor Who, you need to be doing it. I'm pretty sure this might be against my contract rules or something that I shouldn't be mentioning, like brands like Doctor Who, but I don't care. It's a great TV show. Regardless, yeah, that was incredible start there, and just some of the fights that we saw taken from inside the spawn building to lose both in the way that Vegas Legion did just left them totally stranded. Nothing that they could do.
No, not at all. I need to see Vegas stop giving up these first bloods. Just play a lot more tight. Make sure, you know, if you're giving away those individual gunfights, maybe play those corners. Just look to scam some kind of opening into this round. But it's Geo to go down this time. Gwyn looking to work from the middle map, and they know exactly where Nero is.
You know he is. Now he's dipped. Got the hell out of dodge. Bomb straight down for Fellow. This is going to send Vegas haywire. Where are they going to approach this one from? Alright, have got themselves positioned around this site. Beans is relatively far removed from the situation. TJ gets doubled up on though. Big opening challenge coming out there from both Fame and Attach. They've got the numbers, time. The only real issue in this situation, 25 seconds, not a lot to make this one work. Fellow gonna cut down Nero to the middle of the map. Now Beans, who was far removed from this situation, you know where the bomb is planted for. Beans for the reposition here, 1 versus 1 against Fame for the middle of the map. Beans will win it, and now all he has to do is play his life. A 1 versus 2 for Beans, no time to get the defuse regardless here. Surely for attach, he's gonna go for it anyway, but even though he knows that's a futile effort.
Pop the bomb! You had Beans in a prolonged 1v1 versus Fame, and Attach wasn't on the bomb. That is a big mistake there from Vegas. I mean, they had time to at least work some kind of a delay there. Beans was occupied and far removed, like you said, but it's a difficult heads-up call. Very hindsight when you're looking at it. You're hoping that Beans may be overchild to look to see if Attach was on that bomb for the defuse, and it just was not happening. Beans again for such a clutch win there. He clutched up versus Optic in the round 11, and he's not stopping yet.
All right. Carolina Royal Ravens coming into this one hot. Nero, that's a route right there. Moreover, though, that's a definite route coming out from Royal Ravens. They overwhelm towards the pit side. Fame will be able to trade right back, but Gwyn brings us down to a 2 versus 2. Not the start the Vegas Legion expected down there. They face a lot of resistance.
Oh, and look at this from Beans. He's going to jump up onto the helipad. This is what Shotzi did to them all game long back on that high-rise search and destroy, and looks like he wants to pull a fast one on Legion, Attach in towards the propane. Now he's all alone. Geo did get caught, and with Gwyn repositioning, now Attach has to fight 2 different gunfights on 2 different sides of the map, and he's going to give himself away with the shots on the Beans. Gwyn's going to kill him out, and as a fantastic round from the Royal Ravens, Gwyn just disengaging from that early pressure down low, and Beans bringing that 1v2. Again, just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have seen a little bit more trigger discipline out of Geo in that situation, right? You're in a 1 versus 2. You know, granted, you feel like you might have 1 kill in your favor, but you have to make sure you get that kill. You don't know where that second player is, so if your shots aren't going to be as snappy as you'd like, don't take the fight. You know, use that information to your advantage until you know you can actually pick up that frag. Oh, boy. Well, it's another round in favor of the Royal Ravens. They continue to overwhelm. And how about this for a play call at the start of this round? 3 players straight towards A. They should meet the full fury of Vegas Legion over here. Geo, of course, in that shed side. Carolina Royal Ravens going to have to slow up somewhat, but it is going to be TJ that manages to get through. The question for me is, did Vegas see it?
Well, Vegas finally getting a first blood in the round. That's going to slow down the Royal Ravens. That's bomb down as well, but the hunt is on for TJ. They finally sniff him out. Beans gets the trade, but it's too little too late. 3 versus 2. Now for Legion, they can play this one together and try to isolate these players. And so they do. 1v3 for Fellow.
Fellow has to find the perfect route here. Vegas, if he does peek up, Fellow will be seen by Nero. So he's not really got a lot of options. Here we go. He's going to run right into the trap. The call should be made. Not before Fellow actually gets out with the kill against the Geo. So you're okay with that. But great round from Vegas. You draw that first blood. It's a round that goes in your favor.
Yeah, and it seems like it's so different when Vegas can really dictate the pace of the Ravens. You saw the Ravens wanted to kind of push the pedal to the metal over towards that A side, and they got stuck. And that's because Vegas weren't giving up anything. The gunfights were held towards that natural cover. You had to overextend if you're the Royal Ravens, and you really didn't want to, and that allowed Nero to find that first blood. And for the rest of it, I think the Royal Ravens just bit off a little bit more than they can chew in that round. So finally, the Legion put one on the board, and I'm looking to go back-to-back here. And my eyes on Nero. He wants to get aggressive here, and he's in trouble. Gwyn with some good shots. First blood to the Ravens.
Phenomenal start once again for the Ravens. A good read on Vegas. Slow up once again. Attach taking long range gunfights. Gwyn from the top rope will remove Attach from the round very swiftly. Wow. And now for Vegas, it's a situation they will not be unfamiliar with. All down to Fame. He's already been tagged up. He'll find one out of the round. But the Royal Ravens, they give Vegas one. Not another one here.
Just disrespectful confidence from Gwyn, the Rookie of the Year. They're flying at the opposition. Hey, that opening first blood versus Nero, I think Nero just found some bad timing there. Gwyn getting those early shots. You were pinned down behind that barrel, but for him to go top heli and just jump into the lion's den, that is just confidence from Gwyn that you like to see if you're Carolina here, trying to make those bold plays that have been paying off, just like we saw yesterday on the high-rise search and destroy. And an immediate bounce back from Carolina. Vegas, that is what, 4-1 against them in terms of first blood.
Yeah.
So Carolina feeling good there.
Oh. Well, first blood's already going down over by A. Gwyn and TJ will win both of them. I think it was a bait and switch that we didn't actually get a chance to see. Now numbers overwhelmingly in favor of Royal Ravens. Good trade coming out from Attach through the middle of the map. TJ's on the hunt, though. TJ's on the hunt. Maybe overheating somewhat for the second fight. Attach will bring this down to a 1 versus 1. Does not matter. He will not find that third kill, but he makes that closer than it needs to be.
It's just so scrappy there for Attach just to have to find those kills, and opening up with 2 back-to-back kills there for Vegas. I think the Ravens, it's just a good read. They're watching for the push through blue, and where you expect to get a trade there if you're Vegas, you had a second member watching over your teammate there for Carolina. I mean, they're reading Vegas like a book in this game mode, and there's nothing that the Legion can throw at them that they're not ready for. So heading into this last round, down 5-1, Vegas gonna have to fire off 5 rounds in a row just to steal this one away, and it is gonna have to be some magical improvements.
This is just a phenomenal search and destroy from the Royal Ravens. Gwyn, at the very least, will get first blooded. Of course, Vegas have won 1 round of search and destroy this entire S&D so far, and it was the round they drew first blood. It feels like that might be going that way once again as the Royal Ravens falling apart. Fellow tagged up from all different directions, and there you go. Vegas, they've just got to keep drawing these first bloods.
And the patience there from the Legion is what I like to see. They're waiting for Carolina to make those mistakes, get aggressive through blue, try to kind of make those one-off plays. And you have somebody from Vegas just holding their irons. Nero there finds the first one and the second of the round to really open up that A side. It sends Carolina into a bit of a panic. And I'm not saying this Carolina team is the perfect search and destroy team right now. They will make mistakes. You just have to draw it out of them right now if you're the Vegas. Give it some time to breathe. And in that round, we saw just that.
All right. Royal Ravens, they just need 1 more round. Going for the classic route through towards bottom. This is TJ now off the back of losing Gwyn, who has to move all the way forward here for the trade. He's going to do exactly that. Fame down for the count, but still, TJ has been tagged up. Will be able to hit the full regen here before a reapproach from Vegas happens, but he now needs to go forward towards B site. You've lost all the players around you here, and TJ might have just found the perfect route through.
I think they kind of know. Attach has an idea that he may have slipped across the lane, and they're reading this one correctly. TJ's going to see it, and Gio's there watching back-to-back there for Vegas. And those players holding hands to make sure that they get it done, make sure that they're there for the trade. So good round there from Vegas, working off of that first blood. It does get traded by TJ, but they did a good job at pinching onto the bomb carrier Fellow inside of that B site and then making TJ have to jump out and play his life. So good isolations there from the Legion.
Starting to get better. Again, that one I think was a bit of a weird one on the whole for the Royal Ravens to take. They're throwing slightly different looks at Vegas to get this S&D done. Just do not let Vegas back in. Carolina playing this one slow. Nades over the top. Should be able to make a move now towards B. Gwyn gets doubled up on, though. I don't think that was just Fame shooting at him. I think he was getting shot at from Gio. And that's enough here to overwhelm him, take him out of the site. It's a site fully in control now for Vegas.
And now going for that quick plan, possibly. TJ's going to jump in there, trades out a Nero. Bomb goes down, and Fame now trying to get away. TJ hunts him down. It's going to be in a 2-on-2 now that Gio set up in the back. But Beans, what are those shots?
Insatiable from Beans. And you know that Attach is a relatively slow player. You know he's going to be playing all the way back here, and Fellow's just going to sit and wait for Attach to come his way. Attach is actually still pretty good for this fight. That nade should send Fellow away momentarily. But Attach doesn't have a lot of time here. Fellow picks up the kill, and that's going to be all she wrote for this search and destroy. Does not matter which player gets the defuse. That is a team effort and a half from the Royal Ravens.
That's so doable if Attach finds that first kill onto Fellow. You saw he even shouldered the bomb. He saw that Beans wasn't on the defuse, so he had time to work with. But the reposition from Fellow as soon as that nade doesn't hit, it's just something that I don't think Attach was really ready for. Thought his nade may have extended a little bit further than it actually ended up happening. And that's Carolina going back to back again in Hardpoint and Search and Destroys. Vegas still having some struggles in that game mode. As we see, they're 0-3 on the weekend for Search and Destroy, Brody. And that spells a little bit of trouble for this Legion team as we're heading into another respawn, which they struggled last time against this Carolina team.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder, right? Because obviously we did just see the exact same maps played in 2 consecutive series at the beginning. They almost went exactly the same way. Granted, I think the way in which the maps were won were a little bit different for the Royal Ravens, but nonetheless, both of them were basically just as dominant as they were the first time around. And you kind of ask the question, why are we doing that? You know, why are we still playing 6-star and high-rise against these guys? Because now you're 2-0 down in the series, and you've got to hope that there's something different here as we do get into the high-rise control. But, you know, I mean, to be honest, I don't necessarily see this playing all that differently. There's a few more routes that you can take, or routes that you can take. Sorry, I've got to get that American out of me. There's a few more routes that you can take on high-rise control comparatively to Invasion. But nonetheless, I mean, look back to yesterday, and it was just all AR pressure from Carolina Royal Ravens that won them the control.
Yeah, I think for Las Vegas, after you know, they got or they moved down into the lower bracket versus Omit. They played this high-rise control versus Omit. There was Invasion versus this Carolina team, and their teamwork looked a lot better on the high-rise control than it did on the Invasion. I think it provides a little bit more routes to take if you are Nero or Fame, and it allows for those ARs of Attach and Geo to really play those steady power positions that high-rise really allows for you. Lots of open sight lines, and it could be a different story. We're going to have to wait to see, though, Brody.
Yeah, indeed we will. Well, once again, Royal Ravens getting a bit of a deja vu here as they are 2-0 up against the Las Vegas Legion, just 1 map win away from making it to bracket play. That bracket's pretty tough, so I don't even know if you want to get there really. But again, 1 map away. Let's see if they do so. We'll see you after the break for it.
set, go.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the Esports World Cup. We've been here before, a little bit of deja vu settling in as the Carolina Royal Ravens are once again up 2-0 over Las Vegas Legion, and they've done it in the exact same way. A 6-star hardpoint followed up by a high-rise search and destroy, but from this point onwards, the timelines have diverged. We've got a high-rise control to talk about now, as opposed to the invasion control that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I think this is a positive change for Vegas when it comes into, changing up the vetoes heading into towards today. Fortunately, you played that high-rise control yesterday alongside the Vista hardpoint versus Omit, and you won. You didn't want to go back to the invasion because you got smoked on it yesterday by this Carolina team. And I think for Vegas, when you're heading into this one, it's not only going to be a battle of the ARs trying to really step up. Gio's been having a little bit of a less performance that we saw today than we did see yesterday in this matchup between the two. And alongside that, I think Attach can really step up in a lot of those key moments for this team. But High Rise opens up the opportunity to have a lot more impact from the submachine gun players. And you still talk about Nero and Fame in those roles to kind of open up opportunities to hop onto that point. We saw yesterday that the two of them were really leading on this map versus Omit when it came to hopping on those zones on attack and making sure that you weren't giving up too much time and wasting that time inside your attacking rounds. So if you could get that again from this team of Vegas, just a well-rounded team effort here versus Carolina on this control, you're going to be looking at a potential here to push this to a Vista and then maybe prolong this into a map 5, Brody. But all things considered, it is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, well, I'll play devil's advocate slightly to that point, right? Yeah, I mean, Fame, we've talked about those players, right, that we want to see show up to this matchup that showed up yesterday versus Omit Brooklyn, but this is a very different beast, right? Carolina Royal Ravens, it's a totally different ball game to the Omit Brooklyn squad that they managed to take down in control, so they're going to have to do it against a much better team. And so far, so good on this offense. They seem to have won the vast majority of the opening fight over by B. But as I say that, fellow from up top, Heli will find a couple of kills. Nero's the only one that's keeping this offense alive.
Yeah, Nero needs a little bit of help here. He's going to jump out. The player from Carolina actually falls down, and you still have the kills coming through from Vegas. They're going to jump right onto this B zone, Brody. Continue this progression forward, and Attach takes this opportunity to play distraction on A.
Yeah, this is the big point that you and I have been having a discussion about this kind of play, right? You have a player over by A to distract the team because they know you have to make sure you do not lose the A zone on defense. Attach is now done so, but the space has already been created here, and you've pushed a player through in behind enemy lines. Nero now in the home base, causing all sorts of havoc, looking for more kills. Bouncing an nade will unseat Nero. Gwyn's going to finish him off, but the damage is done. The point is over by B, already out of the play. You do take the one player down that was Geo over by A, but you've lost that one tick, and I gotta say, most of that was down to Attach, just making that distraction play happen.
Yeah, it was big. And top of that, Detach having Geo watch over him. There's no more safety I'd rather have on this team than having Geo as your support. But Fame's going to get traded, being still with that top heli control. And Vegas just taking their time to work at this map a little bit. They're trying to suffocate these players on towards A, and Attach looking for the collapse. He's going to take down Gwyn, and that's going to be the time stop to get out of minute 30.
Yeah, here we go. Geo's also going to double up here. TJ's isolated by B, and well, if they manage to catch him off guard, this one might be done so, but no, TJ's going to pick up that gunfight now, and opening perhaps over by A. Yeah, Follow's going to take Attach out of the play. Nero, though, still keeping it alive, doing more than that. He's breathing life into this offense. Nero for the triple now. Vegas Legion spawning Royal Ravens towards the back of their base. Nero, though, still isolated for the moment. Now has a little bit of help from Geo, but TJ and Beans come through. They stop the offense, and now even more than that, they're basically wiping the team. Fame, the only one left up.
And here's the issue for Carolina. It's a 14v5 with a minute 20 left. Royal Ravens, they're throwing lives away. So this is going to have to be a big breakdown from Vegas if they're going to lose this attacking round. But I'm sure they want that tick, but a round win on offense, that'll do for a lot of these teams. And you have Gwyn in your back spawn. Fame's going to know that. He backs up and makes it a 13-3.
Yeah, this round feels like it might be done, to be honest, by ticks or by lives. Obviously, you would want the former of the two if possible. Beans, at the very least, will pick Geo up, but TJ forced to try and do something about the point. Yeah, Beans was trying to get himself off the map, and I think he might have actually just done it.
They didn't get the last tick because of that. It said players eliminated.
Yep.
So Beans making the heads-up play. If you're not going to lose the round, at least give yourself a shot at that round 5 defense. And, only getting 5 ticks there for Vegas, I'm sure you're going to be extremely happy to find an offense here on High Rise, something you couldn't even do back on the Invasion versus this Carolina team. But you would have liked to get that 6 tick just to guarantee those 6 ticks of progression heading into that round 5 defense. But Carolina now flipping things on a dime here onto your own attack. It wasn't a terrible round for you for the Royal Ravens. You're just giving up lives here, and now you're looking at those ARs to kind of do exactly what Nero was doing there. Set up on those power positions and just try to fire away a couple kills. Beans, he's going to open up.
And you got to fire back in the way that Vegas just did to you. Fame, smallest of margins there on top heli steps. We'll be able to take one player down. Fellow's going to be that player. Royal Ravens trying to keep this push by B alive. Beans with a kill on towards Attach would be nice to have, but you're losing numbers over by the point. Down low. Gonna lose a player as well. Gwyn from the middle of the map is now the last hope on this offense, and the Royal Ravens gonna get shut down here. This is worst case scenario now for the team in blue.
This is almost exact deja vu of the Vegas versus Omate game. I mean, Vegas had near picture-perfect defenses, and it's just because the whole team is unreal on this map. Attaches on 4 in a row. A cruise missile would be so delightful to have, but Attach in trouble. Will he be able to get away and hold this streak? It looks like he's going to still have another chance, but only 26 seconds left for the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, Fame gets shut down before that cruise missile can be accrued. Attach now, as you said, is looking for it. There's number 5 in a row. Big kill if you can make it. That stunt, I don't think it's going to connect, no, so Attach won't be phased by it. Kills now once again being made by the Vegas Legion. 13 seconds on the clock. You lose the player that was stopping it in Beans, and you are preoccupied with the fact that Attach is still on that spree. You're looking for him, you're looking for the frag, you're looking for something in this round. You just do not want to feed it. Fellow, last-ditch effort over by B. Gwyn with the read here, 0.4 seconds on the clock. The only reason this round hasn't ticked by, and Attach will be the player to pick him off. 0.3 once again, though. Fellow and Beans follow up the kills here. Cruise missile has been accrued. Player stops off the point at the complete wrong time. So that is another round here for the Vegas Legion. That is about as perfect as you can get.
Oh, I mean, you get the offensive win and you follow up with a defense like that, not giving any progression up to this Carolina team and getting the cruise missile. I mean, you're setting yourself up for success right now if you're Vegas. You want to go to that Vista hardpoint right now, and it looks like this is just a team of Vegas hitting a level that we haven't seen yet in this matchup. The teamwork alongside the gun skill of them finally showing up in this match versus Carolina. And it is just such a good mix-up that is giving Carolina a little bit of run for their money here in the control. Now back onto the offense. When will we see this cruise missile from Attach? Might want to use it to put away this round and end it in a 3-0.
Yeah, it's kind of like a get-out-of-jail-free card now that you've got right for the remainder of this game. Vegas Legion have stepped it up a notch. They've completely silenced almost everything from the Royal Ravens. It's a good start, though. Good response coming out from the Royal Ravens. So you want to make sure you don't let players get in behind enemy lines, though. Attach will be dealt with before he can cause any real havoc here. Geo not going to get an AO through that fence, so going to get shut down. And the Royal Ravens now a moment to breathe here, but it won't be long before Vegas and Legion knocking at your door once again.
Yeah, it's back to the drawing board for Vegas. You got to get Nero to touch over towards B for a second, but you're losing lives, and Carolina are really testing you right now in your coordination because Vegas seem very disconnected right now. Everybody making those solo heroic plays, but now you get that break for Vegas. You're going to have two players stacked on towards B. It's Nero and Geo looking to make some damage.
Yeah, go in, trying to hold the players off in spawn. While Vegas Legion slowly but surely are capturing the point. Nice nade from Beans. Now Geo, the last one left up on the point. Gwyn still hasn't been dealt with, by the way, but he's not actually doing that much in terms of keeping Vegas Legion away from the point. Geo finds one, but the B point has been secured again. That's down to the fact that Fame does get past Gwyn. So now an extra 60 seconds on the board here. And again, Vegas still have that cruise missile. TJ Halley looking for exit frags, not going to find anything.
You guys still have time to slow down here if you're Vegas. You get a double kill there. You're trying to make some mistakes here from somebody like Fellow up top, Halley, and he's going to over-challenge to Geo. So here's an opening now for Vegas to really put some pressure on when it comes down to these eliminations. A minute 20, you don't have to over-aggress. You can pin Carolina back into their spawn and work your way on day.
Got a ton of ways to win this round. Gwyn will at the very least deal with Nero. Now you've lost everybody towards the point, though. It's go time for Vegas Legion. Nice long-range shots from Gwyn. I've got to assume that Attach was already weakened towards that fight, but now you need to do more damage because players are starting to push through. Geo being a total nuisance. Geo for a double now. Royal Ravens are going to push one through the middle of the map. They're trying to remove Vegas Legion from the point. First tick. Now going to be through. Geo on 5 in a row, and they know exactly where Vegas Legion are coming from, or Carolina Royal Ravens, are coming from. Fame and Geo will deal with both of those players now. Geo still being a nuisance. He's got a cruise as well.
8 lives left for Carolina. They have to be careful here, and look at this wipe. 3 go down. Now for Vegas with a minute left. Do you invest these cruise missiles? It doesn't look like they're going to do it right away. No. Now, cruise missiles coming in from Attach.
Yeah, one's coming in, but Geo's going to fall. What value do you get? It forces Royal Ravens inside at the very least, hunting for these kills. Yep, unfortunately, Fame goes down in that play. So the cruise missile is good for one, but it's also good for one of your teammates. Fortunately enough, Nero's going to follow it up with kills like that towards the point. It's a great response to your own failures. Carolina Royal Ravens now just decimated down to the last 3 players on their team. TJ Halley out of this round, and Geo's going to bring the next cruise missile in.
Looking to drop the hammer here. 30 seconds left. Everybody tucked away. Fellow's gonna go down. Beans looking to overextend, but the kill's not there. It's all down to Gwyn in a 1v3. Not sure if this one's gonna be possible. We might be looking at a Vista.
And there it is. Vegas Legion coming out and showing that, well, frankly, Invasion Control was not their map. Instead, High Rise is where they needed to be. We talked about it, right? We saw them yesterday, saw them versus Omid Brooklyn, playing very well on this map mode combination. And it turns out it wasn't just the fact that they were playing a challenger side. They can just do it against the Carolina Royal Ravens as well.
Yeah, and I only assume that, 6-star is your next best thing. You get the veto onto Karachi, I'm assuming. If you're Carolina, you're going to force, the side of Vegas to choose where you want to start your games at, and that's why the 6-star comes through. But now you're heading to the Vista in map number 4, and you're getting the ball turning here. If you're Vegas, that looked a lot better from this team as an entirety, let alone those individual performances that we saw from Nero and Geo across the map. So many clutch plays for them that all accumulated into some good teamwork from Vegas, really dominating Carolina on a map that they feel a lot more comfortable on.
I think that's the difference maker ultimately for me, right? It's just the teamwork that wasn't really present all that much in maps number 1 and 2, and it certainly wasn't present yesterday's 3-0 for the Carolina Royal Ravens. Here is the first time, I think, versus the Royal Ravens where I felt like the whole team is playing really well together. Everybody's firing on all cylinders. Everybody is turning up to the match. It looks like the team has finally activated, and again, maybe it's kind of the change of setting where quite clearly they don't really feel comfortable on 6-star Hardpoint and high-rise search and destroy, and maybe they just needed a change of the setting to a certain extent, but the subs were there. They were actually showing up to the game. That's what we said we needed to see. The ARs were doing everything to maintain map control and force the issue as soon as they get a wipe. Just so many great decisions, I think, for the Las Vegas Legion. There is hope for this roster yet.
It's not even that. It's the fact that you saw that Nero and Fame, they opted in taking out MCWs at so many times on that high-rise control. You're literally looking at this, if you're Carolina, at 4 players just holding down irons in a very wide open map that is high-rise, and that is not easy to battle against. But changing things up into this Vista Hardpoint map number 4, Brody, and that's where you're going to kind of see somebody from Vegas have to go back into that Rival 9 and really make those pop-off moments. And if Nero's going to be looking electric like he was back in that high-rise, those double kills, triple kills even at times, just very tight angles that you don't expect players to get kills in, Nero's going to be that player to make it happen. And into this Vista Hardpoint, if he can do this one again, we go to a map number 5. That opens up something for Carolina that we haven't yet seen. They haven't gone to a map 5. Neither one of these teams have gone to a map 5 yet this weekend.
It would be nice. It would be nice to see something different in this series. We already have done to a certain extent. Again, the fact that we've seen a bounce back here from the Las Vegas Legion is something that, frankly, when we looked at the map set, we didn't necessarily expect to see. The first 2 maps went the way that we expected, but now Las Vegas have something to say in this series. As you said, the subs are what we want to see turning up for this one. We need to see them show up to this game just like they did in the last one. On the other side of that conversation, though, for the Royal Ravens, you can never count out a player like Gwyn, of course, the 2024 Rookie of the Year in the CDL. There's a reason that he was granted that award. He shows up to this series, and there'll be trouble spelled out for Las Vegas.
Yeah, no matter what way you paint a Vista Hardpoint, it's not going to be easy on both sides of this playing field. And I think for Carolina, you have to give some favor to them as well for this map. If Fellow and Beans can also set up with those ARs, it's not going to be easy for these SMGs to run those routes. So you have to be on your irons here if you're Vegas. Make sure you can work your way through this map cleanly, but off the break-off, it's nothing but Royal Ravens until you get a little bit of an answer back. It's 1 versus 1 here from Geo, but it looks like the friends here from Fellow going to be here in time to help him out.
Yeah, nice little distraction play there from TJ right off the start of that one. Fellow, excuse me, right off the start of that one. Fame going to double up off the back of it to get control for the Vegas Legion now. And if you're the Royal Ravens in this situation, just got to try and get back in towards this time. Gwyn will come out with a response for a 1. For the Royal Ravens now off the back of the spawn. You just want to hit this one as a team because Vegas Legion, I was going to say, they had eyes on every single entry point, but as Geo shuts down, now Nero will be isolated. That Semtech should finish him off, and it will.
Vegas have control of the middle of the map too. If Attach can stay alive here, it's not going to be easy for the Ravens to rotate over towards P2. You already have some bodies there. It's going to be Fame looking to do some damage to him, and he will. Fame gets 2, looking to lock things down on rotation for the side of Vegas Legion, looking to get initial time.
Attach, a lot to do. Going to get shut down by the nade from Gwyn here. Vegas Legion presence starting to falter as, Gwyn's going to pick up not just 1. I think that was 3 kills in a row coming out from Gwyn there. And Beans will follow up with yet another one as well. So Royal Ravens now in control. You know what side of the map Vegas Legion are going to be coming from here. You just have to make sure you take those players down. And that's not the start that you wanted. Gwyn already down for the count. Now just going to be down to Beans on the point. He's also going to get shut down as well. Back 20 seconds could go the way of Vegas.
And look at this distraction from Attach. They're taking the long route, forcing TJ away from that action. Unfortunately, it won't pan to really anything from this Vegas Legion team. Carolina Royal Ravens still holding on to a little bit of a lead heading into P3. You also got TJ on 4 in a row. So if he can find some routes here and make this into a streak, it's going to be a good tool to have on this map. Fortunately for Vegas, though, he's going to get cleared out. It's 3 down as they're set up into P3.
This is what you need for Vegas Legion. At the very least there, I was a bit concerned for a moment that the Royal Ravens might overwhelm them in the map. Attach will overextend. Finds 1. That's value, but now you've lost your teammates. Nero, isolated towards the point. He's played his life well enough for one. You've also now got Fame coming through the cut for the second. Royal Ravens sent back to the spawn point. One player does manage to get through off the spawn. It's going to be Fellow. And I think Vegas Legion are on the hunt for that player. They know that somebody is probably going to be approaching from the tram side. You've just got to hunt that player down. But Fellow will activate for one now. Nero, who was on the hunt for the kill, hasn't been able to find it just yet. Has to switch over towards the pistol to get it done. And no, Fellow's just going to outplay him in the moment. But still, Vegas hold on towards this kill for now. Fellow looking to approach. He still has to be the guy to get this one done. He knows it as well. Forced out in towards the kill for the contestant. It doesn't go well.
Yeah, Fame is 13-7 on 4 in a row. Fame doing a lot there to just keep Vegas in control of that P3. 70-44 heading into the rotation. And Fame's going to get cut down, so still no strings attached. Just trying to hide around, but he's going to be hunted from the Royal Ravens as they pierce right through the middle of the map, right into the back line, but still not steady in their hold just yet. It's going to be a tough one to break here for Vegas.
Break it is what they need to do. You can hold this one from the front. Royal Ravens will know it. Keeping an eye on any potential players who might be making their way through the cut too. Here we go. Here's the kit. Slide out from Nero will be enough for the kill on towards Beans. Is it enough to get the rest of the squad over though? Yes, it is. It's just down a Fellow in the backline. You know that's where the last player is going to be located. Double hit comes through from Fame and attached. That's good enough for Vegas. They're going to get that back 20.
Yeah, and really, Royal Ravens losing that because they never clear out the back spawns for Vegas. So Vegas is able to group up and explode out onto the site. So holding on to their lead into the rotations towards P5 here on Vista. And everything has been good for Vegas so far when it comes down to the breaks and the holds when they do get set up. 91-65 as it looks like you're going to have somebody go for a deep flank. It's going to be Fame working the bottom side of the mini-map. Everybody else trying to work through mid.
Yeah, you're going to take a long while to get there, though. Instead, though, Fame is going to provide long-range shots from the middle of the map. Geo able to double up now. All of a sudden, Gwyn isolated towards the point. If the aim is to get through the front of the point, Vegas have done exactly that. Royal Ravens, though, back spawns. Attach will double up through the middle of the map here. An opening now presenting itself for the Vegas Legion. They removed Royal Ravens for the point, and even if you're kind of fighting back and forth for this time, you're happy with the way that you've removed this skill from the control of the Royal Ravens. You're fighting for this one.
Yeah, really nobody's able to get a good setup here. It's just back and forth gunfights, but Royal Ravens slowly chipping away at this lead. Attach can overextend right in towards the hard point. It's 3 down for Royal Ravens, and they finally broken through for the scrap. So still holding on to this lead, Brody. Heading into the second set of rotations, it's been so scrappy on every single hill other than that third one that Vegas was able to extend their lead on. And even going back to P1 here, it was Vegas coming out to a 27-point lead at the start of the game. So they're looking to get set up and really sink their feet and anchor down onto this point.
Yeah, and this is a troublesome moment in the game for the Royal Ravens. You've got to break this. Vegas Legion, 30-point lead and growing. Good kill on towards Attach through the middle of the map, though. Royal Ravens, at the very least, setting themselves up for potential rotation towards P2. They're going to hit this one through the middle of the map, though. Beans and Gwyn will combine for 2. Nero unsettled out towards the balcony. He goes. He's taken a plethora of gunfights. None of them really connecting, though. He walks away with 1 kill. Is that good enough to get Vegas back in towards this point? I don't think so for the moment here. They might want to fight through this point for the last 20, though, because given where they're spawning right now, Colin, it's not looking good, bro, for a potential rotation towards P2.
Oh, but Beans! 3 kills right off the bat there for Beans. He's on 5 in a row, 1 away from a cruise missile, as single-handedly trying to keep Carolina Royal Ravens into this rotation. You're worried about the second set because you heard Clayster talk about on the desk. Usually the second set is where this Royal Ravens roster falter, but right now they're looking to set up with back-to-back hard points.
Bean's going to get cut down. The streak will be ended. Royal Ravens now in control, though. You know where Vegas are going to be spawning from. TJ's now the next one, streaking up, almost gets that kill on towards Geo as well. That would have been disgusting, but he's going to have to back away for the moment to get the regen. Fellow going to get cut down through the middle of the map now. That's going to force Beans out of position. TJ looking for kill number 6. He will get it. So streak has been obtained, but around the front of the point, you also lose Beans and Gwyn. So Vegas fighting right back through for the back 25 seconds. I wouldn't overinvest into this if I'm the Royal Ravens.
No, you have a good setup. You have the spawns, a little bit of the lead that might flip, but over towards P3, if you can set up, that is smooth sailings for the Royal Ravens. They put themselves in such a good spot for the next couple of hard points. You just have to be worried about Attach, who has slipped the net.
He's the biggest nuisance right now. Beans will shut him down. Next up to the plate will be Fame, who's had a phenomenal game thus far at 23 and 15. We asked for the subs to show up, and, well, at least one of them has. Nero can start to heat up as well. It'll be big for the Vegas Legion. Fame going to get cut down, though. TJ still work to do towards the backline, though. Second kill is good. Team shot should get a little bit of help from Beans. Royal Ravens, first hold is good, but the players are still coming and knocking. Attach will double up now, looking for number 3. Will not get it, but there are still Vegas Legion players here, and I don't think Gwyn is going to expect another one to hit as fast as he does.
Oh, again, this is going to turn into a little bit of a bloodbath now that the spawns are shaken up, but Royal Ravens, they stabilize, and they're going to get right back into this hardpoint. Geo taking one last swing at this with 22 seconds. Carolina have flipped this map back into their favor for these back spawns into P3 and P4, and Vegas just cannot get a clean break whatsoever. The back and forth trades now met by a double kill from Gwyn, alongside some assistance, and that lead from Royal Ravens now up to 40 points, Brody. So Vegas, they desperately need a break here.
Absolutely do. TJ looking to get it done. Oh, good kill. Geo also enough shots into him that he'll have to back off for the moment here. Fellow, crucial 1 versus 1 against Nero in the point, and there's coverage as well from the ARs. First wave of gunfights, good for the Royal Ravens.
2-12. You can win here if you're Carolina, and you have 2 streaks just to provide a little bit of support from the air. So Vegas grouping up for one last effort. Contention in from Nero, but Felony stays alive. The crossfire breaks into the hill. Geo! Triple from Geo. It's 4 in a row, and Vegas stay in this game.
Yeah, big kills from Geo. That's going to give Vegas the back 20 seconds here, but look at the rotation. Royal Ravens, they have it once again. Last time around, Vegas were able to unsettle Royal Ravens pretty darn quickly, though. They hit this. They took the hill away. They're looking to do the exact same thing once again. Vegas now looking for the opening gunfights. Things not exactly going their way, though, so Vegas will have to regroup and hit this together if they want to take this away.
And we saw them break again last time from this exact same spot. And Geo looks like he's on a tear, 5 in a row. Will they be able to break? Attach is going to get across, and there it is. The break in for Vegas immediately against Carolina.
Investment from TJ Halley. Only going to find one. It's information, though. The rest of the team should be able to activate, and that's Gwyn. Please find this kill, for heaven's sake. Nero's still alive. Fellow's even there for the help, and it takes a little longer, but indeed they do find those gunfights. They haven't fully dealt with everybody, though, and there you go. Fame is finally taken out of the play. The Royal Ravens just 12 seconds away. Streak comes down from Geo, though. That's going to remove him from the point. Vegas, you gotta go. You gotta go now. All of them coming down from the exact same lane. Gwyn, a hell of a lot to do here. He's all on his Larry for the moment. He's gonna get overwhelmed. Geo, able to double up. Vegas, still in for the moment.
Geo just will not give up, and Nero now Beans goes down. This is so bloody in the map. It's only 2 points for Carolina, but we're going to get a rotation to P1. Gwyn looking to cut off the reinforcements, and Carolina looking to put this one away.
Gwyn, shots on towards Fame, good enough. Gwyn looking for 3, it's not going to happen. Fellow, perhaps they can get it done. Yep, there it is, the kill's through, and the Royal Ravens will close things out in a map number 4. They had to go further than they did last time around, but they have secured bracket play.
That is such a close hard point. Vegas fought tooth and nail to stay alive. Geo was not giving up towards the end, but that lead that Carolina grew into the second set of rotations, just 80 points at one time into P4. It seemed like it was a little bit too much to deal with for this Vegas team. They fell off the rails into the second set of rotations, and they just never found their way back. The rotations from Carolina on point, the gunfights, even when they were losing the hard points, they were keeping it scrappy, just keeping Legion away from that time and doing a good job at securing themselves bracket play.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, we were having that conversation about what was Clayton saying on the desk, right, about kind of the Royal Ravens falling apart in the second set against Optic, and that may be true for Optic. It certainly isn't true when they face up against the Vegas Legion, because in basically every hardpoint we've seen them play, it is in the second set where they find another gear and seem to be able to separate the two teams there. It is going to be a hardpoint here that sends them into bracket play. I do want to give some love to Fame in that hardpoint, right, because we were asking the subs to show up, we're asking kind of to see some serious gunplay out of those guys in the hard point. We didn't really see much from Geo in that one, but we did see a lot of effort from Fame, so we do have to give him some love.
Fame and Nero both, especially into the first set of rotations on that Vista. I think Gio, he showed up towards the back end of that hard point, and, you know, for Vegas, they just couldn't put it all together at the exact same times. It was just a little bit of lackluster from everybody, and they just could never get on the same page into that Vista. And it was the same for the maps 1 and 2, the hard point and the search and destroy. Carolina just so clutch in a lot of these moments and opening up, especially in the search and destroy, with numerous first bloods, just dominating that map number 2. They may have lost the control if you're Carolina, but you bounce back in the Vista hardpoint, getting 2 streaks to close out that game. So you had everything going your way towards the end of this match. And although it may have been close in the hardpoint, you lose that control. You were breathing a sigh of relief now that you get to go into that single elimination bracket. And hey, it's quite the payday, especially Brody, when you win this match as well.
Yeah, I mean, every single match, right? You talk about the fact that you increase your share of the prize pool. That is a really important thing to know. What is that, a $20,000 match or something like that, right? I think is what we were talking about here in the elimination stage. So further and further going into the tournament, you're getting what is a larger chunk of, I think it was a $1.8 million prize pool or something insane like that. It's a lot of cash on the line. And if you're an organization that's competing in the club championships as well, you're earning more and more points towards that club championship. The Carolina Royal Ravens, though, that's not something they have to worry about too much. For TJ Halley, he's not worried at all. MVP for that matchup, and it's well deserved.
Yeah, TJ has been so good for this Carolina team ever since he was brought in since Major 1, really elevating this team, especially in the online qualifiers and a lot of times on LAN with those search and destroy plays that TJ can just pop off with. But the consistency in the respawns for TJ has been so awesome to see. The hard points, he's always on the rotations. He's always working alongside Beans to find those breaks. We saw it on 6-star, especially, Brody, that TJ just would not give up on those breaks, just relentless pressure alongside Beans and making sure they dominated the rotations.
Well, Carolina Royal Ravens, I'm not too sure whether that puts them in the bracket. I'll have to have a look, but I believe off just the dome, which the dome is not that great sometimes, I think that puts them on the easier side of the bracket per se. So there is an easier side given the fact that obviously the Vancouver Surge did upset Cloud9. So, you know, there's kind of a lot of different situations we've got to consider as we get into the bracket, but I believe, at least again off the dome, that Carolina Royal Ravens will be on the easier per se side of the bracket. What that means overall then at the end of the day, I mean, who knows, we'll have a look at the bracket as it does progress. What it means for us though is it means we've got one more match left up here, folks, before we end up group play, and it's yet another rematch. We've got 100 Thieves, who yesterday were able to take out Laura Gaming 3-1. Can they do it again? Can they do it even cleaner? We'll find out after this break. Don't go far, folks. We've got 100 Thieves versus Law right after this.
You need, here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This, one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now.
I'm Miles Ross, still here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by Joe the Thieves of 100 Thieves. Joe, we're about to play Who Is. Joe, who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Kremp.
Why Kremp?
I don't know. We always have this thing that he's just very ice.
Yeah.
So, Kyle.
Kyle, he's the guy. Who is most likely to choke on the team?
Me. I don't want to say my teammates. I feel way too bad. I couldn't say that.
Who is the best trash talker?
Kyle. Just the funniest.
Who is most likely to team kill you?
Dan. What? It's not even close.
It's not even close. That's
Not
actually
close.
hilarious. Who's most likely to pull off a crazy play?
Dan.
Who is most dedicated to practice?
Ooh. All of us.
Really?
I feel like all of us have a great.
That seemed quite accusatory, sorry. Anyone? Anyone?
You guys try and practice?
What? No, anyone in any sort of individual player there, or? Who shows up first?
We all show up at the same time.
Love that. What a team.
I don't know.
I'm really trying here, guys. I'm really trying. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Kyle. Kremp,
man.
sorry.
Who's the most improved player?
Kremp.
Kremp's getting a lot of love. Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Dan.
Who's the best team player?
Byron. Nasty.
Who's most likely to get a surprise ace?
Kremp. I mean,
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Kremp. Or me.
And lastly, who's most likely to rage quit a match?
Dan.
Thank you very much, Joe.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Lore Gaming, this time for the overrated, underrated segment on a couple teams that we have here at the event. So let's start it off right off the rip. Underrated, overrated, on the count of 3. Optic game. 1, 2, 3. Underrated?
I don't even know, like, how do you even rate a team?
They're properly rated, I feel like.
They're probably
underrated. I mean,
don't know.
There's probably people who might still have doubts. You never know. I mean,
Okay.
I feel like no one's.
They won 2 events. They only team to do that too.
Yeah.
This
I don't
season.
know. I feel like they're properly placed right now. I don't know. It's hard to pick a card on that, to be honest. But.
Okay. Next team. Underrated, overrated, Cloud9. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we got an underrated and 2 overrated. We'll start with you, Ely.
the reason I think they're underrated is because I feel like besides like the bad event this year, like the first event, like I feel like their consistency isn't pointed out or like talked about as much, especially towards the end of the years. Yeah. So that's why I think they're underrated.
Okay. Overrated, why?
I just feel like they kind of rely on some of their pieces to get some wins sometimes, and I feel like that's not a very good way to win. I mean, if one of them's off, most likely they're gonna lose. So I just feel like that's a recipe for disaster.
Next squad, underrated, overrated, the Stallions, also known as FaZe Black.
I'm ready.
On 3. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Why is that? You really started off.
I think they are a team that has like good teamwork, but I don't really think there's anything special about them. At least when I've played them, I feel like whenever we're shooting our guns straight, it's not that hard.
I think it's the same as Cloud9. I feel like if their player Dylan Rex isn't taking over, I feel like the other players don't really stand out and hit that next gear. So it's not a good recipe if you rely on one player to like do everything.
Okay. Well, that is going to do it for the underrated, overrated segment here with Lore Gaming. Make sure you guys tune in all the way to the end of the weekend to see where this top challengers roster ends up placed.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Esports World Cup. It's time for our final match of the Bravo broadcast. We have yet another rematch for you folks. It is 100 Thieves coming off a hot 0-3 loss. I shouldn't be that mean about it. It was an 0-3 loss versus Atlanta FaZe. They're going head-to-head once more with the Lore Gaming roster that had to go to 5 yesterday to take out Team Falcons. This, again, I think just like the first time around that we saw it, Colin, should be a banger of a matchup.
It should be, and I think that Lore over the night probably made some adjustments to take down this 100 Thieves roster, and 100 Thieves losing the way that they did to FaZe, I'm sure has deflated them, or, you know, maybe hit lights of fire under this team, but it was a pretty hefty loss versus that FaZe team, especially in that Search and Destroy. But here back into the rematch versus 100 Thieves and Lore. Yesterday, it was a 4-map game, 250 to 140 for 100 Thieves on the Rio Hardpoint, 6-1 for Lore in the high-rise Search, 3-0 to 100 Thieves on the high-rise Control, and then a 250 to 238 Vista for 100 Thieves to put it away. So it was, all things considered, a close matchup except for the Search and Destroy, Brody.
Yeah, it was indeed. And 100 Thieves, of course, I mean, they've been considered one of the rosters that's kind of been challenging that top 4, right? A conversation point throughout the entirety of the 2024 CDL season has been who can break the glass ceiling that remains just below the top 4. 100 Thieves are one of those teams that managed to do it, right? I mean, they literally placed inside the top 4 at Champs. They got to game 5 versus a number of top-level teams. They've been a roster that's been knocking at the door, and a big reason for that is their strength in Hardpoint. They were 6-1 in the mode at Champs, and I think coming off that, in between that and EWC, they've been considered one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world in that mode, but that's not where they've been struggling this weekend.
No, it's been the Search and Destroys for this team, and I think versus Lore, this is going to be a good test of what adaptations they can make to this game mode. I mean, you look at a couple players who've been underperforming this weekend. Joe's been overperforming. He's been playing fantastic, but I'm looking at Ghosty to really turn things around with a .87 KD.
Yeah, we absolutely are. We need to see Ghosty step up to the plate, especially given how good he played at Chance. But let's start the conversation here over with Lore Gaming, the current reigning Challengers champions. Arstes, he said it in a not-so-savory way that he did not belong in Challengers this weekend. He has had his chance to prove it, and well, so far that hasn't gone very well. Of course, they lost their first battle with 100 Thieves yesterday. They also finished the day with that Game 5 against Team Falcons, and I think they had more of a battle than they expected to have there. This time around, though, they're going to come in prepared. They want to win the respawns.
you have to give Falcons their flowers. They gave Lore the test. I mean, you expected Falcons to be good in the search and destroy and the control, and I mean, they did walk away with at least one win in both of those game modes, but I'm sure Lore are feeling a little bit uneasy after this one. You wouldn't feel too confident after a game that you should have walked away with a lot more comfortably. You're heading into this match versus 100 Thieves knowing that there is a lot to improve on going into today. You have yet to win a control yet in EWC, so that's going to be a moment where if you can look at the series and go back-to-back again with winning the search and destroys against the 100 Thieves team, and then maybe transfer into a little bit better of a control, maybe steal that one away and make some improvements in that game mode, that could be a big turnaround for this Lore Gaming roster in this best of 5. And not to mention, we have yet to see a Challengers team make it in towards the bracket play, so I'm sure Lore being one of those teams that's like, hey, we really got to step it up here for our Challengers folks and try to make it into that bracket.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's absolutely the correct take here, right? You know, if you want to see a Challengers team in bracket play, this is really, I mean, I know Stallions are also going at it right now to earn a spot in bracket play, and they could well surpass the CDL roster to get there. But I did feel like, and you and I have had this conversation, that at this point, given the bracket that we saw, given the fight that we've seen from Lore Gaming this season, the best chance right now is probably them, right? I mean, they played well versus 100 Thieves yesterday. You go back to that series, and ultimately, even though they lost, they absolutely stomped them in the search and destroy. They only gave one round away, and the hardpoints were relatively competitive. I think maybe the first one was kind of not that great. As soon as Ghosty woke up, I think he started that game at 0-8. But the Vista Hardpoint was certainly a really competitive one. Came down to a 12-point game. And the only real reason they lost the high-rise control is because they gave a round 2 defense away. And I think that's a mistake that they'll be looking back on and saying, look, we can definitely fix that one and pull off the second real big upset of EWC. Of course, the first being the fact that Heretics were DFR'd in the way that they were. It would be an upset if Lore Gaming, despite the fact that they're Challengers champions, were to come into the series and wipe out 100 Thieves.
But again, you have to look at this roster, like we said yesterday, and put some respect to the fact that all 4 of these members have been previous CDL players. Arcitys was just a CDL player this year on that Seattle roster, so they have the potential. They've been there, and they've made it to the league, and now versus 100 Thieves, they really want to show that they can do it again. And stepping into this roster for Arcitys, he's really turned around their search and destroys for this team. Just fantastic at drawing away those players and really slowing down Lore and opening up the map with those first bloods. And if Arcitys can get going in that search and destroy again, I mean, you know you can trust this Lore team to win in that game mode. But for the rest of them, it's in the respawns, where you've heard from Arcitys yesterday, I think in the Falcons matchup after it, he said that he was playing, what, a 2v6 against his own team. And you need the rest of the team to really show up when it comes down to those respawns. And heading into this Rio again for map number 1, they played this against 100 Thieves yesterday. They lost it a 250 to 140, but in the first set of rotations for this Lore team, they looked great. So let's see if they can do that again and keep it consistent across the whole map.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, I mentioned it very briefly yesterday. It was 100 Thieves that started slow on this map, and that was down to an 0-8 start from Ghosty. So if he can have a better start of this game, 100 Thieves will come out swinging. That's the start you wanted from Ghosty, a 2-piece right from the rip. He will get overwhelmed as Arcitys will be able to double up on the other side. Now that's 4 in a row for Arcitys off the start of this game, and he's positioning around for some more kills.
Yeah, Alex starting off this search or this hard point really well for Lore. 21 points to get to this P1. Looking at the rotations though, 100 Thieves still have the spawns and they're able to battle back into this first hill. So you can see for Lore, I like this call. They want to flip the map from the exterior. It's just nasty here. If they can overwhelm him and pick up these spawns, there's a chance for Lore to really push their lead.
Yeah, Nasty needs some help. He's going to get it from Kremp from the side. Will Kremp actually produce anything though is the question for me. Yep, there's the first kill from Kremp. Arcitys down for the count. Now 100 Thieves want some more value towards the point. Joe Deceives is going to produce that and some more as Paul X and another go down. Response from T-Real will not last that long here. 100 Thieves removing Lore Gaming from the hard point. Now they're getting the early hold.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the issues we saw yesterday from this Lore team when it came down to breaking these positions for 100 Thieves. You almost feel like they go for these breaks and they don't put 100% effort into it. They pump the brakes a little too early, and it allows for 100 Thieves to reinforce this site and really make that reaction to this Lore team. They cannot allow for that slow play style. I'd like to see Lore pick it up and just send it at these hills when they're grouped up as 4.
Well, that was a massive hard point for 100 Thieves to start that off. Laura's still giving it a look. I think just trying to prevent 100 Thieves from making their way over here. Already, though, Nasty doing exactly that, pressuring the street side. Yuli will get taken down. Good trade coming out from 2Real, but it won't last that long again. 100 Thieves are so frustrating to deal with. You were asking for a good start from Kremp for this game. 8-3. He's doing exactly that. Yuli shut down, being an annoyance. Kremp will get shut down. Nasty and Ghosty towards the point winning the fights. And, well, Law, they really wanted the hold. They're not going to get it.
And it looks like you're feeling the fury of 100 Thieves after losing to FaZe the way that they did. They're bouncing into this hard point, and they have quite a considerable lead. Joe watching from the outside. That's good pickup onto Yuli. Allows Kremp to go in and clear out the rest. Kremp looking for a second one. Paul gets around him, so the tension is in. But Joe with the big 1v1 at the end allows for those respawning players to get back into this hard point and keep 100 Thieves into a good lead.
Yeah, Jodeci's venomous in this game. 100 Thieves stepping it up a notch. This is what happens when the players do not start out cold here on Rio Hardpoint. It's a stark difference to what we saw yesterday. Lore Gaming, at this point in the game, the leader's advantage that 100 Thieves are built up, you're starting to hit the panic button a little bit, right? You need to hit this all time. The way that they're hitting this one, they are fighting tooth and nail for 10 seconds. Jury will double up for it, but the response is just as good from 100 Thieves. That leaves them with their pants down, moving in towards the next rotation. They've got nothing.
Yeah, you have to group up here and fight from the front now, or you're going to send some late players onto the rotation, but look at the way that Ghosty's playing this. He's still finding value on the flank, and he's keeping Lore Gaming away from this hard point. I mean, 100 Thieves have full pacing in this. The rhythm is in their favor, and Lore, they need to pop off at some point and find something to go their way. Finally, you get a break.
Yep, Yuli does get through. He's immediately traded. It's okay, though, because Paul X is there for Lore Gaming. Now Paul needs to do just a little bit more here for Lore. That's the start. Good first kill. He's bought away, and for the rest of the team, turns on to Jodeci's towards Box's side as well. Paul starting to heat up now, 3 in a row. Does get shut down, but that's good enough. You remove 100 Thieves from the hard point. Now you're starting to shoot from afar as well. 100 Thieves are thinking, well, we've got a massive lead in this game. We might as well go for it. Jodeci's and Ghosty win a couple of kills, and that's scrap time at this point that is detrimental to Lore Gaming. The challenger side right now struggling.
Yeah, you look at the rotations now for Lore, so finally they're going to have a setup into P5, and I mean, you get the break onto that hill in P4, but you really get no time there, Brody, so this is going to be tough for Lore. They want to get every second out of this hill 5, but you can see for 100 Thieves, they get a rogue spawn from Ghosty. RCD's his heads up about it, and that's going to give them an advantage onto the hill for numbers.
Player isolated inside. Kremp, you've got help from up top as well. Arcedes gets shut down, so 100 Thieves have got a path back towards the point. Jodeci, you'd like to win a couple of fights here to keep Lore Gaming away. Reposition towards the middle of the map. Perfect read. Yuli, unfortunate there in that situation to not get anything whatsoever. And inside the point as well, Ghosty is finding hella value. 100 Thieves are not letting Lore even look at this point. Nasty for the drop shot to pick up some more. Kremp will get traded on out, and finally, something goes Lore away. I mean, but you're fighting for scraps at this point, right? You're fighting for what is 15 to 20 seconds of time, and 100 Thieves aren't even letting you have that.
No, you're not even getting the scraps, Brody. You're not getting any time out of these hills. It's a full rotation to P5, and Lore get about 10 seconds in this hard point. Nasty with a nasty 3K at the end of that hill and into the second set of rotation. I mean, it's just been 100 Thieves all Rio long. They have the setup here, even the forward pressure from Jodeci. A couple kills from Lore, so maybe they can battle into this one, but they need to set up, and they need this time.
And you're winning the first fight. Good start from Lore. A 100-point deficit to try and claw at. You need to have a perfect hold on P1 here, and then you need to break rotations for P2. Yuli, a lot to do. Sat in the corner, slid out from Jodeci. Good trade from Arcedes. Overwhelmed is he, though. Back and forth we go towards this time. 2Real will find a double. Paul X for number 3. Step number 1 of this process is done, but here's that part of step number 2, right? Lore trying to overextend towards those P2 spawns. First effort doesn't go well, but keep an eye on player number 5 in Yuli. In behind enemy lines. He's actually wrapping behind to try and provide support from the team here, because 100 Thieves have once again hit the scrap time. Yuli forced back towards the point. They can't afford to lose this.
It's a little bit better from Lore, Brody. They get some good time into that P1. They chip away at this lead, and they bring it down to just under half of the points that Lore have. So if they can find a way to break this back spawn, you can see them going for the over-aggressive. Gotta take out Jodeci, but even that is looking to elude you. 2Real now the furthest one pushed out. 100 Thieves, they bounce back after losing that P1 hill, and now they have the full setup into P2 with Nasty watching above.
That's a joke, and it's not even funny at this point. 100 Thieves taking the mickey out of Lore Gaming. Jodeci's going to get overwhelmed, though. Yuli trying his best to get control of P2. That's not going to happen now. Ghosty also starting to aggress through garage side. Lore Gaming are suffocating right now. Paul X will find one. Law back on their way towards the point here. Kremp is just going to stay down behind this hot dog stand, slide across to try and get some coverage through the front of the point. Utility galore will unseat 100 Thieves. Now trying to get their way back towards the point though. Paulex for the double, Arstes for number 3. Laura Gaming have broken the front of the point, but look at the time left on it. What, they did all of that for 10 seconds, all of that for a drop of blood.
100 Thieves are just happy to let that go and go overwhelm now the rotations. It's a 2v4. You already have player number 1, Joe Deceives, in your backline. He's 22 and 13, making no mistakes here for 100 Thieves. They battle from the middle of the map, and now for Lore, you're just grasping at these trades. Paul X, he's got the cruise missile, but he's got a lot of work to do.
Yep, 6 on a row for Paul X. It's a good time to heat up, but you need more, which I know is hilarious to ask out a player that's on 6 in a row, but that's what we're at. That's where we're at in the game right now for Laura Gaming. Paul X going to get shut down here. Ghosty will double up. 100 Thieves, those back spawns, they'll allow them to continue to hit over and over again. It wouldn't be long, before Laura Gaming removed from the kill. That's exactly what happens. Ghosty now continuing, once 4 in a row, does get shut down. Trades good though. 100 Thieves, you take this time all day long.
Yeah, it's 110-point lead heading into this 4th hill. Last time we saw this 4th hill pop, Lore got nowhere close to it, and as soon as they did, they only got maybe some trades back and forth, no real time on this hard point. So 100 Thieves, now they're looking to transition there with their win ahead of them. They want to put this one away. Ghosty with some beautiful shots there to Paul X, but it's 3 to answer back. Arcedy's trying to fight for this time. The finesse around, but the team nade from 2 Real. Fortunately, Arcedy's has his team there, but still Lore, they're fighting against the pressure.
100 Thieves right back at the hard point. Good double coming out from Paul X. Tyrell trying to play his life. That's not going to work. Almost immediately, Laura Gaming removed from the kill. 100 Thieves can still close things out here. Paul X is now forced to bring the cruise missile down. And, I mean, yeah, you'll find some value with it. You'll take Ghosty out, but there's still more to be done here on this step-by-step process of breaking the hard point. Yuli's shot's not all that great. It's unfortunate. The subs from 100 Thieves will win the fights, and you even take 15 seconds at this point in the game.
It's the top up-down from Kremp and Joe there that is really keeping Lore out of this one. It just seems like Joe can do no wrong. He's on 3 in a row again, looking to punish those respawning players. But look at the rotations, bro. It's only 12 seconds left, and you have to set up from 100 Thieves.
Kremp wins the first battle. 10 seconds away. One last hurrah from Lore Gaming once more into the breach. Kremp will get it done though. 2 kills coming through. It's team shots from across the board. And 100 Thieves close the door on Lore in map 1.
I mean, Kremp just eviscerated those players on rotation of P5. That is the 100 Thieves that I was not expecting after the way that they played versus FaZe just earlier. You can tell that they took that loss to heart, and now they're looking to release that anger back onto this Lore team. That was an unbelievable hard point from them. Just flawless execution onto the rotations, always looking ahead of things in towards those breaks. The IGL calling from Ghosty, you can tell that this 100 Thieves team was always 5 steps ahead of Lore in that Rio hardpoint. And realistically, after you saw it, 190 to almost 104 the side of 100 Thieves, you knew that this team was just not losing.
Yeah, that was a decimation in game number 1, and I think you can see a clear difference, right? I mean, look, the first game in the last set, right, between these two teams was a Rio hardpoint, and it was a dominant Rio hardpoint for 100 Thieves. Let's not get this dicey any other way, but still, this was more dominant because, again, you didn't have that slow start from your key power players, right? You've not got Ghosty going 0-8. Everybody firing on all cylinders right from the word go. And on the other side, it's a very similar situation, right? Paul X is really the only one able to do anything. I think we had that 6 spree about halfway through the game. We had moments of excellence from him, from pretty much everybody else. Well, nobody was able to do anything here. So Lore Gaming not just shut out, but absolutely slammed in the first map of this best of 5. Next up, though, we have an invasion search and destroy. It is a different battleground to what we saw yesterday between these two teams, but it has to be said, search and destroy is where Lore won that game, and Arstes was a big reason for it.
Yeah, and look at this comparison between Paul X and Arcides alone. It's two teammates they're comparing here for this S&D matchup, and you have Arcides with a 0.75 opening duel win percentage, and Paul X averaging at least 1 kill every opening of the round. I mean, that is ridiculous for both of these players. Arcides with a 1.9 KD, Paul with a 1.5. This duo is trouble when it comes down to the AR line of lore in S&D. And realistically, you look at 100 Thieves, and it's not anything to really admire. It's 0-2 on EWC in this game mode. You lose 6-1 versus Lore yesterday, and you lose 6-0 versus FaZe today, only getting 1 round on Search and Destroy across 2 times you've played this game mode at EWC. For 100 Thieves, you need a major overhaul in this game mode, and maybe a change in setting over towards Invasion is what you are looking for, but you still have to battle on a very open map against 2 ARs that are just unreal in this game mode.
Yeah, you should be said as well. I think Search and Destroy is where, historically speaking, 100 Thieves, at least in recent history, have struggled, right? Even at Champs, it was by far and away their weakest game mode. I think they lost, I want to say they lost like 2 game 5s. I have to check that one because it's off the dome, mate. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But Search and Destroy certainly is where 100 Thieves have felt weakest. I think we did see that yesterday, and I think it's a little bit of like, 2 things, right? First and foremost, of course, you've got to give Lore their props because Search and Destroy is very obviously where they've put a lot of effort in, right? And I mean, we saw that at Champs. We saw that in the Challengers Champs Grand Finals where they absolutely decimated Omit Brooklyn across all 3 Search and Destroys. They proved that Search and Destroy indeed does win championships. But for 100 Thieves on the other side, we kind of had that conversation about what they look like in that high-rise Search and Destroy. Not that great on the whole, to be honest. We saw a lot of individual plays that were kind of questionable. The teamwork just was not there. And they're going to have had conversations about that, right? I know, obviously, they've recently lost JCap on the coaching staff, and maybe that kind of changes things somewhat here, but the coaching staff is still competent, right? They're still going to have those conversations with the boys like, look, you guys have to play more as a team coming into this Search and Destroy. If you do so, you should be able to be Outlaw.
I mean, and you have to take it with a grain of salt, too. I mean, this 100 Thieves team, you expect them to wake up at some point in this game mode. And, right now versus Lore Gaming, this is a chance at a $40,000 match upgrade. You go from getting $40,000 at the end of it to $80,000 if you win this matchup. So this is where 100 Thieves can look to make those improvements. You forget about what's happened last time on Search and Destroy. You go into this with a fresh, clean slate. You are unstoppable on the Rio. Now let's see that translate here.
Well, this has to be a successful map for Allura Gaming. It is pivotal to winning this series. See how they get on. The start of this Search and Destroy, though, Allura have their heart set on a potential push over towards A. They've got control of the site, not content to get the bomb down just yet. I think ideally you do want a first blood before this goes your way. Kremp now, potential positioning through DVD. I think he's about to get caught by Arcides. Never mind, Kremp wins that fight somehow. Good trade coming out, though, from Paul X. Immediately, going to be neutered by Joe Deceives. Down to a 2 versus 2 now, and now Yuli picks up that kill.
It's a 2v2. Nasty looking to work the flank. He's going to get some good timing here versus Yuli, so it's all down to 2, really. He has the bomb planted, 26 seconds, so if he can isolate these 2 players, which they are separate on the map, there's a real chance for him to win this, but it looks like Nasty's going to group up, and Kremp's going to play this together.
Solid Snakes vibes from Tyrael. Pounces, pre-fire towards the bomb. He heard some noise, and unfortunately just a little bit premature. Tyrael goes early. 100 Thieves take advantage.
I mean, Tyrael was just a little too much on edge right there. You saw him just leap into the arms of both of those Thieves players, and they're happy to double up and play for that kill. There's a lot of time for 100 Thieves to retake that site, and they do it with quite ease as well. They're just slowly clearing out the site. It was started with a 4-on-4 as soon as that bomb went down, but a lot of chaos in towards that Search and Destroy rounds, and I think 100 Thieves already starting off a lot better than you did earlier today in this game mode.
Good plays coming out from 100 Thieves in round number 1 on the defense. Allura Gaming, though, you are starting to see sparks of what we saw back in that 6-1 victory. Can they do it again? Joe Deceives with the bomb. Going to make their way over by B. Kremp going to get tagged up by an A. This will force him to back up a little bit here. Allura, just off the back of that utility utilization, will be able to push all the way up down B Street here. 100 Thieves going to have to rethink how they want to approach this.
Yeah, Yuli, he's used to playing on an island over towards Broken, and he's good for those first bloods, but it looks like 100 Thieves are going to pivot all the way over towards A. It's just 2Real here alone. Arsenes has to peel back, but Kremp's in a position to find that kill for the first blood. 2Real trades it, but now he is surrounded. They know exactly where he is, but 2Real gets 2, and here is the cavalry for Lore Gaming. They absorbed the pressure in that round, Brody, and I can't believe that 100 Thieves did not get the jump there. I think everything was just going right for Lore. 2Real does not get spotted in that position, and then you have that smoke down. So as soon as Yuli doesn't see the pressure over towards Broken, everybody peels back. They're like, okay, we need to take back this middle map control. Arsenes gets there just in time as soon as Kremp sees it to know that the pressure is there, and a miraculous 2-piece from 2Real with the pillow right there to keep them in that round.
Kind of forget about the pillow sometimes, right? World's comfiest gamer. He'll never lose that title. It feels like an emblem he should have in the game. Calling card.
Exactly.
You know, the old
I agree.
Modern Warfare 2 calling cards? You should have that one on for sure.
That'd be killer.
Good as play from Ghosty. Right to start aggression. Yuli will match it though. Ghosty, no. Back to your spawn you go. We'll see you in the next round, buddy. 100 Thieves though.
Gets timing.
Yeah, could have been playing this one perfectly. I don't think Law necessarily saw this one. They go for the challenge. Don't deceive. We'll find one. You're good with that information if you're 100 Thieves, even if you're a player down.
Yeah, now they're looking to flip the map. I think they know that Kremp's going to be in here, so Yuli's looking to keep the advantage for Lore. They do. That's a 1v3 for Nasty. If he can get this timing to Yuli, then maybe, but has to worry about that bomb plant. And now the side of Lore, they have the information where this lone player is.
You know where the player is. Nasty walking on eggshells here. Has to live up to his name. Melee kill on towards Yuli. Good start. And you did it in time as well. 40 seconds on the clock now. Nasty here just splitting the players up.
They completely separate.
Yep.
Pollux is going to set up for the post plant, and Nasty's not going to expect it. RCD's through dark. Oh, he's just going to meet him head on. Lore Gaming just ahead of the curve here in the search. Some great adaptations there on their offense to really isolate that player over towards the A site.
Good effort from Nasty there, as you said. You know, the players were split up. And if you do that in that situation, you can leave yourselves vulnerable to the 1 versus 2, but does not come through. Nasty going to get shut down. Big search and destroy early on from Lore in this one. Again, you're starting to see why these guys are so well regarded in the mode, why they've been so well regarded across the season since the moment that they added Arsenes to the lineup. 2-1 now. 100 Thieves. Got their heart set on a B push once more. Lore Gaming, much the same look though.
You talked about slow starts in the hard point from Ghosty yesterday. Well, 0-3 in the search. He was blooded last round, and he gave so much space on the map for Lore to play with. So you can see that 100 Thieves being a lot more patient, trying to draw out this first blood and then work the map over towards B. You don't have Yuli and Broken this time, so this is a lot of map control for 100 Thieves. But Paul, he's the one who has to be careful.
Yeah, Paul's got a lot to do here. At the very least, the call will come in from Yuli. Paul acts on that information for one at the very least, and Yuli threw the smoke. Is that a smoke down from Yuli I just saw? That is wild, considering we haven't seen smokes once this weekend. Yuli is going to utilize it. And I'm not too sure if that's a reaction off the back of a GA or what, but still, Yuli with the smoke will get the hell out of dodge. Now, down to a 2 versus 2. Kremp tagged up's going to have to back off momentarily here. It is albeit a small reposition with 30 seconds on the clock, though. You're really going to have no choice but to just hit Yuli. And Yuli might have just got world's best COD timing. Takes some premature shots, though. None of these going to hit. Goes up for the slide challenge against Nasty. Ring around a Rosie here with Kremp. Kremp has to chow. And it doesn't matter that he picks up the kill. The trade is good, but I'm bewildered. I'm puzzled by the smoke. It's not something you and I have talked about. I swear that was, I mean, maybe it was a nade smoke or something. I'm really not sure.
No matter what it was, Brody, you gotta talk about Yuli at the end there. The finesse in Broken just halting 100 Thieves, staying alive long enough for Arsenes to come help him out. And, you know, yeah, that smoke getting through, finding that trade and giving Paul a little bit of help onto that site, albeit Paul does end up going down. It brings Lore into a 3-on-2 with Yuli staying alive, getting in and getting out. And now for this Lore team up 3-1. 100 Thieves, they need an answer, and still, you look at Ghosty, 0-4. Not good looks here from the leader of this 100 Thieves roster.
I believe this is what he was doing in the matchup versus FaZe as well. I believe he dropped a donut in that one too. I don't want to bag on him because Ghosty, of course, has had a hell of a performance over the course of the last few months. I think really just the entirety of the year in the CDL. He can show up when required, just right now, not doing it in this S&D versus Lore. Now Lore want to make their way down this B site. There isn't actually anybody here to contend with. The entire defense is kind of reliant here. And yeah, there's smokes coming down from Lore Gaming. This is a hell of a call coming out. Nasty through the smoke now, looking to utilize the one-way. This is the reason they're not in the game. And yet, one-way smoke good enough for the kill against Tyrell. Almost picks up Yuli as well.
But now they know Yuli's ahead. And now they're going to hunt him down, though. Arcety's there for the trade. It's a 2v1, 28 seconds. And the 100 Thieves, nowhere close is Kremp, so he's going to have to hit the full flank with the dead silence popped. 20 seconds to make this play happen and get up close and personal with this rival.
1v1 here. Kremp, yeah, not going to check the corner. Will get shut down. Lore Gaming over by the site. And to be fair, I think smoke or no smoke, they probably would have got control of the site down to the fact that obviously there were no players actually on it. The positioning was more towards back ice cream, if anything. But the smoke actually does almost kind of give 100 Thieves a way in, right? Because Nasty is going to make the best of that one way for the kill. Almost finds a second as well. If he finds that second, I'm not actually sure that's a round for Lore.
Lore Gaming. First bloods have been good. Map positioning is good, and the follow-up has been even better there. You saw Nasty. He got that bomb carrier down, and he really gave a chance there to 100 Thieves. But, just the relentless push from Lore to follow that play up. He gets all the way into the spawn, and they end up getting that bomb down. So, Yuli here looking to do it again. He's on the flank. He's going to pinch this one. They have no idea.
Yuli being fast and furious with this one. Will it work out? Oh, runs right into Joe Deceives. Paul X still to be dealt with on the site as well. This is a huge 1 versus 1. Paul X looking to get it done. Gunfight also going down on the flank, and Joe Deceives and Nasty will win both of them respectively. What was a 3 versus 2 all of a sudden collapses. Lore Gaming, the advantage is gone right in front of their very eyes. Arsty's now 1 versus 2, and he's got a big decision to make here. 1 versus 2 on a 4 spree. Decides not to keep that alive and goes for a round win. And that's a peculiar one, right? Because generally speaking, when you see players on a 4 spree, right, you get the next couple of kills, you get that cruise missile. When you have that kind of advantage, you don't kind of full send it like that.
No, for the 2-time, he thought he could get some timing. He thought he could find maybe a way to set up on that position and catch some players after the post plant. But you like to see 100 Thieves battle into the site that they did. Yuli on that timing for the flank. He almost catches those players unaware. And it was Joe Deceives who laid down and found that kill to at least give 100 Thieves some positioning on site. So they get Paul X, they get that bomb down, and 100 Thieves finally put a round there to find their second, bring it back down to a 4-2 deficit. Back onto the defense. This is where you need to see 100 Thieves maybe step it up for control. You see that player number 8, Kremp, he's going to be the solo hold on site for B. He has Nasty watching over him, but it looks like Lore, they're going to tease the site a little bit, see if they can work their way in.
Actually, just got the answer, by the way, regarding the smokes. I believe they can only use them on invasion. I think this is like the specific use case for the smokes, so that's why they're coming out here, which is peculiar. Regardless, in this round, Lore Gaming getting the bomb down. Kremp was playing silent the entire time. We'll activate off the post plant here, and also you're going to find kills coming through from Ghost and Nasty. Yuli, the last one left up. It's a complete breakdown on the site from Lore Gaming. They get the bomb down, but 100 Thieves are playing so silent but deadly in that round.
Yeah, you had Kremp hiding behind concrete the whole time, and nobody checked it. Lore felt a little bit lazy, like they wanted to get the bomb down and flip the map and push as fast as they possibly could, but because they didn't check concrete, Kremp was able to, I guess, cause a little bit of a notch in their setup, finding the player over towards Bulldozer. Everybody turns around, and then the follow-up from 100 Thieves, they just collapse with Kremp, give him that support, and a flawless retake for 100 Thieves to bring this down to a 1-round deficit, Brody. This is the best we've seen Thieves in S&D all weekend long. So let's see if they can keep this one up. Nasty, he's on 4 in a row.
And Arsty's couldn't get a streak for Lore Gaming. Maybe Nasty can for 100 Thieves. Already this has been a phenomenally better search and destroy than the last time these two teams faced off. Tyrael, first blood, looking to get the hell out of dodge. Oh, almost does. Gets cut up by Ghosty, but you're okay with that. Arsty's trades things out. Number advantage now for Lore Gaming. Bomb slap bang in the middle of the map here. 100 Thieves don't really have a lot of options as to how to play this round, and Lore Gaming are playing this one as a team. You're just going to back up to Paul X. Now shots being taken as well. You know what these players are. You're looking to overwhelm.
Yeah, Nasty, he's getting away. 1v3, he wants to hold on to the streak. Maybe turn it into a cruise missile. But I'm sure these lore players, they have been tracking it. They know he's going to be in this position, so they don't want to just feed into it. 30 seconds for Nasty to make anything more of it, but seems like lore just happy enough to let the time drain out, put themselves on map points. And one more round after this for lore. That would mean a tie in the series, guaranteeing us a map 4 hardpoint, Brody. And this series so far, it has been going nearly the same way as the first time these two matched up just yesterday. So for lore, I'm sure they're going to be happy that their search and destroy is as strong as it continues to be.
If you're a Nasty there, you're making the decision that Nasties didn't earlier on, right? I mean, you're doing so as well, knowing that you're going to put yourself 5-3 down, hoping that the cruise missile can give you an advantage later onto the rounds, hoping that, you know, again, you've got a lot of faith in your teammates to close out this S&D in your favor. It's a veteran play from Nasty. So cruise missile still potentially in play here if he can pick up a couple of kills through this next round. Lore Gaming now looking for a way back in here. 100 Thieves, they're not playing this one aggressively. They've got a player on site this time around, though.
They have 4 players on stage as well, Brody, so looks like we're going to have some issues in this round. Maybe a reset. And not really sure exactly what's going on for this map, but for the side of 100 Thieves, some positives, some negatives to take away from their side as well, as they're looking for this comeback in the invasion towards the back half. I mean, you have 3 rounds in the search. This is the best we've seen them so far at EWC in this game mode, Brody. The main issue is the fact that they're giving up so much to this lore team. I mean, you just see how comfortable lore is at the invasion. You know, Paulex working over towards that B side, Yuli, and how fast he plays in towards Broken. He's easily able to make that read. Okay, there's nobody here. Let's move from Broken in towards the middle of the map. At least reinforce that tank and see if you can maybe find a kill to help that A side out a little bit. You see this lore team is just so dynamic in the way that they play this map, and they never stay in one place for too long. They're always trying to catch 100 Thieves unaware of where they are positioned. So for lore, they're playing fantastic, and 100 Thieves, they just cannot catch them.
I mean, to be honest, it's not like 100 Thieves are out of the conversation, right? Certainly over the last couple of rounds, they were 4-1 down, it has to be said. I mean, maybe not the last couple, because now they're 5-3 down, but still, you know, they are starting to fight back in this S&D. And I don't necessarily think it's conditional to the map that we're seeing here from Lore Gaming. Again, it goes back to that conversation of lore are just that good at search and destroy. And I think the conversation can be somewhat deceiving sometimes. You kind of look at it through the lens of, well, I mean, they're good at search and destroy, but they're good at search and destroy in challenges. So does that really translate? And I think across the board here this weekend, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when we've had those conversations, really, regardless of whether we're talking about lore or we're talking about any of the challengers teams, really, the only one I think that hasn't really lived up to the conversation of we've seen what's happened online in challenges, we've seen what's happened on LAN in challenges. Has that, you know, transpired here at EWC? The only conversation point I can really talk about is maybe like Gentlemates with their Hardpoint, where they were phenomenal at Hardpoint in challenges, and it just doesn't seem to have translated here at EWC. But certainly for Lore Gaming, I mean, they're just such a good search and destroy team. It shows out in their gameplay. You can definitely tell it's the game mode where maybe they're just the most naturally talented at that. Maybe it's the game mode where I believe their coach Atora has been putting the most effort in. Either way, it is the game mode that is kind of carrying them through EWC so far, even if they lost one of Team Falcons. And again, the only reason they lost one of Team Falcons is because guess what Falcons' best game mode is? Search and destroy. So it shouldn't be a surprise.
No, it shouldn't at all. And I was kind of a little bit upset that we never really got to see the Lore versus FaZe matchup at some point in this group. I would have loved to see Lore's S&D against Atlanta FaZe and see if they could put that team to the test, because you're right to say that Lore have just been a step above, you know, in S&D for a lot of the teams that they've matched up against. But for this match in particular for Lore, I mean, it's just so I'd say pleasing to watch this team and to see how well they are at forcing mistakes out of this 100 Thieves team, just catching them off guard and, you know, following up each other's playstyles. When you see Lore in this S&D, when Yuli's making a play, Turiel's right behind him to follow that up. And if Yuli falls behind, then Turiel is looking at a way to maybe work a flank, just change things up in that round. And Arcides and Paulex, they're just sitting up, posted with their irons, just hoping to catch you in their iron sights on that crossfire. They're always good for those first bloods. So for this lore team. They just have that systematic play style in S&D where they're confident in making those plays in the submachine guns, and they're really consistent in their ARs, just locking down those lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Yuli has been a talking point, I think, for the longest time. I think a lot of people do just kind of underestimate Yuli, right? Because his time on the Royal Ravens was not that positive, I think, on the whole. Not that Yuli himself did anything wrong, but because I think the roster was kind of just doomed, right? I think that's just it. And I think that's the case. It goes out the conversation point that we always talk about regarding challengers players making their way up to the CDL. And I think a lot of the times you'll find these CDL teams kind of hoping that they've got their scrap, right? Their player that's going to be lifted up from challenges is going to solve all their issues. And most of the time that's simply not a feasible situation because Yuli didn't do that. I think, there's a certain element of not a lot of people actually looking at him, but Yuli deserves a hell of a lot of love. Not only has he played inconsistently this season on Laura Gaming, he's had an incredibly successful season in challenges, but also I think he's one of the more talented SMGs we've actually got here in Modern Warfare 3. And I hope that, going into the Black Ops 6 season, albeit, it's a Treyarch game, maybe things will be a little bit different. Yuli does get a second chance. He certainly showed out here at EWC. Whether or not he'll get that is a different story ultimately. I mean, there's only 48 spots in the league, right? So it's a very competitive field of players looking for it. But still, Yuli deserves a lot of love for what he's been bringing to the table. And across Search and Destroy this entire weekend for Allure Gaming, he is, in my opinion at least, the primary reason why they've been so successful.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the only thing for this lore team, just in general, for any of these players who are looking to make their way back up in towards the league next year, is just some improvements in their respawn. And if they can iron out their respawns here against 100 Thieves, maybe upset 100 Thieves and make it in towards that bracket play, then no doubt in my mind you could pick up any 4 of these players, and it would be a good pickup heading into that Black Ops 6 season. But until I really see those respawns elevated here at EWC, it's really hard to gauge for a lot of these players. Their S&D, though, is unreal. And on the other side for 100 Thieves, I think it's kind of similar to the fact that they are nowhere out of the picture of losing this matchup to Lore Gaming. They're being tested here in the Search and Destroy, and that Control coming up next, albeit Lore, it's their worst game mode here at EWC and not really their best game mode in general. It is still something that that this Lore team has been working on. And, for 100 Thieves, I'm sure they're just looking to make this S&D as close as possible so they can keep that momentum from the Rio surging through all 3 game modes.
Yeah, I think, going back towards Challengers Champs, obviously you and I can speak to this. I know not a lot of people who are here at EWC will have had a chance to watch Challengers Championships. They're probably be more focused on what was actually going on at the CDL Championships at the time. But, if you were keeping up with Lore Gaming, if you're keeping up the events in Challengers, you will know that for Lore Gaming, in what was otherwise a pretty perfect run all the way towards the championship, aside from one loss, they're perfect in Hardpoint pretty much. They were perfect in Search and Destroy pretty much. Again, going back towards that grand finals, that was certainly true. The only real, I guess, maybe Achilles heel they had for that event would have been the Control. Even that was 50-50, right? They were winning 50% of their games, and it's not like, historically speaking, they've struggled in Control. They were great at it going back towards North American Challengers Elite Season 3. I know we're kind of bringing some deep cuts into the conversation here, but still, they are a good squad in Control. I think they've just got to show out and start actually shooting against 100 Thieves, which I know is like a laughable thing to say, right? The fact that Lore have got to this point, that they've been as competitive as they are against 100 Thieves, I think is to be celebrated. That's, I think, an entire talking point about Challengers players being competitive with these CDL teams. Lore, the fact that we're even talking about them in this manner, the fact that we're kind of discussing ways into the series for them, and that there's a realistic chance that they can get it, I think is a positive.
No, it is a positive for this team in general. I mean, there's a reason why these guys are Challengers champions at the end of the day, and that is because they're the best in Challengers. If anybody deserves to be elevated in towards the league, it would be these 4 players. So, heading into the next season, I'm sure everybody's got their things to work on. But for this Lore team inside of this game, it's eyes forward into the Search and Destroy to finish off this job. You're still on map points of this S&D to try to even up the series after falling flat on your face inside the Hardpoint Brody. And you can see these players getting ready, I think, to load into this game, just getting ready to jump back into this one. And, you mentioned it before, 100 Thieves, not totally out of this Search and Destroy at all. It was 5-3 after the game was disconnected. So coming back into it, imagine for Thieves, you're thinking about this. If you can find a really comfortable round in this one here, and then you're right back into it. Just looking at 100 Thieves on this defense to pick a first blood. And looks like they want to give up that B site again. They're playing very passive over there.
the first blood. All they need is one solid round. They close out the search and destroy and they tie up the series 1-1.
I think Joe's hasn't been seen here.
Yep, they have no idea. They were preoccupied with the gunfight against Ghosty down long range. So Laura Gaming, as soon as they try and plant that bomb, Joe Deceives will activate, but they might be considering a rotation towards B.
Wouldn't be a bad call. Is right for the taking, but still, Laura Gaming just trying to decide, and it is going to be an A hit. Looks like the bomb wrapping back, and Joe, he's just been waiting, licking his lips for this moment to attack.
Here we go. Activation time for Joe Deceives. No, he doesn't see it.
He didn't see it.
Tyrael still not dead to count. Finally, Ghosty will get it done. Paul X has already exited the site, though. 3 versus 3. Laura Gaming being bullied away. Joe Deceives is going to follow up the kill on towards Paul X. This is going to force those Law players out of position. Yuli needs to go and check the bomb. He's going to get shut down. The drop shot will not be good enough. And you know where the last player is now. You've got numbers. You can stick a player on the defuse here. Arsty's trying desperately to win the 1 versus 3. He's not going to find any value whatsoever. And it's a bit of a messy retake, but it's a retake nonetheless.
Oh boy, Brody, I got a little bit worried there because Joe didn't see Tyrael planting that bomb. You saw him pop up to it. He almost fired shots at his teammate. I thought for a second everything for 100 Thieves was just going to fall to the wayside there, but Joe making some pretty incredible plays there to push over towards that fire truck. He wins his battle versus I think it was Tyrael. No, it would have been Tyrael sitting behind there, but he wins his fight over towards that fire truck, and then he keeps Arcitys preoccupied. It allows the rest of them to isolate Yuli over towards that middle tank, and I think for 100 Thieves, yeah, you're right to say it was not as clean as you would have hoped that retake would be, but you're still alive in this invasion. You're down to a 1-round deficit. Now you're looking for round 11. Okay, and that's one way to open it up. Tyrael's going to be found by the grenade.
Now, you're not going to have anybody like Joe Deceives sitting there this round. Smoke from Krem. Peeking through for the first blood. It's not going to happen. Yuli tagged up. He's going to get shut down. So a good way here for 100 Thieves to put the numbers even further in their favor. Paul X trying to get some information on site. He does. Arsty's acts on the information, but will not find a kill. And Paul simultaneously does get shut down here. 100 Thieves force around 11.
You have to be a little bit frustrated there if you're Tyrael. All game long, you've been running that route, but now you get caught by the grenade, and that first blood opens up that A site for an early plant for 100 Thieves. They just sink their fangs into that site, and then Yuli gets tagged up. It's just easy cleanups for 100 Thieves to set up that post plant perfectly. Back-to-back rounds for the Thieves. They force the round 11, Brody. They have not won a search and destroy all EWC, and now this is their chance to steal it away from Lore with 3 rounds in a row.
This would be detrimental to Laura Gaming if this happens. 100 Thieves have put a lot of effort in towards A off the start of this round. Laura have an open chance over by B, a home run. Do they hit it, though, is the question. Nasty is everything for this defensive effort. Laura don't realize it just yet.
And look how far away Paul's playing. He's hoping somebody gets over-aggressive. It's Ghosty to make the flank through DVD. Can he blow this up?
Ghosty, here we go. Ghosty activates. Ghosty lines 3 up like that. Laura not checking your flank. And all of it now down to Paul to salvage this search and destroy. Ghosty might have just made one of the biggest plays in EWC.
A little taste of your own medicine there if you're Ghosty. I mean, Yuli tried to do that exact same thing a few rounds back, but this time nobody watching behind them. Paul X nowhere to be seen, and it's going to have to be a 30-second 1v3 to keep Lore in this series with a 1-1.
Nobody watching Lore's flank. That's got to hurt. Paul is now making a lot of noise. That's all that 100 Thieves need. The crows are circling. The 100 Thieves are here. Paul looking to do something here. A round that they didn't want to be in. There we go. 3 rounds on the bounce for 100 Thieves. They take the search and destroy this time around. And it should be said, I mean, we were looking at a situation here before the reset. Well, Laura up, right? I mean, they were 4-1 up in the search and destroy. They were 5-3 up in the search and destroy. They lose it in a round 11. Disaster has struck.
Lore going to be kicking themselves that they've let that one fall through their fingertips. 4-1 in the search, and Thieves battle it back. It was 5-3 heading into that reset, Brody. And you know, you said don't count out the Thieves. This is a team that definitely is still alive in this search and destroy. It only takes a couple of rounds to be back in towards the running, and that is back-to-back flawlesses to force a round 11. And then Ghosty, who else but Ghosty? He starts the game off what? Well, it was 0-4 at one point for Dan, and he finishes it off with a 3K that secures them that round 11. Looking ahead, though, in this series to the control for these two teams, where we were just talking about it for both of them. I mean, 100 Thieves have been good at the respawns, but for the side of Lore, they are not so good at this control, and here they are winless in this game mode for EWC.
Alrighty, well, look, not the position we expected to be in. 100 Thieves, frankly, should not have won that search and destroy. There were a couple of different moments I think that Law will be looking back on, especially that round 11, going, that should not have happened. But we are in a situation now, the universe, in which 100 Thieves are just one map away from eliminating yet another Challengers squad. Can they get it done in control? Find out after this break.
into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
All right, folks, welcome back here to the Esports World Cup here with the Bravo stream for what could be the final time today. And we say that because, well, that search and destroy and invasion did not go how either of us, Colin, expected. We kind of needed Lore to win that one to have a chance in the series, right? Not that they couldn't reverse sweep. They're still capable of it, but their chances, I think, now are significantly slimmer.
Yeah, we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet at EWC. We have rarely seen a game 5 other than really Lore versus Falcons yesterday. That went the distance. But to make a reverse sweep against a team like 100 Thieves are hitting strides now versus Lore that we didn't get to see earlier today. This whole team is firing. Kremp and Joe are stepping up really in their roles. And then we saw Nasty at times in that search and destroy, just putting up unreal numbers. Not to mention that Ghosty, he may have started a little bit flat into that search, but a triple kill in the round 11, it makes up for all the slow starts that you would have had. So the Thieves, I mean, they do what they do best, and they steal that search and destroy away from Lore. I was not expecting that. I thought this was going to go exactly like we saw yesterday, but now a chance for a 3-0 as we're heading into the high-rise control. And for Lore, we got to see them play this high-rise control. They lost this high-rise control. They haven't been good in control all weekend long, or really in the past. They've been pretty, hit or miss on this game mode. And you have to be wondering who's going to be the player that brings you back into this game. Because we've been seeing Paul put in the work back in that search and destroy, and even in that hard point, Paul was playing good. But for the rest of them, it has been a little bit, iffy on whether or not they're going to stay consistent through these games. So heading into a high rise, I mean, you still have that chance to start your reverse sweep here, but it is going to be a long road ahead of you for this Lore team.
Well, at moments during that search and destroy, it felt like amateur hour for Lore Gaming, and they're a squad that's consisted, especially looking at Arsties, right, that they are not amateurs. So for Lore Gaming, need to see something here. Need to start the reverse sweep. If not, challengers will be done and dusted here at the Esports World Cup for 100 Thieves. They're going to start things off on the defense, already trading things out.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that. Stallions just lost in their matchup versus Boston, so this is the last chance for a Challengers team to qualify at EWC. If not, it's going to be straight CDL teams for the playoff bracket. And Lore, they have this last opportunity to make it happen here on the control. They start on the attacking side, but they haven't really been able to get in towards it at all. They get wiped away, and Kremp, looking for the players off spawn, Arsties has to play his life.
He will do exactly that. Regen has been obtained. Now, though, there's a lot of pressure on this B point from 100 Thieves. Arsties has a hell of a lot to do here, trying to find the unconventional route towards top side. Not going to get it. Instead, now needs help from his teammates. Arsties tagged up, will not be ready for the fight against the Nasty. So initial hit from Lore Gaming hasn't exactly gone well, and they feel a little bit scattered. They're relying on individual plays. Yuli's not going to find it, tries to jump over instead. Paul and Turiel are good for the coverage. So now something's abound over by A.
Yeah, you don't really see too much teamwork here from Lore to get to these sites. You see an over-aggression push from Turiel, but Krem's going to be able to get away and not able to win it. It's Paul X keeping some pace, placing over towards this A site, but he has no teammates here, and his teammates just keep on dying off spawn. 10 seconds left. They're in the spawn trap, Brody, and this is looking a little bit gruesome for Lore Gaming.
Not a single tick. Sometimes that's the way it goes here on high-rise control. That is a dominant round from 100 Thieves. And you talked about it right in the middle of the round. It kind of feels like, look, Lore Gaming just look very scattered. They do not look like they're playing well as a team whatsoever right now. Did Ghosty just write the round count on his hand or something? I don't know. He's putting... I thought he had like a pen in his hand. He was writing the round count. No, he's just putting Gamer Grip in there. Regardless, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just Lore just do not look like they're playing as a team right now.
No, and you saw it in that one hit over towards B where Arsthes, he's in the elevator all alone. Yuli, bottom pit. Where's Paul X? He's pushing over towards the A side of the map, and you have, I'm pretty sure, Turiel over towards Helipad. It's just everybody's fighting their own battles here for Lore, and he needs to come together into this defensive round, and he needs to find a way to shut down the tick progression from 100 Thieves, make sure that they do not get too much here. But Joe, he's on 5 in a row, and 100 Thieves, they're on the point.
100 Thieves starting this round strong. Numbers in your favor. Yuli tries to overextend outside of Heli. He's going to get pushed back. Has to take time to regen, and all this time that Lore Gaming are taking to try and get back in towards the point, it's time that 100 Thieves are utilizing to capture this zone. Nasty deals the first step from Turiel. Paul X. Next one. It's individual once again from Lore Gaming on this attempt at a retake. I mean, they've got Yuli through. He's not doing anything.
Now, Yuli's just alone at Tarps. He's not providing any support to the rest of the team. Turiel flies at that control point, followed by Paul X. And for 100 Thieves, they are licking their lips at how simple these engagements are. They capture that B zone, and with 2 minutes left on the clock, still 25 lives on their side. They're feeling good about this offensive attack. They can slow this one down, and they can really try to push Lore Gaming back.
I mean, if you're 100 Thieves at the moment, I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion. You've only got a 3-life advantage, but look at the amount of map control. I mean, like, Lore Gaming off the spawn, they're concerned that somebody's got through. They take it slow. Yuli has to find some value here. He does find one, but again, there's nobody from Lore that's picked up where he's left off. There's nobody to even do that. Joe Deceive's going to get shut down towards a point. Ghosty now being a nuisance towards spawn. Surely doesn't find more than 2. He does not. Creates some space for Krem. Krem alone. What can he do? Nothing. Finally, some reprieve for Lore Gaming in this round.
Yeah, they can breathe for a second. Minute 20, though, still, and lives are definitely not an issue for either side of the field. So you see Yuli top Helipad. Look to see if he can find a few more of these kills, but he's going to be caught by Joe. Immediate trade from Turiel, but that's 2 kills down for Lore Gaming. Paul's out in the open. He needs to have some help there, and Arsthes, he gets it. But Ghosty, he's in behind, and the trades just keep coming.
100 Thieves. Still a 1-life advantage here. Turiel. Opportunity to double up will get shut down. Paul X up top now. Nuisance for Ghosty off the back of spawn. 100 Thieves haven't fully been cleared out just yet, though. It's an unconventional route. Arsthes' shot's not that great against Joe Deceives. 100 Thieves now starting to poke holes in the defense here. Lore Gaming have stabilized somewhat by getting players towards the middle of the map. Yuli, shots against Kremp are good. 30 seconds now. Lore have managed to bring the clock down here, but 100 Thieves, again, they're being a nuisance. Nasty doubles up now, players towards the point.
Yeah, look at Nasty, 13 and 5, and a fantastic control right now. Turiel from above, he's going to drop on down, so Lore holding on to the A zone, not allowing any progress from the Thieves. And Ghosty, it looks like he wants to go for the full wraparound underneath. Will Lore Gaming read this one? I don't know if they'll be ready.
Here we go. Here's the jump up. You've lost your players towards the point, and what was a support play, I think now has to turn into the clutch play. Ghosty not able to produce. He's going to get shut down, and Lore Gaming are able to survive their brush with death, but it is, I mean, by a hair's width, it is not a lot by which they are able to win that round out, Colin. Honestly, I feel like 100 Thieves probably should have won that.
I mean, I'm going to take this into Laura's point of view in that you totally stabilized that control. Round number 1, I mean, your offense was nothing to really write home about. And on that defense, you got a little bit worried after you were just solo challenging that B zone again and again. You lose it so quickly, 2 minutes and 25 lives on 100 Thieves to get that B or A zone captured. And they didn't really get a chance to even get that first segment on. So all things considered, Lord Gaming, they did a good job at holding on to that A zone, only giving up 3 ticks of progression. If they can find that B zone right away, they still have a chance at that round 5 defense possibly.
Well, round 5 defense is, I don't actually have the statistic on me, but I imagine it's like where we go the vast majority of the time here on High Rise. Is just a very defensively sided map. Certainly, though, Laura Gaming did not have a good time back in round number 1. This round, though, they've already found a couple of doubles that were given an opportunity over at B, so they've already had a much better go of things here in round number 3. 2Real with a streak in the back pocket, and they're going to stack this point.
Yeah, look at this. Now everybody from Lore all together, grouped up. Arceus gets caught. It's going to be Paul all alone, and the rebreak from Thieves, getting rid of those players before that third tick can come in at B. It looked like everybody just got a little bit ahead of themselves there, and you can see for Lore Gaming, they have to go back to the drawing board, but maybe they have to go back to the lobby as well, Brody.
Oh boy, looks like developer error, potentially. I'm not too sure, obviously we don't get to see what's happened, but they're back out of the lobby. And that is going to be frustrating for Lore, right? Because the start of this control was far from a fun one for Lore, but round number 2 was also, I think, relatively battering, even though they survived it. They were making improvements, so to start round number 3 in the aggressive way that they did, and then to, of course, have the lobby kind of melt away from them, that's going to be frustrating. And, you know, again, it should be said as well, you know, we go back to the search and destroy, and the same thing happened, right? The lobby went down at 5-3. What happens after the lobby resets? 100 Thieves come out hot. They win 3 rounds on the bounce, and here we are.
You have to be thinking about that if you're Lore, but at the same time, now that you're kind of facing elimination against this 100 Thieves team, you have to stay composed and talk amongst each other what went wrong back on that first offense, so that when you come back into the offense for this round, you can, again, look for that B zone right off the bat, hopefully capture it this time instead of losing it before that third ticket progression came out, because I like the way that Lore came out in that third round there. You saw that Paul found those initial first kills. He jumps onto that zone to stop that time, and then Arceus up top on the top helipad, he gets that double kill. What does he do? He immediately jumps down into B to stack it with Paul. I mean, everybody there on Lore was playing the team game of control, and I hope after this reset, I mean, maybe they talk amongst each other to see how they can do even better next time.
Yeah, did we see the streak coming out from 2Real there at the end of that control before we hit the reset? Did it actually come out? Because obviously, they were pushed away from the point. Yeah, I don't think so either. That's going to be frustrating. You're going to be hella frustrated. I mean, obviously, I've never been in a position like this, but you've got a streak now that, you know, you're not going to have going into this next round.
I would say, to be fair, Brody, I mean, you think back to the reset on the Invasion Search and Destroy. Nasty almost had a streak of his own, so he losing that chance at his streak, it's a little kind of evens itself out here. I mean, obviously, you know, in both sides, it shouldn't happen for both sides, for real, Brody, but the fact of the case, the matter is that it did happen, and that going back into this reset, I think you just have to wipe it clean from your mind. It's just reset everything going into this one. For Lore, you cannot carry the burden of anything going into this one. You have to let it go.
Yeah, well, look, we didn't get a chance to talk about it, really. We very briefly mentioned it before getting into the control. A live update, if you guys weren't watching the main broadcast, I mean, it was a 3-0, I think. Stallions completely wiped out by the Boston Breach, means that now Lore Gaming are the last remaining Challengers team in the competition. I've been talking on Twitter or X or whatever you want to talk about it, that the Challengers teams have never gotten past Challengers / amateur teams since the split in 2019 between pro teams and amateur teams, whatever one you call them. There's never been a Challengers / AM team making it past the top 12. That's been the hard out for all of these teams. We've never seen a Challengers team in the top 8. For Lore Gaming now, you've got a lot of weight on your shoulders. Not only are you Challengers champions, so you should always be the team that's best positive to do that, but you're now 2-0 down in a series. Your backs are against the wall. You got a reverse sweep to create history.
And if you do win here, I mean, it just gets harder. Winner of this game goes on to play Toronto Ultra tomorrow in bracket play for that single elimination bracket. So that's going to be a tough matchup for, you know, whether or not you're 100 Thieves or if you're Lore Gaming going into that bracket, because Toronto looks really good this weekend But the case too, even past this, if you want to take some pressure off of Lore Gaming here, that Boston Breach team taking down Stallions the way that they did. I mean, most of the Omit Brooklyn roster from champs that got second place going into this Boston team, and absolutely turning this roster around, turning this franchise around heading into EWC. That is awesome to see for these players. Unfortunately for them, they got to play Atlanta FaZe, who looks disgusting in their match versus 100 Thieves today. But it's great to see for that Boston team, who are made up of mostly Challengers players.
Yeah, I mean, is that the win we go for here? Because Boston's like technically mostly Challengers players from this season. Is that the win? I know that obviously, there's quite a lot of homogenization is the word I'm going for there. I don't know why I can't say that word. But, there's quite a lot of crossover between CDL and Challengers. So at this point, are any of the Challengers teams really Challengers teams, right? I know that's kind of a conversation because looking back towards like the lobby for Challengers champions, all of ex-CDL players, every single player in that lobby at Challengers Championships. So, yeah, I mean, that's a whole conversation in on itself. But, yeah, I mean, that's the win, right? For Boston Breach, that they're kind of like basically a Challengers team at this event. They have been basically all season long.
We're kind of taking what we get here.
Yeah, absolutely. As Challengers casters generally, that's the win that we're going to take. It would be nice, though. Obviously, we would never want to be accused of being biased casters. It would be nice.
No matter what,
if Lore Gaming could get through.
I'm just happy to see how redeeming it is for those players from Omit Brooklyn who all started in the CDL this year, dropped into Challengers. They've won in Challengers. They won stages. They've won opens. And now they're back inside of the CDL on a team, at least for Boston Breach. And they're making it look good. They're actually giving themselves a good statement here to stay on this Boston team for that Black Ops 6 season. So it's good to see for these players to fight their way back into it and now have this second chance. Because this Boston team, they did not perform well this year.
Alrighty, well, let's get into the game, folks. I believe Control is about ready to get underway once more. So again, no streak for T-Real. That's going to be frustrating, but as Colin already said, I mean, maybe a bit of a karmic justice there, as we didn't see one for Nasty earlier on in the Search and Destroy. Regardless, Lore Gaming had a stellar start to round number 3. Now they want to do it again. This feels slightly less convincing this time around.
Yeah, it's a lot better for Thieves off the breakout. Paul's going to take one last shot at this one, but it's Nasty from above on the helipad that provides that support for Joe Deceives, and that's 3 down again. Yuli, the first of this one pushed up, the only one pushed up, so you look to him to maybe take some pressure off these players and find a couple of these kills, but Yuli's not seeing anything right now.
Well, Yuli's looking for it. Joe Deceives now pushing forward here. We'll find the one against Ball X. Good trade from T-Real. Yuli down for the count as well, coming off the spawn now. 100 Thieves looking to try and defend these points. Kills are being made across the board here from Lore Gaming. They've now started to create some space in the middle of the map here, so an opportunity to hit beat. Joe Deceives knows it. He knows he needs to reposition here. He has a lot to do. Players down B Street. Number 1, down for the count. Number 2 as well. Joe Deceives just makes it look so easy, but on the other side, T-Real starting to heat up on 5 in a row.
Yeah, he's going to slide in. Can he find this streak for Lore Gaming? See if he can get it back from that earlier break that they did see. No, Krem's going to put that streak to rest. Now a lot of pressure onto the rest of the players for Lore Gaming, but that's 2 down. Yuli overextending again. Will it pay off with 15 seconds left?
Trying for it. Yuli going to get tagged up. Joe Deceives once again goes huge here. 100 Thieves. They might have let Lore in off the reset, but this time around, that's not going to happen. 100 Thieves back to round number 1 form as they do not give a single tick of progression away. That is not good for Lore.
No, and this is where you're starting to get frustrated. If you're Lore Gaming, you're now guaranteed offense for that round 5 if you do win this defense, Brody. And trying to win an offense so far for Lore, it seems like trying to climb Mount Everest for the average person. They can't get it done, and it just seems impossible. And going into this next round for Lore, I'm not sure what's going to kickstart your team to find that confidence in this play style, but they went back into those individual plays. You saw them solo challenging that B zone again and again, and for 100 Thieves, they're going to punish you for this one. It is not the same as playing any other team outside of the CDL. For Lore Gaming, they have to go above and beyond now.
Marky backs one against the wall before. They're basically in it now for Lore Gaming. Time to go huge. Shut up or not up. 100 Thieves looking for something here on the offense to kick things off. You haven't fully dealt with all the pressure. 2-Real from behind, I think, will show that that's the case here. So 100 Thieves backed away. 2-Real all of a sudden turns a double into a triple. He wants to continue that spree as well. Gets shut down before that can happen. Unfortunately enough, Yuli is there to pick up where he left off. So 100 Thieves backed away to their spawn, but they opened some gunfights here in their favor, so they'll be able to get some map control.
Yeah, and Yuli on the chase. He's going to turn around, catches the player, cramp off spawn, looking to help this side out. Is still alive, Nasty on this point, but RCD is going to clear out B. Thieves gets caught. It's back to the respawns again for the Thieves. Only one tick at B, but for the Thieves, you're not worried about tick progression. You just want this round win to put it away here. 38 seconds left, 18 lives playing 20 lives, and now a flurry of kills to maybe open up a route to B.
Trying it. Here we go. 100 Thieves will stop the clock. One tick already down. Paul exit up top is going to produce the double. Yuli going to get shut down. 2-Real for another one as well. 100 Thieves removed from this point. And now you're just looking for some kind of last chance, last effort to make something happen, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Cross map is being watched by Paul X. Trades, though, all of a sudden, what looked like a situation that didn't look like it was going to happen in 100 Thieves' favor. It still might. Arsty's up top, though, producing a huge double. Keeps a couple of players off the point, but 100 Thieves are frustrating. They're back on it.
And you don't have to stop this point if you're Lore. You just need to get the exit kills, but they're going to go in for it. Yuli finds the first one, a second one with the Renetti. A couple kills back, but it's a 3-for-3 trade. 100 Thieves still onto the B zone, and RCD's on 4 in a row. Just looking to play this streak while Ghosty stays alive.
You can play that one. Try and cause a distraction play against 100 Thieves. That would be nice, but 100 Thieves have done what they need to do. Thieves double off the spawn. B is gone. Lore Gaming will wipe for the moment. Kremp, the last one left alive, all the way down to 1 HP and a dream to try and keep this one alive. The trophy system will protect him from any incoming utility. Paul X, though, the better positioning will be able to shut him down. Yuli going to follow up with yet another one. Ghosty isolated on the point, and he's got nothing more to say. 100 Thieves, I believe, will have guaranteed a defense for round number 5, regardless of what happens here. We're probably going to reset before we get there. 100 Thieves here, just looking to try and do something. 1 versus 9, though. I don't think Kremp's going to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, for Lore into this round, you were fighting for nothing but survival inside EWC. And it looks like they've given themselves another opportunity here. Kremp's going to get cleaned up. This one's going the distance to a round. On offense, what is your breakoff? Who's going to be the one to lead your team to a map number 4? Because we saw Paul X started off last time before the break, before the reset, and they got over towards that B zone. They got those 2 ticks, almost 3. They had that 3 stack on, but to mirror that and do it again, to recreate that here in this time after getting shut down twice on your offense, it has to be a frustrating one right here, especially considering you don't have that streak from 2-Real.
Well, look, to be said, over the last couple of rounds, Thieves has accumulated 15 kills to his name. That is, frankly, a stellar scoreline. Kremp not that far behind him as well at 11. They want to have a good start to this defense. That's exactly what happens. Yuli, the only one to say anything for Lore Gaming. They've got Kim pushed all the way through towards that A side. It's a distraction that Paul X will make the best of. Paul X now on 5 in a row in towards this round. This is not a bad start from Lore whatsoever.
No, and this is their chance to jump on towards B. They got to get onto the objective and stop this clock. Yuli on 4 in a row for his own streak over towards that A zone. 2-Real's gonna find another kill. Yuli now on 5 in a row. Can he get 6? Everybody just playing their lives for Lore as they are on the B and the A zone. 2-Real's come to challenge this alongside his teammate, but Joe shuts them down, and now we gotta look to B.
Yuli gone. Paul X still on 5 in a row. Streak still alive. There it is. 6 for Paul X. Streak now accrued. Thieves will shut him down. Trades looking pretty good, but you haven't traded out the player on the point here. Paul X might be stunned up. Now goes for the chow outside of it as well. There's such trust in Lore at this point. B will be gone, and now they want to carve a path out towards A. Yuli getting the kill over here is opening the door to it.
And do you use that streak here if you're Paul X? Do you just add a little bit of punishment here for the rest of the team? Paul's just going to hop on towards the zone. Hopefully the pressure for the guns is there, but Kremp and Joe fighting out of their spawns. Arseny's now up, but 3 members knocking on the door of A, and Thieves bounce back.
Alrighty, all calm. Here. 21 v 15 streak. down from Paul Lex to try and create some space.
Running.
This is going to force 100 Thieves to scarper towards the back of their zone, but it doesn't actually get anything for it. Instead, they're going to have to rely on gunfights post-cruise missile. They will win the majority of them. Nasty's still up now, no longer. Lore Gaming can grab the point. Kremp, a flanking play. Too Real reads it perfectly. The stack is good for the moment. Second tick now going to be through. Ghosty finds 3 though. Joe DeCease, part of the wipe, and Lore Gaming batted away once more.
I mean, Dan with an absolute Kobe of a nade to clear off that A zone, and Thieves still alive in the round. 15 lives to 10, a minute 30, and now 100 Thieves. They are setting up with their guns, and they just continue to punish Lore off this spawn. Lore have to play this one careful. They cannot get ahead of themselves.
3 life differential between these two teams. Lore Gaming can get this done by jumping on the point and stacking it, but they have to get the wave of kills first. They've got time, and they're going to take it. Where do you go in this situation? Joe DeCease with the read for the wall. Hello! Paul X down for the count. That's going to make things difficult for Lore. They're on the hunt. They can smell the fear in Lore.
Yeah, they hunt them down, they find those kills, and now the map positioning for 100 Thieves is something that Lore is going to be quite terrified of. You still have some players alive, and Paul now looking to make a play alongside Yuli, but they don't sniff out Joe. The trades are out. Now there's only 33 seconds left, and everybody except Too Real, and now everybody's off spawn.
Streak down from Joe DeCease. He's had a phenomenal control. 26 kills in 3 rounds is a bloody miracle. 20 seconds. Joe DeCease using this streak to terrify Lore, who are coming in as Challenger's best hope. Arcetes will pick up 1. Can anybody touch in time? Too Real. It's a desperate play. Paul X nowhere near. Lore Gaming, Challenger's best hope. They came in. A chance earned to take down champions, and a chance denied as 100 Thieves take this and take the last spot in bracket play.
A 3-0 sweep over the Challenger champions, and it's going to be a full round of CDL teams tomorrow in EWC. The bracket is set. The games are ready. And 100 Thieves, who started off today getting wiped off the face of the planet by FaZe, they bounced back here against Lore, and they looked good. A little bit shaky at times with the search. And that control, not as comfortable as I'm sure they would have hoped it to be, but 2 very, very secure defenses on their side and a near offensive win for this 100 Thieves team. They have what it takes to, again, make that run towards top 4 like they did at Champs. Some work to be done over the course of today and tomorrow, Brody, but I am excited to see what the Thieves can do in bracket.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are going to be incredible. So did you say what they played Toronto Ultra in their first game? Is that their fate? That's an incredible matchup, by the way. We'll get there. I believe we're going to show you guys that bracket potentially. But you got to remember what happened at Champs, right? The reason that Ultra were in the lower bracket and had to make the run that they did, it was 100 Thieves. Of course, then the LA Thieves, but nonetheless. So that makes things interesting for tomorrow. It definitely gives us hope for an epic matchup there. Nonetheless, though, we got to talk about it, right? No Challengers teams inside the top 8. I mean, 100 Thieves here. They were definitely given a battle at times, but I think for me, the big thing is that the story here across the weekend is that I think for Challengers teams, you know, there's always been those questions of, is there a difference between Challengers teams and CDL teams? And I think the answer to me is still a resounding yes. There's just holes in the gameplay sometimes for every single Challengers team that's competed, and that's never been more true than it is for Lore.
And you talk to some coaches about it too, and you know, what is the separation? A lot of it is the experience and practice that you get for CDL teams in comparison to Challengers teams. I mean, everybody playing against each other for the CDL, all those teams playing against each other all year long. You're only going to get better there when you're in the CDL for these players, and that's why you expect them to be better when they do play in these pro-ams. And you know, for Lore Gaming here in particular, you just saw it back in a lot of those replays. It was just walking into what was double kills, triple kills from Joe DeCease, and even Nasty at times was really stepping up for this team. And the individual effort alongside the chemistry when it comes down to this Thieves team is just overwhelming Lore at times. And it just seems like everything that Lore was throwing at them was just thrown right back into their face by the Thieves. And we see our match MVP, and I wouldn't give it to anybody but Joe. He had a fantastic game against Lore from start to finish. Joe DeCease was that playmaker, and he was really stepping up today against this lore team to give them that chance in the bracket.
Yeah, I'd have to see the stats for that control, but I believe he might have broken 30 through the last 3 rounds. Because you got to remember that he obviously was frying before the reset, right? So he might have hit like 40, 45 plus in that control alone. But it wasn't just the control, of course. He had a phenomenal series overall. So Joe Thieves was cooking, and not a surprise. I mean, obviously Joe Thieves rejoining the 100 Thieves lineup is part of the reason why they were as venomous as they were towards the final events of the CDL season. So 100 Thieves cooking on gas there as they eliminate the final challengers team. We're going to be seeing 100 Thieves tomorrow in bracket play. Let's show you the highlights once again of what the hell happened for Joe Thieves. I believe this is. We can show you kind of a few sneaky plays that he made. I mean, he's just a constant threat, a constant presence you've got to deal with.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, especially in that control, I mean, across the 2 rounds after the reset, Joe had 23 kills at one point. I mean, he was really putting on for the Thieves on that last defense that they did have in that round 5. So Joe really stepped up, and heading into that match versus Lore, he had a 1.3 KD, so he's been having a great week so far at EWC, and it's only gonna be up from here for the Thieves. Brody, let's take a look at how the groups panned out.
Yep, let's take a look at Group A then. Just quick fly through of all of these groups, of course. Optic Gaming, not a surprise. The reigning champions of the Call of Duty League will be making it out of bracket play in indomitable fashion. Carolina Royal Ravens, though, did give them a run for their money, and they will also be going through from Group A. Over in Group B, arguably the biggest surprise of the entire tournament. Surge have been knocking at the door of the top 4 all season long. They are going to take the top spot out of that group. Cloud9 will also make it through. Unsurprisingly, Toronto Ultra and Boston Breach are the teams to get out of Group C. Heretics did disappoint there, though. And then, of course, for Group D, a difficult group for both Team Falcons and Laura Gaming. I mean, look, it was always only 2 teams that were ever making it out of these groups. So to be put in a group with Atlanta FaZe, who have been one of the most consistent teams, if not the most consistent team across the last few years in the Call of Duty League, and then 100 Thieves, who are on fine form, especially in Hardpoint. I mean, that's so tough for the Challengers champions in Lore.
Yeah, and I feel like for a lot of those groups, we all had our, you know, opinions on, you know, who was going to get out of these groups. You expected Vancouver and Cloud9 to be the ones out of Group B. The same thing with Atlanta FaZe and Thieves. But looking back at this matchup for a lot of these teams, it was just, was Boston Breach going to perform with these changes? They did. Even against Toronto, they were giving Toronto a run for their money. And then for Group A, it was, you know, Vegas and Carolina for their changes. Who was going to be the players to really step up for those respective teams? Well, Beans, it seems like he was the answer right now for Carolina, and that team looks rejuvenated with him on that roster. So a lot of things panning out in the way that we would have expected. And for Carolina now jumping in towards the brackets, play Vancouver tomorrow. I am excited for that match in particular. I think that one is going to be a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's fair to say, and this is the analysis across the board, right, is that, you know, Vancouver Surge taking on Cloud9 in the way that they did has shaken up the bracket in a crazy way. It's going to give a lot of extra life into teams that I think otherwise wouldn't have had it. I mean, look, you know that you're going to be facing one of the top 4. Now, I think for some teams, you're going to get what? Surge instead. It's a very different ball game, and that's going to make tomorrow extremely interesting as we get into the single elimination bracket play. No second chances. Things are interesting. Colin, before we go, any final thoughts?
It's just such a fun opportunity to be here and watch these teams play. I mean, EWC, it's always fun to see a lot of challenger teams play against all the CDL teams that we did get. And then today, that Vancouver upset. I mean, you got to stop sleeping on this Vancouver team. They had a chance back at Champs to take down Cloud9. They do it this time inside of groups. And tomorrow, we get to see Cloud9 versus Optic. We get to see Vancouver even push further into the bracket if they can step up the way that they did today. It's going to be so fun when we do get into that single elimination bracket. Everything left out on the table, nothing to look back at. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. Well, no challengers team remaining. It's all business tomorrow. Single elimination bracket. Trust me, you guys do not want to be missing it here, though. On the B stream, we are done and dusted. He's been Seymour. I've been Infinity. Shout out to Bryson Tunn for also being here on the B stream as well. Thank you all, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more action from the Esports World Cup.